Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early lie. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early lie. I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree, and it's every branch and leaf. They're born to deceive, but I'm telling you the truth. It's not just one or two, it's every single Jew. They all hate you, and it really breaks my heart. But their lies are off the charts, and they only bring us harm. You gotta get smart. So if you want to be safe and don't want to get replaced, it's best you start being based, or you'll get erased. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life. I know it's hard to accept that all the ones you've met lie with every single breath. They want you dead, but you must not be weak. Just open your eyes and see they always exploit the meek. See their vampire teeth, and it can make you cry to learn your life was full of lies and their face was a disguise. But you must fight. So if you want to live and protect all of your kin, you have to grow thick skin, or we won't. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life.
All right, and we are live. We are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. We are live. Welcome to the stream, ninjas. We got a lot to cover today as well, man. A lot of different things going on. Crazy stuff going on all over the place. We got Diddy trial, U.S. court blocking Trump on the tariffs, as well as the Harvard bans. Offset basically telling Cardi that he wants more spousal support. We got... what's that girl? Something Alfana, the fat bitch chick talking shit about men. Crazy stuff all over the place, man. We got Megan Thee Stallion lying all over the place as usual. So we are live. We are live. Welcome to the stream. Guys, on your way in, do me a favor. Go ahead and smash that like button, guys. Okay. I was at the barber. I just came back. We are going to be having a big stream tomorrow, 7:30 p.m., guys. We are going to be out there in Brickell covering... debating feminism, quite frankly, with Uncensored America. Sean lands tonight from Uncensored America, so we're going to be setting up that stream for you guys tomorrow. I think we're going to go live at about 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be a good time. And yeah, man, that's basically what we're setting up for tomorrow. Let's see here. Fresh is still in Vegas. He's out there for the Bitcoin conference, which is very good. So yeah, let me see here. And we're gonna get some. And guys, as you guys know, $5 up, reading chats. Get your chats in now while you guys can. I'll read the ones that came in before. I'll read the ones in for maybe the first 20 minutes or so that are under $5, but after that, you guys already know. Drewski says it's hilarious how since in 7,000 divorces, when men can get money, bitches lose their minds. Exactly, bro. Exactly. This dude said that he wants some spousal support, and they're going absolutely nuts on Offset right now. So it's pretty funny to see women lose their minds when the shoe's on the other foot. And that's literally what I tweeted earlier. We got Deodorant Dodger. W. Myron, appreciate that. David Jesse says, hey, Myron, I really respect you, man, but what's going on? Why have you stopped kicking women off for disrespecting you on the show? Why are you waiting for disrespectful pigs to leave first when they shouldn't have been kicked out the way before? See, bro, you can't win with these niggas, bro. You can't win, chat. You see what I mean? If I kick them off, you're being emotional. If I don't kick them off, niggas like this cry. Bro, you really can't fucking win. You can't win, bro. You cannot fucking win, man. It's like, what are you talking about, bro? Who was being disrespectful? Who was being disrespectful, bro? So, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this nigga. David Jesse goes again. Myron, the greatest action you took against feminism wasn't anything you said. It was when you took action to kick these hoes off. Is that action inspires us when we are facing problems in our lives? Please bring the old Myron back. Bro, you can't win, bro. You can't, you literally can't win, bro. You cannot fucking win with these niggas, man. Holy shit, bro. You seriously can't win. Shit's crazy, bro. Like, if I kick him out early, oh, bro, you're being emotional. You ruined the show. Oh, my God. Then if I don't kick him out, you got guys like this here. It's like, bruh. Did you know that Steve Greer just got exposed as a Mossad agent? He got married in the 70s in Israel. Look it up. He's been in a PSYOP for 30 years to hide the truth about aliens. Okay. Yo, David Jesse, bro, you gotta chill out a little bit, bro. I think you're getting a little too invested in what's going on here. Be honest with you. I kick girls off when they hurt the quad of the show. I've been doing that for a long time. But obviously, sometimes letting them stay in a bit longer lets guys see how retarded a lot of them are. I literally kicked off like 5 of them the other day, bro. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? I literally kicked off like 5 of them the other day. It's like, I can't win, bro. I literally can't fucking win. Victor Ziegler says, reading the Christian Saints about the small heads hooligans. Sheesh, everybody knew back then. I think you mean small head hooligans. That's what you mean? Yeah, David Jesse, you gotta chill up, bro. You're a bit you gotta understand, bro, that like just kicking girls off the show, that doesn't really do anything, right? You guys gotta see the fuckery yourselves a bit. Obviously, when I was, kicking girls off like immediately, I used to have way less patience and I would just kick them off. And that probably wasn't the best move. So, it is what it is. Let's see here. Someone's already crying about the audio. Bro, man, niggas always crying and bitching about something, bro. Is that better? Some nigga said fix the water sound. What water sound, bro? What are you talking about? What water sound? There is no water sound. All right, let's go ahead and do a poll. How's the audio, guys? How is audio? Wouldn't be a show without you guys crying about audio. Good. Bad. Let's see what they say. Doing a poll. And all you bitch ass niggas that said the audio is bad, you're gonna get fucking hit with a timeout. %96 are saying the audio is good. Incredible. All right. Audio's good. Looking at the chat, see what you guys say. Oh, now the nigga says you fixed it. All right, bro. All right. All right. No, I don't want to listen to it on my phone because dudes are going to cry no matter what, bro. Let me see what the Castle Club guys are saying. Castle Club guys, I want to get your guys' take. Audio's good? Let me see here. It's good on my end. What is water sound? Audio is fine. Audio is fine. Yeah, everybody's saying audio is fine. All right. Okay. We're going to go ahead and get this thing going here. Only listen to CC members when it comes to sound. These motherfuckers be trolling, just wasting time. Yeah, I think I'm about to do that. I'm about to only listen to Couch Club guys now when it comes to audio. I'm about to stop listening to y'all niggas in regular chat. I'm just going to listen to Couch Club guys. Okay. Let's go ahead and get into the first topic at hand here. We're going to cover the Diddy case. Dabo says, it's not the same anymore. You're way too nice now. Seems like something has changed and someone has put a muzzle to control you. Want 2021 Myron, 30 girls in the studio, all get all disrespectful and you're kicking them out. See, chat, what I deal with, bro? Chat, you guys see what I deal with? Look, I'll put this nigga's chat on the screen so you guys can see that shit. See what I fucking deal with, bro? Bro. Oh, man. Man. Nigga said Labo, said niggas definitely 16. Yeah, it's like you can't win, bro. If I kick him out early, oh, you're emotional, bro. You can't control your emotions. If I don't kick him out, then you got niggas like this. Like losing their minds, bro.
By the way, just to give...
All right. Let's go ahead and get into the Diddy case. Hold on one sec.
Give you an insight about what's been happening. A lot of scheduling issues between the prosecution, the judge, the defense. They want to stay on schedule. They're flying people in and out, witnesses. The direct is maybe going longer. The cross is maybe going longer. So they're trying to figure it all out, particularly with the witness today, Mia, alleged victim number 4. Let's talk about it. Let me bring in right now Elizabeth Milner, our long...
Okay, so this is a big deal then, guys. Mia, they talked about her in the opening statements. And I think they're keeping her real identity hidden, by the way. This is David Jesse, guys. The dating show, bro. You should have kicked them off an hour before. They sense you're afraid to kick them off, and they're taking advantage. Bring the old Myra back, bro. Didn't even let you speak, bro. It was bloodbath, bro. Nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? They all left. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you talking about, man? The fuck are you talking about? Are you fucking retarded? One bitch walked off, and then I said, all right, all y'all can get the fuck out. I don't care. And they all left. What are you talking about, bro? Holy fucking shit, man. This David Jesse guy just doesn't fucking get it. Nigga, they all left. The fuck?
Crime reporter who was in that courtroom for the testimony of Mia. Elizabeth, so good to see you. Such an important witness, right? Because this is somebody who is going by a pseudonym. This is alleged victim number 4 in this case.
And just so you know, I wasn't even supposed to come in on that show. That dating thing was Freshest thing. I wasn't going to fucking go in, but you know, you guys subbed, so I said, all right, fuck it. I went in there. I wasn't expecting to go in there. The whole dating thing is like Fresh's thing, like normal guys versus normal girls. I don't think he wants to do it anymore, though. But, yeah.
And she has described not only what her working relationship was like with Sean Combs, what this environment was like, but she claims that she, was a victim of both physical and sexual abuse. Talk to us about what Mia said so far.
Nigga said they should have been kicked off way before they left, bro. All right, bro. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. All right, man. How about this, bro? You do a show, and you just kick them out when you feel like it. How about that? Just do that.
Yeah, absolutely, Jesse. So yeah, Mia came onto the witness stand right after Deontay Nash. So she comes in, and I'm going to be very kind of careful as far as how I'm describing her because she is testifying under a pseudonym, and you can tell a little bit inside the courtroom why she is doing that. When she walks inside the courtroom, she keeps her head down. She doesn't look towards the defense table. She doesn't really look at us in the gallery. She just makes, again, a beeline to the witness stand. And even while she's testifying, Jesse, she's very soft-spoken. She's very quiet often at times, so you can feel just her apprehension just about everything as far as testifying goes, even while answering the prosecution.
And this was his former assistant. All right, you know what? Here, I might get somebody in that was actually in the courthouse for you guys. So let me go ahead and hit up my guy Mel real quick. I'm going to open up a Zoom for you guys. Hold on one sec. He's in front of the courthouse right now. All right, give me one sec, chat. All right. That way we'll get a better insight into what's going on from someone that's actually sitting in the courtroom. Because this witness was pretty important, chat. So let me get somebody that actually was in there. And we can ask him questions. Let's see here. Now I see why so many streamers don't read chat, bro. People say dumb shit like that. All right. All right, so what I'll do is, let me get him in here. And for those of you guys that don't know, Mel is an up-and-coming YouTuber. He helped me out with getting into the courtroom, because it is a pain in the ass to get into the courtroom, man. It is a pain in the ass. Chris is great last night. Yeah, Chris funny. All right, we'll watch a little bit of this until he jumps in.
Question. She's keeping her head down from what I can see over in the gallery, but you can just feel just the nervousness from her as far as testifying. And even when she gets off the stand, she doesn't look at the defense.
And this is one of the main witnesses, by the way, just so you guys know, for the prosecution. One of the main witnesses for the prosecution. And they are not really, I don't think they're putting her real name out there. Dabo says, we want the OG mind that used to put women in their place. They used to bow their head in silence. Now they're way too friendly. You don't even curse them out anymore. I missed the whole fresh fit.
Table. She just walks past the gallery. Her family and her support system go right after her, and then she goes over into a private room. But just as far as just some of the testimony that she had talked about today, she did describe that Diddy did take violence out on her too. Mia described that Diddy would throw things at her. He would throw her against a wall. One time he even slammed her arm into a door and then even sexually assaulted her more than once.
Yeah, and let's just wait for this siren to go down.
As you guys know, when I was there in New York, same shit. Sirens always going around. So Cassie, guys, and this woman Mia, who they're trying to keep her identity hidden, obviously. This is their next star witness here. So she's probably going to spend a couple of days on the stand. Because she was also someone that was involved in the freak-offs as well. At least this is what the prosecution said in opening statements, that this was another woman that dealt with a lot of, sexual assault and freak-off stuff.
Very, very busy street this is somebody we had anticipated, right? Because she's important for multiple reasons. She's important not only to corroborate what Cassie Ventura has said, but if you're talking about a pattern of abuse towards women, put aside the sex trafficking count for, I hear playback in my ear, by the way, putting aside the sex trafficking count for Cassandra Ventura, what we're also talking about is the racketeering charge. And we just got word that Prosecutor Madison Smizer said her direct examination is likely going to take the rest of the day. What do you anticipate she's going to say, Elizabeth, from what we've heard so far?
Well, I definitely think they're going to get into more of just the violence that Mia had witnessed while working for Diddy, but also being Cassie's best friend, a role that she still has to this day. The two are really close friends, something that Deontay Nash even confirmed while he was testifying. But
ooh, that's not good. That's really bad for Diddy, man. The fact that they're close friends, ooh, that is not good for Diddy whatsoever. They're going to try to fucking... you know, yeah, this is crazy. That's not good for Diddy at all. And guys, from this point forward, I'm going to read 5 and up, but I'll read here. Speakeasy says, Myron, a lot of these guys live vicariously through you. They can't stand up to women in real life and get taken advantage of. So you kicking girls off is the next best thing. You should warn them a few times, but don't kick them off early. Yeah, I try to warn them, man. I try to warn them. But the problem, Speakeasy, is dudes are never going to be satisfied, as you guys can see from the chats. Some guys want me to just kick them off immediately as soon as they say something stupid. And other guys are like, bro, why'd you kick them off? You're ruining the show. Or you're being emotional. You know what I mean? You just really can't win. So it is what it is.
yes, the direct examination is expected to last throughout.
People are going to criticize. It's fine. It is what it is. Let them criticize. They're going to say what they say in the chat. This is why I don't ban anybody on the chat. Freedom of speech. You guys can say what you want to say. And you guys can go ahead and debate it amongst yourselves if you want.
The day, even right before I came out to chat with you, Jesse, there was a little kind of angst, I would say, from the defense because essentially the government is saying that Mia has to be off the stand by the weekend. So tomorrow is Friday, so they're hoping that they're able to finish her direct examination today, go over to the cross tomorrow. But the problem is that sometimes the cross examinations do take maybe twice as long as the direct testimony, and it's been a kind of a sticking point that a lot of us have been kind of noticing, especially just sitting in the gallery. But Mark Agnifilo kind of took a little bit of offense to just being given a time frame as far as how long this cross-examination goes. And the thing is, Jesse, he's not going to even be the one doing the cross-examination. It's actually going to be Brian Steele doing the cross-examination.
Shit. And the reason why Brian Steele's going to do the cross-examination, I'll be honest with you guys, Brian Steele is way better than the main attorney at cross-examination. I think the main attorney is more like the ringleader. He's the guy that's like, organizing everything. But Brian Steele is better at cross-examination. And obviously this is one of the main star witnesses. I'm not surprised that they brought Brian Steele on to cross-examine her compared to Cassie. The other person that cross-examined Cassie was pretty good too, was a female. So yeah, I mean, look, I do find it kind of ridiculous that they said, oh, she needs to be off the stand by Friday. Like, bruh, like the defense needs to have as much time as they need to cross-examine. At the end of the day, we're talking about Diddy going to prison for damn near the rest of his life. I think he should be able to get the full due process to be able to examine his accusers as afforded to him by the Constitution. So, and I think this came up last time with Cassie because they wanted to get Cassie off the stand quickly when I was there. And they were like, bro, I get it that she's pregnant and everything else like that, and she's the government's witness, but we're talking about Diddy's life here, right? So, again, you do need to be able to afford him the ability to actually fully cross-examine the witnesses against him. This is the United States of America. You know what I mean? This is the United States of America. We're talking, and he has the right to face his accusers in court. It's literally in the Constitution.
Against Mia, or for Mia, I should say. But the defense was pretty upset about it because they felt like the government was telegraphing the time frame for witnesses, especially since the government said that Mia needed to be off the stand. But from the government's point of view, they're essentially saying this is all for logistics purposes. If we're expecting Mia to not be off the stand by the weekend, then we have to pause our flight scheduling and all of that for the next witnesses that are going to be following up after her. But it seems like from the defense's perspective, they were just really kind of offended just about the time frames that they were given. But the judge kind of pointed out that, the government is doing this, but they're not doing this as a way to kind of slight the defense. They're doing this as kind of a common courtesy for those logistics purposes. And the judge kind of seemed like he took offense to it as well, too, what the defense was telling him. He was saying that it's common courtesy, and that even the judge wanted to know these things as far as how long the direct will last, possibly how long the cross-examination will last. And so it seems like kind of a sticking point where the defense may feel like they are being kind of constrained to a certain time frame, but there's never been a moment so far that the judge was like, okay, you got to wrap up this cross-examination after an hour, you got to wrap this up in 30 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever. So really, they can just have a free go and just really ask all the questions, maybe questions that they didn't need to ask, but will continue to ask because they have to cross-examine their witness.
I got to talk about Deontay Nash. So obviously we'll continue the conversation with Mia, and there's a lot to break down with our panel of guests. Deontay Nash, important witness, celebrity stylist, right?
Deontay Nash is the guy that went on yesterday, by the way, chat. He's the one that allegedly witnessed Diddy hitting Cassie and tried to stop it. All right, we got Mel in the house. Let's get him in here real quick. Give me one sec, chat. He's coming live from the courthouse for you guys. So, Mel, you're muted. You got to unmute yourself. Well, let me see here. Let me make you co-host so you can unmute yourself. Well, no problem.
Yes, sir. I'm good. I'm on here.
All right. Let me
hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me go ahead and put you on screen here. Give me one sec, man. All right, so here we go. All right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of myself over here. Give me one sec, chat.
Bro, it'll be like last week. Stay on the screen, brother. I got some major questions for you.
All right. Hold on one sec. I'll turn my camera on now. All right. Cool.
Yes, sir. There he is.
All right. So let me move some of this stuff out. Though, actually, you know what? I know what I'm going to do. So what's going on, bro? What's the latest with the trial? I know you're over there. You're right in front of the courthouse right now in New York City. What's the latest?
So yesterday, I just want to ask you a question before we get into today. Number one, everybody's asking about you, man. They miss you around here because there's a lot of legal questions that came up, and we don't have you anymore to break it down for us. But here's a question from yesterday for you.
Yeah.
When Kid Cudi had the incident at his house, the police officers came and they took fingerprints, right? They fingerprinted the bottle. They showed us the picture. They fingerprinted a lighter. They fingerprinted, the car. However, the fingerprints went missing, and they started painting a picture that Diddy paid off the police department. Do you think that that's possible?
Anything is possible. Is it probable? Probably not. I think that just comes down to, local police departments are notorious for just mishandling evidence and just being lazy and stupid, if I'm being honest with you. To them, they look at it like, oh, it's an arson case. It is what it is. We don't give a shit. And now, 15 years later, that the case is now coming to a federal trial, they probably destroyed the evidence. They got rid of it because a lot of the times when you close a case, you need to destroy evidence to close a case. So there's a multitude of different reasons why they might not have the evidence now. Because remember, man, this thing is 15 years old almost now at this point. So they probably closed it out. That means destroying the evidence.
The defense immediately called for a mistrial, and the judge shot it down. They called for a mistrial because they're saying that basically the prosecution muddied the waters and made it appear that the government was doing something foul.
Yeah, I mean, the defense is always going to try to push for a mistrial whenever they can, right? As the witnesses keep mounting up, and, I know that Deontay guy's testimony wasn't too good. So, but I do think more than likely what happened, right? Obviously, we could go with the conspiracy theory of Diddy paying off the police department. What I think it came down to was this is an old case for 15 years ago. They probably destroyed the evidence to close the case out because you can't close your case out. Most law enforcement case management systems won't let you close your case out until all the evidence is destroyed and the case is done. So the case is probably closed and the evidence is gone. That is the more probable answer.
Okay, I get it. So today, if you want to get into today, I could give you some points from today.
Yeah. For today, what ended up happening?
It was much different than last week. They had Mia, which was Diddy's assistant. She came in. She wanted to hide her identity. So basically,
Is she
the
black,
judge
white?
put
What
out-
does she look like?
Ooh, they said we cannot describe her at all, or they'll come after us even in the public. This is the first time they said it. So, I'm in the courthouse every day, so I don't want no smoke with
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
with the, but as a part of it, they said she couldn't be sketched. You can't draw her. You can't write on your paper to describe her. They said that they have cameras and recording above in the ceilings, which I didn't realize that. And in the overflow room, which you know all about when you were here, they totally shut down the screen. So she came in with a whole entourage of about 9 people, and those people were all white. So I'll give you that bit. I think I'm cool. So you can come to your own conclusion.
No,
now,
those
right?
are HSI agents. I already know.
Okay.
Those
Okay.
those are probably the HSI agents that are that probably escorted her in or out.
You don't think it's like Cassie where her family came with her? I thought maybe.
Nah, it's
she look-
definitely
okay.
it's definitely HSI, because the thing is that when Cassie was on the stand, what I noticed was there was 6 HSI agents in the back of the courtroom.
Oh, okay.
They were
I
sitting
see.
there. They were
Okay.
sitting there in the folded chairs, and they're the ones that are escorting the. They escort the witnesses to and from the stand, and then they also take the witnesses home after.
Oh, okay. Very good. So let me just give you a little insight. One of the things they brought up, you know how they have before court starts, they have that little conference. So one of the things that came out is that Diddy had Cassie put together a scrapbook about him and his legacy. So the first cover page, she made 3 additions, and the defense was trying to argue that basically she loved Diddy based on how she put together his legacy. But one of the things inside of this book, or this scrapbook, it says that Biggie's murder, Diddy says, I'm always trying to figure out who killed my man, but the feds are always trying to investigate for us for some criminal activity. So I thought that was good that Biggie came out in the trial. And for some reason, the defense did not want that statement in the trial. I'm not sure why.
Probably because it shows that he knew that he was under criminal investigation by the feds.
Okay, even that long ago, they made it appear that it was many, many years ago when that occurred. When I think she made the scrapbook somewhere like 2000, between 2009 and 2013, something like that.
So this woman was his
That's who
assistant
came
from since when?
I think around 2000, 2009 until 2016, I believe. No, she was 2008 to 2011.
Okay, and I know that they got another witness that's going to come in that's going to talk about the freak-offs that he met in 2020, right?
Right.
Okay, so Mia is the assistant. All right, then. So, okay, so yeah, what did her testimony consist of today? What did she talk about mostly?
Yeah, it was a really dark day. Everybody went crazy because basically she talked about for Diddy's 40th birthday, he basically, I don't know if we can say it on the channel, he assaulted her. She talked about how they were at the house, they were having people over, had a party. Diddy told her to come to the kitchen, nobody else was there. All of a sudden, he had her drink 2 shots of Ciroc, I believe.
Mhm.
And then she started to describe how she was feeling woozy.
Yeah.
And she said she don't even remember how she went from the kitchen to the living room. But she said with the assault, Diddy took her head and slammed it up against the wall, or put it up against the wall, and started to put his hands, up her legs and so forth. When she came to, in her exact words, she didn't know what had happened, but she knew something, she was violated.
Okay, so he raped her,
So that was-
basically.
Yeah. That was account number 1. Then the second time, and they're drawing it out. The entire day her head is down and she's really sad. She's crying all day. It's really messy. The weird thing is the prosecutors never offered her a tissue. I noticed that the defense does that a lot, but they do anything to try to soften her up. But in the second occurrence, she talked about, because she was basically living with Diddy, she had a room upstairs and she lived in a lower bunk bed. She said that she was preparing the luggage strip for Diddy. She was on the floor.
Which house was this? Was this in Miami, LA, or
LA?
Okay.
LA. And she said she was down on her knees, and basically Diddy came up to her, put his midsection in front of her face, pulled out his what, and you know he did what? You know what I'm saying? So, and it was aggressive the way she described it. He described another time. Now, you know how court time is much different than real time. It's so much slower because the processors are asking, prosecutors are asking so many questions.
Yeah.
But anyway, she went into another occurrence where she's laying on that bunk bed, and all of a sudden she feels weight on top of her body. And the next thing you know, he's inside of her. So you know how that goes, right?
Oh, wow.
So it was a really bad day. You know, I've always felt like some in the jury were rooting for him, but today everybody kind of went downhill, I believe. You know, it's a tough day in court to listen. Diddy's family member got up and walked out. You know, it's just tough. His mother was there, sister, and his sons were there, but it was a tough day for them.
Okay. So basically, this woman, because you said I'm sure the defense was objecting all over the place, breaks.
Oh, man.
She's crying. So it's a fucking nightmare in the courtroom because, and for the audience, you guys got to understand that are tuning in. This trial is huge. There's people lining up before every single day. Can you show them where the line is real quick? Like where it sets up?
Yeah.
So Mel will show you guys. That's the front of the courthouse where he's at right now, right? So when you go to the trial, right, you have to line up to the side. Okay, see how they have all those barricades and shit like that? That wasn't there before the Diddy case, right? So, and they have it all set up because they know that the witnesses are going to come out the front and everything else like that. So this is a big fucking deal. And there's the entrance right there, as you guys can see, to the, let me see if I can make you bigger on the screen. So I'm
showing you the line sitters too.
Look, there's already people there waiting in line, chat. Look, it's 6:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There's already people there waiting in line for the next day. You guys thought I was capping about this. Look, literally there's people waiting there for the next day. Okay?
Hey, John, say hi to Myron.
All right, what's up, man?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right.
So,
hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we're in line. We're in line here, right? You remember?
Yep.
And then we turn the corner here. Now, since you left at around 7:15, they make us come to this area to put up another line, to get on another line. The left is for the public, the right is for the media. And then we typically go in now because court starts at roughly 8:30. So now we're going in around 7:40. And they're taking 10 at a time. When you were here, they were taking 7.
Wow.
Let me show you people. We've been having mad fights. That guy right there in the black, he's been knocking people out over here, man. It's been mad crazy. Let me just show them the media section here.
Show them, because I want them to get a feel of what I was dealing with when I was over there. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Mel. Show them what it's like.
I got you, brother. I got you.
No, I appreciate it. Guys, look at that media row right there. There's a whole bunch of tents. Every media company is there. Fox, CBS,
Fox.
ABC.
That's Fox. You see Fox on the ground?
Yep.
You see her setting up. You probably see her on TV.
Yep. Guys, when I tell you guys that they are going wild with this trial, you can see every single news station, everyone is there. And that thing goes an entire block. Just so you guys see, that whole media row, that goes an entire block, by the way. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So that's what me and Mel were dealing with the past 2 weeks when I was there. And shout out to Mel, he got me into the main courtroom a couple of times. So to get into the main courtroom, guys, right? The way it goes is you have to wait in line. And as you guys can see, it's 6 p.m. and there's people already waiting there in line for tomorrow morning, okay? There's professional line sitters. So when you are trying to get in there, you basically have to pay someone to stay there all night, hold your spot, and then you come in, and then you take the spot, and then you go into the courtroom. And they're only letting 21 people in from the public, Mel, or how many now?
14 in the public, but they're letting us go in the first 10 instead of 7 and 7. So, but you still can only get 14 until the main courtroom.
Okay, so only 14 people from the public can go in, the YouTubers and stuff like that. And the only way, if you're not public, you have to have a press pass. And to get a press pass, guys, you basically got to file it with the state of New York and shit like that, if I'm not mistaken, right, Mel?
Yeah, absolutely. You can get it in 2 weeks if you have everything legit.
Yeah, so Mel got me in the courtroom a couple of days, actually, where I was there for some of the most important testimony from Cassie and stuff like that. So, and you could go back to the front of the courtroom, bro. I think they get the idea. But like, or in front of the court. But yeah, guys, that's what we were dealing with the 2 weeks that I was there. So now why am I telling you guys this? I'm telling you guys this because when you go to the courtroom, right? What ends up happening is very difficult to get into the main courtroom. Unless you're one of the first 14 and you got a line sitter there all night, you're not going to get into the first courtroom. So they have these overflow rooms. And in these overflow rooms that are on the side, you're just looking at a TV feed of the actual main courtroom. Now, you're saying, Mel, that since this woman, Mia's taking a stand, they don't even show her on the camera.
No, they don't show her on the camera at all.
So you can't even see her unless you're in the main courtroom.
Exactly. And they said they better not catch us online talking about her description. So, you know, they didn't do that before for any other witness when you were there, right? So
no, they didn't, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, but you
Look,
see there's a lot of people
you see
here,
the line
so
right there, yep.
Yeah, this is the courthouse here, 500 Pearl. I'm just going to set up here briefly and
no, you're good now. You're good. They saw it, man. So, and I got you on big screen so they can see the whole courtroom and stuff. But okay, so let's get back to the Mia testimony. So you were saying that they concealed her identity. She talked about 3 different instances where she was sexually assaulted by Diddy. And she was crying the whole time, so I could only imagine how much of a nightmare that was.
There were more too. She talked about 4.
Oh, 4.
And then at the end, they had her talk about how she had many more cases. But she really drew a picture like these things were so dark in her mind that she didn't want to try to recall it.
Can you give us a 4th instance what happened? So the one was he gave her alcohol. The other one was she felt a weight on top of her. And then the third was he put his pelvis in her face. What's the 4th one?
Okay, let's see. I would have to, you could talk. Let me look it up in my notes. I'll get you the 4th one.
Yeah, no worries.
Just so I can be accurate.
No, you good. So yeah, guys, that's kind of what the atmosphere is.
Here we go. I got it.
Yeah.
So the other time they were on an airplane, private jet, and there were a lot of people on the plane. And Diddy had a bedroom in the back of the private jet. And he went back there to use the bathroom because they didn't say it was the only bathroom, but they painted that picture. So she went to use the bathroom. When she was coming out, Diddy was just standing there like a monster, pushed her back into the bathroom and sexually assaulted her. That was the 4th occurrence. That's the one they ended with today. But they painted this picture like it happened. Why didn't you tell anybody? He controlled my whole life. The guy, I'm living with him. He controlled when I work. Most of the time, she said her health was affected by not being able to eat and sleep properly. So a lot was going on with this lady.
Wow. Okay. Were you in the main courtroom today or not?
Every day.
Okay.
You know how I do it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Diddy, let me just share something with you. Diddy had on a gray sweater and he had on tan pants, a typical white shirt. But today I noticed that when the female attorney came beside him, he got up and he pulled her chair out for her, and he waited for her to sit down like he's really trying to prove himself, especially in light of the jury and everybody in the audience. I just threw that in for you.
No. That's all good. So one of his family members walked out. Okay, what is the jury looking like during all of this, man? I'm sure she's there crying. I could only imagine she only got through 4 stories during her testimony because she kept taking breaks to cry. Is that what happened, basically?
Yeah, pretty much. That's what it was. She'll be back on tomorrow. They didn't even really get into her cross-examination yet either.
Wow. Do you think, because they were talking about they want to get her off the stand by this Friday, do you think that's possible? And I know her Diddy's lawyer was arguing, saying, yo, what the fuck? We should have as much time as we want to cross-examine her.
Right. They, the last part, this bus just drowned you out for a minute. Say your last question a little bit.
What I said was, I heard from Diddy's lead attorney that they're trying to get this girl off the stand by Friday, and he was arguing that they might need more time to cross-examine her.
Yeah. It looks like she's going to go into Monday now. Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your vibe? Do you believe her? Do you think she's credible?
You know, I think I could believe about 75% of what she said, but here's the thing that came out that you're going to find very interesting.
Yeah.
The guy yesterday, Nash, he was a stylist, right? He talked about how him and Cassie have been best friends since like 2008 all the way until now.
Yeah.
And he's been talking to Cassie every day. Guess what? Mia, he's been talking to Cassie every day.
I said that
They
earlier,
said,
yeah.
hey, did you talk to her the day of her testimonies and this and that? Oh, yeah. The stylist said, yeah, I helped her pick out her clothing wear for court.
Oh.
And Mia, so their stories are jiving together. Like, how can that not be a cause for a mistrial? Not that I'm promoting it, but I'm just saying I would have wanted to see them go for something like that, right?
No, that's a big problem, bro. The witnesses aren't supposed to talk to each other at all. So that's a big issue, dude. And I'm sure the defense is going to bring that up. I heard Brian Steele's going to cross-examine this Mia girl.
Okay, yeah, that would be awesome because he's really sharp.
Yeah. You know, obviously they put a female on for Cassie, but I think this girl Mia, already from what I'm hearing, it seems like she might be more damaging to Diddy's situation than Cassie.
Much more. Today, I'm telling you, it was hard to get through today because it was so graphic and she was crying literally all day. And you could tell the judge was looking towards, I'm not saying he's looking at Diddy, but he was looking in that direction and he wasn't too happy.
Really?
That's the first time I've seen the judge kind of looking like real stern in that direction. So, I mean, anybody, man, this is some serious business here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, I'm glad that you're like kind of bringing us in the courtroom with you and letting us know like she just constantly was crying. And just so the audience understands this, guys, when a witness starts crying, right, on the stand, a lot of the times what will happen is like the judge will, you know, give her recess or, you know, they don't want to rush her, right, because they want to get the testimony out. So like it's awkward. Like she'll be sitting there sobbing and they just kind of wait there and you just wait. And that's why she was only able to get, how many hours did she spend on the stand? Did she spend all day?
Oh, yeah, roughly. They finished up with roughly an hour with Nash and gave her the rest of the day. So she had a good 6-7 hours straight.
Okay. And she was just
and
like,
also,
and she was only able to go through 4 stories.
Yeah, basically, you know, she talked about other stuff too, but as far as the violations, that's basically what she talked about. She did say, like, there was another time when Diddy told her, listen, I need you to come into my room and get on a computer and look up something. He sat down. And this is like the first occurrence of grooming. He came and sat beside her, started leaning over her, touching the computer. She started feeling uneasy. She got up to use the bathroom, and he was like, okay, we're over. You can go now, whatever. He tried to play it off kind of a deal. So she talked about other things too, but I gave you the structure of the 4 main things. Yeah.
Now, did she also, like, did they have a romantic relationship, consensual whatsoever, like Cassie, or no?
No. And you know how Comey is, right? Comey, the prosecutor.
Yeah.
Every time she goes back. Now, when he was doing this to you, did you ever lead him to believe you wanted it?
Oh,
no.
She did the direct on her? Hold on. So Comey did the direct on her?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So,
that's not good. And so just so the audience knows, Comey is the lead AUSA on this case. And up to now, she did not do any of the direct examinations, at least to my knowledge. Did she do anybody that I might have missed?
I don't recall.
The blonde, I know the blonde did a lot of the cross-examinations, and one of the other female AUSAs. It's like a panel of 6 female AUSAs, chat. But Comey did not do any direct examinations, at least from what I saw. So the fact that Comey is doing Mia tells me that that's probably their best witness.
Well, in my opinion, she was the best. So
yeah,
and I think she was the most damning. I'll tell you what the attorneys told me that were sitting with me today. They said that this testimony really doesn't hurt the case because Diddy's not on trial for rape. It might build toward a RICO, but it does not. It's not a part of the RICO or the main indictment. That's what they were saying.
Nah, they don't know what they're talking about, bro. They don't know. No, this is 100% a part of the RICO because what they're going to argue is that he used violence and coercion and rape and all these other tactics to go ahead and get her to comply. So, and I was talking about this yesterday. I think they got him dead to rights now in the arson stuff with Cuddy. So that's one prerequisite crime handled. And then now with this Mia girl, depending on how credible she comes across, she might be the one that gets the other predicate offense of, you know, the coercion and the violence and the sex trafficking and everything else like that. Because with Cassie, at least with Cassie, Diddy could say it was a consensual relationship. We were together, right? Right. And they showed the text messages between them where, you know, the defense was looking at one side of the defense looking at the text saying like, look, you wanted to have sex with him, and then the prosecution was looking at it like, oh look, she didn't want to do these freak offs the way that she did, it hurt her career. But with this woman Mia, from what you're telling me, it seems like there was no relationship, unless I'm missing something.
No relationship. It came out in court, no relationship at all.
Yeah,
none whatsoever. You think the arsonist sold up even though they said it was a female DNA found on the bottle?
Say that again?
When it came to the arson, they tried to build a story that the female's DNA was the only DNA found on the bottle, so they're trying to say it couldn't have been Diddy. Do you think that affects the overall arson story?
Oh, remember they struck that when Brian Steele mentioned it.
Okay.
When he mentioned with Brian Steele, when he was on cross-examination with that, like he told Cuddy, are you aware of the fact that they found female DNA in your car? And the prosecution got that struck.
Yeah, but yesterday in court, it came up even deeper when we had the officer that came up to basically break down the police report. And then the arson guy, when the arson guy came up, that's one of the points that, actually it was the police officer that talked about the prints. And they questioned him about the DNA. And in the pre-conference, they were saying, well, we can't ask him about the DNA because he's not a DNA expert. So what I'm wondering is, do you think because they didn't find any real DNA, that's why they didn't pursue Diddy, is because they couldn't really tie it to him per se from their office?
Yeah, you know, and here's the thing, Diddy's not stupid. I guarantee you he didn't do it. He hired somebody to do that shit, bro. Like, Diddy ain't gonna go to Cuddy's house, as famous and as big as he is, and put a Molotov cocktail on the porch. It was someone else that did it, clearly. So, but I think that they have enough like corroborating facts to say like, hey, you were involved in an arson, and it's not really about proving 100% that he was that he did the firebomb. It's more about showing that he's willing to use arson to project his power, which is all what the RICO is really about. So, yeah, I mean, you know what, dude? Now that I think about it, now that I really think about it, this Mia girl is their start witness. It's not Cassie. Cassie's just the most famous. This Mia girl is their start witness. And I guarantee you, this Mia girl is the reason why they probably went so aggressively after Diddy. Now it's like starting to hit me because Comey is the one that's doing direct examination on her. They're doing everything in their power to protect her identity. They're doing everything in their power to not have people know who she is. Like the fact that they're doing all of this to protect her identity, and the lead AUSA is the one that's doing the direct examination. This is the star witness. This is the person that's going to bury Diddy, or that they're going to try to use to bury Diddy. Now we know.
Yeah.
Now we know.
It's really, really bad. Yeah, really bad, man. So listen, I wanted to be able to come on. I have an hour and a half journey in my battery. You know how it is in this court.
No, you're good, bro. You're good. Thank you for the updates, man. I think we summarized it pretty good, and you know I'll hit you up. I don't think I'm going to do the debrief tomorrow, but on Monday. When are they estimating they're going to do final closing arguments? Probably June sometime?
Today they brought out that the defense, because of the lack of witnesses with the prosecutors that they needed, they're going to have to call more people. So they felt like this trial is going to go to July the 4th or closely thereof.
That's crazy, bro. Because the government,
out here forever.
The government was supposed to only bring. I heard there was only 17 witnesses. Now we're at like 20 something.
The defense is adding even more.
Oh, the defense is adding witnesses.
Yeah, they said that they received a letter from the judge last night, and because of some changes, they didn't explain it. They're going to have to use more witnesses. And he said, I know you want to get this over. And the prosecutor, they might rest their case sooner, but the defense is going to take us all the way to July the 4th. Crazy, right?
So the defense is getting witnesses now.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. They said they need to build their case out.
You know what,
So
bro?
they're going to war, brother.
Yeah. You know what, dude? You know what? Now that I think about it, they're gonna bring the witnesses in because at this point they've seen all these witnesses come out. They probably feel like it's a conspiracy between them to lie on Diddy. So he's gonna bring witnesses in to show his character and to also attack the character of the people that are testifying.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. So listen, I'm glad that I got you, brother. Whatever you need me, I'll come on for you. But
I
my
appreciate that.
battery's
No.
rolling
It's
down
all
now.
good, man. You did great. I'll hit you up. We'll do this. Like I said, we'll do this often. Every day of the trial, we could do this. I think the guys in the audience enjoy it. We got some good chemistry because obviously we know each other. So
It's all up to you. It's all up to you. Let me know. But listen, I have some information I'm going to send you later on too. You can share with your audience. So
sure.
anyway, I'll get it to you.
And guys, go check him out. It's Mel Watching the World. It's his name is Mel, but his name of the channel is Watching the World 777. He does like shorts and stories like that of like what's going on in the courthouse, the fuckery that's going on over there. So if you guys want to see that stuff, go check it out. And I'll be bringing him on so you guys can get firsthand testimony on what's going on.
Yeah, thank you guys, and I appreciate the subscribing and the shout out. I appreciate that. I'll catch you later, Myron.
All right, bro. Take it easy, man. Later.
Thank you.
Awesome. Peace. All right, shout out to my guy Mel, aka from Watching the World. Nice guy, man. Very nice guy. Critical component of me being able to get into these that courtroom, guys, because you guys know it's very difficult to get in there. Extremely difficult. So yeah. Now the defense is going to go on the offensive and bring their own witnesses, which is not common, chat. So that's actually very interesting. It's good to see. This is the prosecution. This Mia woman. The fact that he told me that Comey was the one direct examining her, dude. That makes sense with everything. That 100% makes sense with everything. Let's keep watching this. We'll close it. We'll keep watching this, and we'll get into the next the thing. Yo, guys in the chat, shut the fuck up crying about me doing Tate. I will do Tate. Relax. In case you motherfuckers don't know, I do very long streams. I cover everything in depth. Relax. You niggas are spamming Tate in the fucking chat like a bunch of fucking retards, autistic retards. Shut up. Let me finish this, and we'll get to Tate. All right, bitch ass niggas? Shut the fuck up. God damn, man. Niggas in the chat crying.
And he had testified that him and Mia, the only people that actually stepped in to actually intervene in Sean Combs allegedly assaulting Cassandra Ventura, talked about the threats that Combs made towards Cassandra Ventura, talked about that she didn't want to be a part of freak-offs. Very, very important witness. But then it was time for cross-examination today. I wasn't entirely sure what the cross was about and what were the points they were making, other than the fact I think he's still not only in touch with Cassie, but maybe even supplied her the wardrobe that she wore in court. And I think he was still maintaining some sort of communicative relationship with Sean Combs only until a few years ago. So it becomes a question if all these things happened to him and Cassie, and he claims he was also attacked by Combs, that this might go to his credibility. But where exactly did the cross-examination go today of Deontay Nash?
Well, the cross-examination, just honestly, quite frankly, was all over the place this morning. It's first thing in the morning. It was just kind of a lot this morning, I should say. Even just starting off, Xavier Donaldson tells Deontay Nash, "Good morning, how are you?" And Deontay Nash still has that sass, which I absolutely love, and he responded blessed. And so just as far as just kind of the incidents that occurred when it came to the violence, they brought up the bed frame incident, and that was something that Mia testified as well today too, where they were explaining that they were all over at Cassie's apartment. It was Deontay, it was Mia, it was Cassie. They were helping her pack for this trip, and then all of a sudden they hear a knock or a banging on the door, and it was Diddy looking for Cassie. And so essentially Diddy kind of picks Cassie up from where she is. He throws her down. He's essentially attacking her in front of her friends, her stylist, but also Mia is still working for Diddy at this point. But essentially, at this point, Mia and Deontay do step in. As far as Deontay is concerned, Deontay jumps on Diddy's back. Diddy throws Deontay to the ground. Then when Deontay's on the ground, Mia jumps on Diddy's back to kind of stop him. Then all of a sudden, Cassie is essentially on the ground because she had hit her head and busted her head open on this really pointy, sharp bed frame. There was blood everywhere. It was something that even Mia testified again to today. But just as far as the responses as far as the response is concerned, I should say, that this was just kind of a really big sticking point, I feel like, as far as this particular incident, because it was so violent, because Cassie drew blood in this incident, or not drew blood, but not necessarily, but instead blood was gushing from her head. Mia had to go and get towels, and what ended up happening was a call was made, and essentially Cassie was taken to a plastic surgeon, and they were told that Cassie was drinking during this, and that it wasn't a violent encounter that had happened that had caused this type of nash or gash, I should say, as far as just the blood and the amount of blood that was taken, or the amount of blood, I should say, that just gushed from her head, essentially. And so they lied, or not lied, but they essentially said that this incident was because Cassie was drinking. She fell down and hit her head. So that was in regards to just the bed frame incident. But yes, Jesse, to your point, it was definitely one of those sticking out moments, especially because you finally see people stepping in, even kind of in a way attacking Diddy for the most part, to get him off of Cassie. But even as far as the end of the cross-examination is concerned, yes, Xavier Donaldson was really asking Deontay Nash just about his communications with Diddy in the years even after he stopped working with them professionally. So this was around kind of the 2019 timeframe. We see an exhibit photo of this text message between Deontay and Diddy was upset that Deontay didn't tell him that Cassie was seeing the trainer. And who was the trainer? Well, the trainer is
her current husband right now,
Alex Fine, her now husband, who she just had her third child with. And so Diddy used this text message to kind of ask how Cassie was.
Yeah, they said that she went into labor like a day or two ago, so she's officially had that baby.
Was doing, and I think the defense was kind of pointing out that that Diddy still cared about Cassie even after their relationship, because again, this was 2019. They broke up in 2018. All the D names. Deontay reached out to Diddy about Kim Porter's death and even Andre Harrell's death. Andre Harrell was a central figure in Diddy's life. He was somebody who had mentored him, and you could arguably say that Andre Harrell is kind of the reason that Diddy got to the point where he is as far as success is concerned. Maybe Diddy doesn't think that, but really you could kind of argue that in a way. But then we see another text message kind of going back in time a little bit, this one from January 30th of 2016. And this is where the cross-examination ends, where they were kind of implying that Cassie was secretive. She didn't tell Deontay, who she considers to be a best friend, just about the freak-offs, that he didn't know about these freak-offs until 2013 when they were at just a hotel together, they were hanging out together, and Diddy was threatening to release these sexually explicit videos of him, and just how it kind of ties back to Deontay saying, like, girl, let him release these videos because he's on them too. It kind of relates to that. And so they ended the cross-examination where Xavier Donaldson asked, "You deeply care for Cassie?" And Deontay responded, "Correct. And she kept major secrets from you." And Deontay Nash, in his Deontay Nash way, was like, "Well, I keep secrets from her too. We don't have to tell each other everything." Which, do best friends have to tell each other every single aspect of their lives? I mean, not necessarily. It's not necessarily.
Now, I will say that the fact that they talked to each other before the trial, and they're best friends, and they've been all in communication like this, that is a problem, chat. That is something that is absolutely going to be brought up by the defense, because they can obviously make the argument like, hey, well, you guys all conspired to fucking go ahead and, line your stories up to have it put in a certain way so you guys can go ahead and make my client look a certain way. And I'm sure a big reason why Diddy is potentially drawing his own witnesses now is in response to this character assassination that he can make the argument has been a conspiracy against him, right? So that's what we got going on right now. So that's absolutely nuts. Guys, by the way, we got 915 likes. Like the video. We got a lot of stuff that we're going to cover today, guys. We're going to cover the Tates. We're going to cover Trump being blocked with the tariffs. We're going to cover the judge extending the Harvard ban, extending the Trump not being able to ban foreign students from Harvard. We're going to talk about Offset getting spousal support. We're going to talk about the ex-body camera footage with Tory Lanez. We're going to talk about more Tory Lanez stuff. And we're going to talk about this girl. I forget this fat bitch's name. So I'm saying some shit about men are evil. So we're going to talk about that as well. So we got a lot of stuff that we're going to be covering today, guys. Also, we're going to talk about how Democrats are desperate to get, male support, because they've ostracized them for so goddamn long. So going to definitely be coming up with a lot of different content for tonight, guys, because I don't think we're going to be doing a debrief tomorrow. So we're going to be doing a longer and more thorough show today. Obviously, as you guys know, I start all of my debrief shows right now with the updates on the Diddy case because that is going crazy. And obviously, it's a federal case. You guys know I do true crime on this channel as well. And I used to work for HSI. It's HSI that's running this case. So obviously, I am very interested in it. And I think the audience is too. And it's a RICO case. It's a big case. So that's why we are covering it. Yeah.
Holding a secret.
Oh.
But I feel like what the defense was trying to point out that this was this big secret that she wouldn't even tell her closest friends that these types of things even happen.
By the way, before I let you go, Elizabeth, you have Deontay Nash, you have Mia. How is the jury reacting to this testimony?
Well, let me tell you, Jesse, today for Mia's testimony, it was a packed courtroom. And so it was really kind of hard to see because of all the bodies in front of me, just their reaction to everything. But so far, it seems like from what I can see, and that's really kind of the tail end of the jury box, is just that these jurors are doing what they've been doing for the past couple of weeks. Is they're taking notes, they're listening. I couldn't see if there was like an emotional reaction, especially as Mia was kind of talking about the bed frame incident, because for Mia's point of view, it seemed like she was very upset recalling this particular piece of testimony. So I couldn't tell if there was an emotional reaction from the jury. And even from Diddy's side over on the defense table, I could barely see his reaction to things. In between heads, sometimes I would see him jotting down notes or shaking his head, that type of thing, especially when it came to Mia flat out saying that Diddy had sexually assaulted her more than once. But as far as just the jury's reaction overall, it's really hard to tell sometimes with them.
I'm glad you mentioned that because we have a question that came in on YouTube from L. Spelunker. Is anyone else acting shocked? Is anyone acting shocked by all of this in the courtroom? His mom, his kids, the jurors? Does Diddy make any noises or movements? So you're kind of giving us a perspective on what we should be seeing in that courtroom and what we're expecting. Elizabeth, I know you have to head back in there. Thank you so much, as always, for your great reporting, your great detail. We're lucky to have you. Thanks so much, Elizabeth.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so we're going to continue the conversation. We're going to take your questions. Obviously, a lot to talk about here, including with Mia's testimony. So right now, let me bring on Alexis Rosenberg, trial attorney, federal litigator, and
Rosenberg, you already know.
Also David Ring, civil trial attorney who has a specialization in sex crimes cases. Thank you both so much for taking the time. David, I'll start with you. Mia, important witness. What are you taking away from her testimony so far today?
Well, it's early in her testimony, Jesse, but so far it seems like a very, very powerful witness for the prosecution. One thing that seems noticeable by people in the courtroom is her demeanor, which is really important. You know, jurors watch the demeanor of witnesses, and this woman doesn't want to be there. She's very soft-spoken. She keeps her head down. And all of that leads to credibility because of the things she's going to talk about. And I think the most important one will be that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs.
Got a great question here for you, Alexis. I mean, all these questions are great, but I mentioned before how the judge is trying to keep everybody on schedule, right? There was one thing to say, hey, we got to get Cassandra Ventura in and out of here. She's about to give birth. And guess what? She gave birth, what, a week? 2 weeks after her testimony? I get it. But the question we have here from Stephen Clark is, Jesse, why is there a timeline on the trial? Seems somewhat rushed to get through to keep to particular timelines. Shouldn't it be as long as it takes type of trial? That's a fair question, Alexis. What do you think?
Well, so judges do have a right to kind of, be the monitor of their courtroom to some extent. I think what the judge is communicating here is really we have coordination issues. We have to fly people in and out. And this happens all the time when you have trials with witnesses. But in this case, you have a lot of witnesses.
Because the U.S. Attorney's Office is paying to bring them in, house them, all this other stuff. So yes, I can see logistically speaking how it's a big fucking pain in the ass and how they have to coordinate a lot of this stuff.
Is coming from other areas. So to ask the defense how long they anticipate that they are going to need for cross is totally reasonable. The judge is not putting a specific timeline on them. They seem to be kind of, it appears to me, laying this out as possible appealable issue, but the judge is making it clear that They're not doing that. We need this for coordination purposes.
By the way, I'll just throw another question to you, Alexis. This is from Amanda Miles. Does the government pay for their hotel and plane flights for the people they call as witnesses?
Sometimes they do.
They definitely do, bro. They definitely fucking do.
Sometimes they don't. So it is possible that they are paying for their travel.
They're absolutely paying for their fucking travel. That's why they're asking That's why they're asking how much time do you need on cross, because they need to pay for their they need to cover their lodging and their travel and stuff like that. Obviously, coordinating hotels, coordinating plane tickets, etc. 100% they're paying for their stuff. In a trial this fucking big, you're not going to leave anything to chance. Yes, they're paying for everything, bro. And if they're not paying for anything, HSI is going to pay for it. So, yeah, this lady, she's capping.
Expenses to get there.
100% they're paying, bro. All right. Okay, so guys, do me a favor. Smash that like video. Smash that like button. We got, what, 4,000 plus you guys in here right now between the different platforms, YouTube, Rumble, etc. Like the video. Let's get into the next thing. We're going to talk about Trump and tariffs, okay? As you guys know, on Liberation Day, Trump wanted to obviously pass a bunch of tariffs, and a U.S. court blocks his Liberation Day tariffs.
Blocked the bulk of President Trump's sweeping global tariffs from going into effect. The ruling comes from the U.S. Court of International Trade in Manhattan. It's a unique and relatively low-key division.
How's the audio on that, guys? Anderson Cooper always talks fucking like a bitch, so let me know if I need to turn it up a little bit for you guys.
Of the federal judiciary. But tonight it is flexing its authority in a big way. The three-judge panel ruled in favor of an injunction against the tariffs which have roiled worldwide financial markets in recent months. Unclear right now whether the injunction is temporary or permanent, but the decision is potentially massive political, economic, and legal repercussions. Just moments ago, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller wrote online, "The judicial coup is out of control." I'm joined now by former federal prosecutor Ellie Honig.
Hey, gamer, you stupid fuck. I said 4K. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit, some of you niggas in the chat are retarded.
Former senior advisor to President Obama, David Axelrod. Ellie, is this a judicial coup? What is this court?
No, this is a fully legitimate federal court. I should note, this was a 3-0 opinion. The three judges on this court were appointed by President Reagan, President Obama, and President Trump. So I don't know where they're getting this coup language from. This is a huge setback for Trump and his administration. As big a deal as the tariffs were, this is as big a deal in the opposite direction. It essentially pauses, for now, rules illegal and unconstitutional almost all of the tariffs that have been in place. And the core of the ruling is this. Typically, it is Congress that controls the tariff power. However, Congress can pass laws giving that power to the president in certain instances. They did that years ago in a statute called the IEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Trump then declared, okay, we are in an international...
Yeah, I turned the volume up for you guys. Should be good now.
Economic emergency because of our trade deficits, because of other economic worldwide factors. And this court unanimously 3-0 said that is not an economic emergency. That is not what the law means. Having trade deficits, which we've had for 49 years continuously, that is not an economic emergency and has now struck down for the time being all of those tariffs that were put in place on Trump's first day and then on quote-unquote Liberation Day, April 2nd.
David, I mean, how much of a black eye is this for the administration?
Well, you know, Trump loves tariffs. We know that. He thinks it's a cure-all for all of America's problems. It will, you know, raise revenues. It will bring jobs flowing back here, manufacturing jobs. You know, it will restore American respect and balance in the way, all of this. But, you know, in a weird way, I mean, in the short run, I think it creates a lot of havoc because everyone's trying to figure out when this, in the long run, it could save him from himself because these tariffs are bad economic policy, and these tariffs could raise costs on Americans. They're already starting to, so if the result of it is he's stymied in doing something that's going to raise costs for people, it may be a black eye, but it may also be a break for him.
Just legally, what's the recourse for the White House here?
So like any other federal case, this will be appealed. I think the first thing the White House is going to do is ask the Court of Appeals, which in this case is called the Federal Circuit. Usually the circuits are 1st through 11th. This is separate. They're going to ask the Federal Circuit, first of all, to block this ruling, essentially to unblock the tariffs. Then the White House is going to appeal to the Federal Circuit, which again functions as that mid-level Court of Appeals. And then whoever loses there, I think, is very likely to appeal up to the U.S. Supreme Court. This could wind up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. Look, I think this, if we look at the recent U.S. Supreme Court opinions.
Now, here's the thing with the terror. Well, let's see what they got to say. Then I'll give you guys my thoughts on the situation.
They've been skeptical of these sort of dramatic invocations by the administration. As one example, the Supreme Court has found that the Alien Enemies Act, this does not involve an invasion or an incursion. So I think there's some skepticism there towards this sort of tendency the administration has of calling everything an emergency, everything an attack, everything an incursion, rebellion, etc.
I'm going to read chats here in a second as well, guys. So get your chats in. I am going to read them here in a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what we know is that Trump is not a great respecter of rules and laws and norms and institutions, doesn't want to be constrained, wants to expand the power of the executive, and declaring these emergencies has given him the legal pretext to do it. And now this is being challenged on a lot of different fronts. So there are long-term implications for it.
It also, I mean, it certainly throws a monkey wrench into any negotiations that are going on between the U.S. and other countries. I mean, do those continue during a period like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very big question. I mean, I don't know how you negotiate if you don't know. Maybe I just don't know. And I think that's one of the reasons why this is going to throw the whole trade picture into kind of havoc in the next few weeks.
So, Ellie, do tariffs remain in place right now?
Most of them, no. Most of them are now suspended. So the opinion specifies 3 categories of tariffs that are now declared illegal. The trafficking tariffs, which were declared on the first day, January 20th, directed primarily at Canada and Mexico and at China. Those numbers have shifted, but Canada, Mexico, China, those are now on hold. Those are now struck down. Also, the so-called worldwide and retaliatory tariffs, those were the ones announced on April 2nd on so-called Liberation Day. The 10% on everyone that Trump announced that day, the 11 to 50% that was imposed on other countries, and the retaliatory tariffs on China. So all of those categories, they're all on hold.
The tariffs that have already been collected?
Right. Oh, that's a great question. Do they go back? I don't know the answer to that. I think if this ultimately gets... No, it's good. I would imagine that if this ultimately gets struck down, if it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court, then there could be an action brought by those other countries to recover. I mean, it would be money wrongly paid, according to this ruling that just came down.
Ellie Honig, David Axelrod, thanks very much.
Markets are jumping in after-hours trading on that news that a court has...
All right, so let's hit some of these chats. Let's see here. Michael D'Angelo says, all these pussies whining about everything. You have evolved so much in the top 3 content creators on the internet. Also, I can't stand the women's we create life argument. If the man gives a seed in reproduction, the woman is the dirt. I like that one. I'm going to use that one, my friend. Rashard says, Trump won an appeals court to keep the tariffs. I have not heard that, bro. Corpus Williams says, hey, Myron, Travis Hunter is marrying his 304. Will you make a video on it? Probably not. He's a retard. All right, I mentioned it already. He's an idiot for that. Bad Boy fans probably feel pretty stupid for being fans of that label. That's why I said no limit for life. What kind of lockup will Diddy end up in if he's found guilty? I assume he can't go into level 4 general pop. He'll probably go into like a level 3. David Jesse, this guy again. Only a simp who secretly wants to get pegged will want to watch these hoes abuse you like that and not want them kicked off. But honestly, I get it. At the end of the day, you got to pay the bills. So you're going to go with the chat says. Bro, nobody's abusing anything, bro. Nobody's abusing anything. Like, this is modern women, bro. This is what it is. It's called having restraint. It's called not being a retard, man. And here's the thing, bro. They got kicked off. So I don't know why you're still complaining, dude. Holy shit, man. Incredible. Anyway, they found out who Mia is. Your boy Lem says, hey, what's up, Myron? What's good, bro? There's another podcast that's also big on YouTube. It supports your side. Cooley from New Gazy's mask. I've been asking him to come to collab with you on After Hours because he'll be cooking facts on these girls on the show. I think it'll be awesome if he comes on your show on After Hours. You know, Red Pill Brother collab, kind of like Justice League. Kate Shiggy says, Mark, keep doing your thing, brother. Especially thanks for the free content. If niggas don't like it, they can go pound sand OSS. I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you know, the reality is as you get bigger and bigger, you're just not going to please everybody. And that's kind of what I've realized. So it is what it is, dude. Yeah. Did you see that Cedric Lodge, former manager of the Harvard Medical School, Mark, was selling organs on the black market? I did hear about that, actually, bro. It's crazy, man. I did hear about that shit. So...
halted Trump's, quote, Liberation Day tariffs temporarily. Dow futures rising immediately on the news by more than 1.1%, 500 points, about 1.5% for the S&P 500, even more than that for the NASDAQ. The bulk of Trump's tariffs now paused by a court. Now, this is a 3-judge panel, as I said, a temporary pause, ruling Trump does not have the authority to impose the tariffs. Paula Reed is out front. Now, Paula, when we look at all of what's been going on with these tariffs, this is an outcome that many had not anticipated. A court getting in and saying Trump can't even do this to begin with. So what can you tell us about this ruling?
Look, we've seen across the country, Aaron, various courts blocking Trump's policies, but this is one of the first times we have seen a court blocking his ability to impose these global tariffs. Now, this particular lawsuit, this was brought by a legal advocacy group that represents small businesses and claimed that they had been severely harmed by these tariffs. And here, this is a very low profile court. As you noted, at the U.S. Court of International Trade, they ruled in favor of a permanent injunction. So this is a permit, it's temporary, but it lasts until this case moves on. Injunction. So this is effectively grounds Trump's tariffs to a halt. So this is incredibly significant because we know that he uses these tariffs as a key part of his international trade so-called deals and policies. So to have this court block this with a preliminary injunction, this is surprising. And as you noted, this is going to have an impact not only on his policies, but on global markets. Now, we have also seen the administration rail against the fact that any courts can block policies put forth by the administration. So we are waiting for comment from the Justice Department, from the White House in response to this enormous decision.
All right, Paula, thank you very much. Let's go straight to Ryan Goodman, just joining us on the phone as this news broke. So, Ryan, you heard Paula say, like, it's a court, the Court of International Trade, that many would not have heard of prior to tonight, coming out and in unexpected fashion and ending the tariffs for now. How significant is this ruling?
It's very significant. The court at the end of the ruling says we're not just ruling for this plaintiff, but we're basically ruling for everybody that would be covered by the tariffs. There are other cases that have been brought to the same court. So it's in a sense ruling for all of those cases as well by saying that the tariffs are not legal. And in some ways, the court's argument basically says this goes back to Congress. It boils down to the idea that there was always a poor fit for the tariffs being invoked by the administration because the administration says they were operating under this emergency National Security Act, and the court says, no, you aren't, that the National Security Act was not built for something like this. It's really Congress's authority to give it to you, and you don't.
Myron, I don't know if you addressed this before. Can you talk about Elon amicably leaving the administration? Gary had predicted, and not necessarily for the same reason. Yeah, he's leaving to save his businesses, man. The thing with Elon was, so look, the reality with Elon, guys, is just wildly unpopular. Okay, he's one of these guys that's not really a people person. He's autistic. He's very awkward. And he has a lot of money to throw around to push his influence, but a lot of people don't like him. So, and I think this got proven with the an election up in, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was Wisconsin. So, yeah, dude, the thing with Elon is he's just not cool, bro. I don't know how to say it in another way. He's just not a likable person. So, and in politics, you need to be able to, be a likable person. You got to be able to put things in a certain way, and he's just not that guy. And I think the Trump administration and others have kind of realized that that Elon isn't really likable. I think that failure, despite him throwing a bunch of money behind it up in Wisconsin, proved that he's not really likable. And people are just fucking tired of the guy, to be honest with y'all. People are just really tired of him. You know, you guys know that I'm not the biggest Elon Musk fan after the bullshit that he did with the whole H-1B visa thing. And the thing with him is that he just kind of throws his money behind problems and just gets it fixed that way. He has so much money, it doesn't matter, right? And since he has so much money, and he has fuck you money, he doesn't have to be likable, right? And that just simply doesn't work in politics. So that's what fucked him up. He's just not a likable guy. And obviously his business is suffered as him getting into the politics. We're talking about Tesla taking a huge fucking hit. Twitter has been fucking trash. The algorithm's been fucked. There's been a bunch of buggy issues, bunch of problems. So he basically just had to get back to working, essentially. That's what he really had to do. You know, he was wildly unliked in the federal government. You know, cut like 200,000 federal jobs. Right? The government is not like the private sector, man. The government is not like the private sector. You simply can't do a lot of these things that he was doing. And yeah, and he left. So, you know, and this is why so many business owners, by the way, do not talk about politics and stay out of politics. This is why so many of them do this, because it can negatively impact you financially. And the thing with Tesla, right? Let's be honest here. The people that are more willing to buy Teslas are going to be liberals, right? Oh yeah, electric vehicles, yeah, save the environment, etc. So when people were firebombing Tesla dealerships, etc., a lot of them were probably like former Elon fans. A lot of them were probably like, you know, people that thought about maybe buying a Tesla or whatever, right? So, and then they obviously took their rage out on firebombing Tesla fucking things because Democrats are retards and they think violence is the answer. But the point of the matter is, Elon left. He's still going to be left in an advisory role. I just literally got this news that from my guy Mike, which I can show you guys real quick on Twitter. I'll show you guys real fast. So, breaking, Trump administration says Elon Musk will continue to serve as an unofficial advisor to President Trump and could attend White House meetings in the future, according to ABC. So basically, he's still going to have the president's ear, bro. The guy donated hundreds of millions of dollars. He's still going to be involved in the administration to a degree, but, you know, he's going to lay back a bit, not be as overtly political, because it's hurt him significantly financially. So it is what it is.
Don't have it yet. So
Jacoby says, hey, I want to ask if you can go over how the judiciary process in the UK is different from one in Romania. Also, after our show, Andrew and Tristan would be lit, but I imagine it's almost impossible right now. Yeah, man, lots of stuff going on, bro. Lots of stuff going on.
really means that the White House has to go to Congress, unless, of course, they can get this ruling overturned.
Okay, so can you walk?
Hey, shout out to El Gran Macaco for subscribing to Castle Club, bro. Shout out to you, my friend. But yeah, like I said, Elon left amicably because, number one, the Republican Party doesn't like him like that. Number two, he's very unlikable. Number three, he's awkward as fuck. And number four, I think they finally realized that him throwing his money behind things simply doesn't work. They lost the election out in Wisconsin. I think that was basically the death knell in his political career.
Walk through, though, the timing of all of this. I mean, we're in a situation where, I mean, this is a seismic shift. So what happens now, I guess, in terms of how long it would take to have this actually work its way through the court, or where do things go from the Court of International Trade? I mean, what's the timeline and process?
All right, let's talk about tariffs real quick. Look, man, the thing with tariffs is it's a great concept. If Trump actually stuck it through and did it the way it was supposed to be done and didn't sloppily put it together and come up with these arbitrary fucking numbers that he was going to use as tariff baseline numbers, this could have been a great move. But the problem is that Trump used the tariffs more from a negotiation and put pressure on people type strategy versus actually trying to bring industry back. And the problem is a lot of MAGTARDs don't understand that to implement the tariffs and bring business back to America where we're actually manufacturing things, that's going to take years, guys. That's not going to take a year, 2 years. It's going to take beyond Trump's presidency. So a lot of these companies needed assurances from the White House that they were actually going to keep these tariffs in place so they can actually move some of this business back into the United States. And the White House couldn't do that because Trump wasn't serious about actually maintaining tariffs. As you guys have seen, he's rolled them back on a bunch of different countries, and it's just been a monumental failure, if I'm going to be honest with you guys. Again, it's a good concept in theory, but Trump, as usual, sloppily ran it, sloppily put it together, didn't implement, didn't roll it out properly, and yeah, that's why it failed. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
process here?
Given the dramatic global implications, the administration in all likelihood will first ask the court itself just to put a pause on its own ruling. Yes, the ruling is one that is a permanent ruling. It's like its final decision.
Tariffs are good, but he just didn't go about it the right way, man. Did not go about it the right way. It wasn't properly structured, and he was using it more as a negotiation tool than actually to bring trade back.
But they can ask the court, can you just pause it while we appeal? This is one of these rare situations in which the court itself, even though it ruled against the administration, might.
And for all you guys that say you disagree, why'd he roll back tariffs on so many other countries, bro? Or delay it? Like, come on, man.
Say, okay, we'll pause our ruling so you can appeal it. If they don't do that, then the administration will appeal it one step up to the First Circuit, and then the question becomes whether or not that Court of Appeals will stop this ruling from going into effect while they decide whether or not they want to overturn it. So we might get a pause quite quickly, which will obviously jolt everything back into place as it was before this ruling. But it's anybody's guess as to how that's going to go.
All right. Well, a very, very significant moment. Thank you so much, Ryan Goodman, as we try to digest the importance of that in this moment as stocks are jumping right now.
All right.
Using his full and proper.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Caroline Leavitt on Trump tariffs. Let's see what she's got to say.
Legal authority.
Lex DOGE. Okay. Let's see what happens here.
President Trump imposed universal tariffs and reciprocal tariffs on Liberation Day to address the extraordinary threat to our national security and economy posed by large and persistent annual U.S. goods trade deficits. The United States has run a trade deficit of goods every year since 1975. In 2024, our trade deficit in goods exceeded $1 trillion. Everybody agrees this is unacceptable. President Trump is delivering on his promise to fix this problem, and he has taken a long overdue and much needed bold stance for American workers after decades of our manufacturing base.
Guys, we're at 1,200 likes and we got almost 5,000 units in here. So do me a favor, guys, like the video. Like the video, man.
Being hollowed out. The president's rationale for imposing these powerful tariffs was legally sound and grounded in common sense. President Trump correctly believes that America cannot function safely long-term if we are unable to scale advanced domestic manufacturing capacity, have our own secure critical supply chains, and our defense industrial base is dependent on foreign adversaries. 3 judges of the U.S. Court of International Trade disagreed and brazenly abused their judicial power to usurp the authority of President Trump to stop him from carrying out the mandate that the American people gave him. These judges failed to acknowledge that the President of the United States has core foreign affairs powers and authority given to him by Congress to protect the United States economy and national security. Congress had created the National Emergency Act to provide the congressional framework to strike down improper IEEPA use. And any questions over whether President Trump improperly imposed these IEEPA tariffs were already adjudicated in Congress following Liberation Day. Congress firmly rejected an effort led by Senator Rand Paul and Democrats to terminate the president's reciprocal tariffs. The courts should have no role here. There is a troubling and dangerous trend of unelected judges inserting themselves into the presidential decision-making process. America cannot function if President Trump, or any other president for that matter, has their sensitive diplomatic or trade negotiations railroaded by activist judges. President Trump is in the process of rebalancing America's trading agreements with the entire world, bringing tens of billions of dollars in tariff revenues to our country, and finally ending the United States of America from being ripped off. These judges are threatening to undermine the credibility of the United States on the world stage. The administration has already filed an emergency motion for a stay pending appeal and an immediate administrative stay to strike down this egregious decision. But ultimately, the Supreme Court must put an end to this for the sake of our Constitution and our country. With Congress returning next week, it's critical that Senate Republicans maintain the momentum and quickly pass the One Big Beautiful Bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill will truly make America safe and prosperous. The One Big Beautiful Bill includes the largest border security investment ever. That's why the law enforcement groups are lining up to encourage its swift passage. The National Fraternal Order of Police, the largest police union in the country, just endorsed key provisions of the bill. The FOP president announced their strong support, saying the one big beautiful...
We're also going to discuss Bongino as well, guys, with this as well. We're going to discuss some Bongino with him talking about Epstein and January 6th, pipe bomb, some other stuff as well.
Beautiful Bill Act is more than legislation. It is a promise kept to the public safety officers across the country and a bold step toward an economy that respects, rewards, and uplifts the people who keep it safe. And the National Border Patrol Council, which represents nearly 20,000 Border Patrol agents, hailed the...
That's one Trump did a fantastic job of, by the way. He absolutely stopped the bullshit with on the border. Border crossings have dropped off like 90%. That's one thing I would give. Here's the thing. I will give Trump credit when credit is due, but I will also criticize him when credit is due, when it's due. And that's why I'm not put in a weird position like Charlie Kirk, where he's over here debating these retards at Oxford, and he can't even like make real cogent points anything salient because he's worried about offending Trump. So he's got to defend even Trump's bad policies, like what he's doing with Israel. That's bad. That's objectively bad, right? Supporting Netanyahu and the Israeli state. So yeah. So when it comes to being critical of Trump, I also give him his flowers when they deserve. Like I like the fact that he pardoned the January 6ers. I don't like the fact that he pardoned NBA Youngboy though. NBA Youngboy is a criminal. He's a fucking scumbag. I don't think pardoning shitbag rappers is good precedent, to be honest with you. You know, one group of people are patriots. The other guy's a fucking dumbass that possessed the gun when he's a felon. He's not supposed to have it. Running away from cops and shit. You know, call me an asshole, but I don't think he should have pardoned NBA Youngboy, honestly, at all. Call me an asshole, dickhead, whatever. He's a crook. Shouldn't got a pardon. But whatever. It is what it is. Some dumbass nigga said Wybie's innocent. Bro, are you stupid? Are you dumb? He got caught with a gun. He's a felon. That's it. It's over. There's no, he's innocent, you stupid ass nigga. God damn, bro. Fuck, man. I did a whole stream on this shit. Like, bro, look, let me show you how stupid you niggas are. Look, let me show you how some dumb some of you niggas are, man.
Announced their strong support, saying the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is more than legislation. It is a...
Bro. This is the old channel. Let me find this shit. I'll find it for you guys while I play this.
Legislation as well. The group's president said this legislation provides a once-in-a-generation investment in the border security of our great country and will make America safer. The One Big Beautiful Bill will guarantee we can permanently have the safest, strongest, and most secure immigration system in American history. I also want to take the opportunity to debunk some false claims that have been circulating in the press about this bill. The blatantly wrong claim that the One Big Beautiful Bill increases the deficit is based on the Congressional Budget Office and other scorekeepers who use shoddy assumptions and have historically been terrible at forecasting across Democrat and Republican administrations alike. For example, just before Congress enacted the original Trump tax cuts at the end of 2017, the same CBO projected that growth would average a mere 1.9% over the next 10 years. However, by 2019, actual growth had surged to 3.4% once the Trump tax cuts went into effect, exceeding the CBO forecast by nearly 2 full percentage points. The CBO's latest forecast makes the same anemic growth assumptions as they did in 2017, missing the impact of the One Big Beautiful Bill. The CBO assumes long-term GDP growth of an anemic 1.8%, and that is absurd. The American economy is going to boom like never before after the One Big Beautiful Bill is passed. The largest middle-class tax cut in history, massive deregulation, and...
I ain't gonna lie, this is a hilarious name for a bill, though. The Big Beautiful Bill.
most aggressive domestic energy exploration ever will fuel small businesses, further boost private investment, increase workers' wages, and supercharge economic growth. The Council of Economic Advisors has factored in the effects of all these pro-growth policies and estimated in their own analysis that growth will average 3% in the long run after the One Big Beautiful Bill is passed, which is nearly double the ridiculous CBO projection. This higher growth would result in $4.1 trillion in additional revenue over the next 10 years. Between the common sense spending reforms contained in the One Big Beautiful Bill and the robust economic growth that will be generated as a result of it, there will be no increase to the deficit. The same analysis from the CEA shows just how this historic package will unleash prosperity and ignite a blue-collar boom across America. But if the radical Democrats get their way and the One Big Beautiful Bill does not pass, Americans will face a whopping $4 trillion tax hike. This is unacceptable to President Trump. President Trump will not allow Democrats to massively raise Americans' taxes. Senate Republicans must get this bill passed. The failure is not an option. The American people are counting on Republicans to deliver. In other news, despite all the doom casting from the media, Americans are growing more and more optimistic about the economy under this president. Consumer confidence surged in May with the biggest monthly jump in 4 years, smashing expectations. According to the release from the Consumer Confidence Index, the increase in confidence was broad-based across all age groups, income groups, and political affiliations. Our country is clearly heading in the right direction under President Trump's bold leadership. For the first time in history of Rasmussen polling, a majority of Americans believe the country is on the right track. It's unsurprising because the president is fulfilling the promises he made to the American people. Here in our new media seat today, we have the editor-in-chief of The Federalist, Molly Hemingway. The Federalist is led by Molly and Sean Davis and provides fearless journalism and coverage of politics and culture to millions of readers all over the world.
There you guys go, all you NBA Youngboy fan niggas, man. What is that? What is that? My bad, I wasn't staring at the screen. Here's the video if you guys want, man. And this was the local police on their case. But they ended up getting him anyway. But this is an older stream that I did on this. My bad, ninjas. I fucking... I had the wrong screen up. And all the timestamps are there too if you guys want to watch this stream. Here it is for you ninjas. Someone said it was a toy gun. No, it wasn't. Because the police ended up taking it. Anyway, let's move on. Close this shit.
Thank you for being here, Molly, and why don't you please kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
In the first Trump administration...
All right, now let's get into the judge, another judge, blocking, right?
Says the
Harvard stuff. And then we'll go into Bongino next.
Government will start revoking the visas of some Chinese students.
Someone said I'm a YB hater. All right, bro. I'm a YB hater when he got convicted and proven guilty for having a firearm. All right, bro.
Students who are studying in the United States. Now, Rubio says that includes those studying what he calls critical fields. Overlapping with that is a hearing that just wrapped up in Boston. A judge just issued a preliminary injunction to extend a temporary restraining order against the Trump administration's efforts to prevent Harvard from enrolling international students. So let's bring in CBS News national correspondent Nikki Batiste. She's live in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where Harvard commencement just wrapped up. That ruling coming out while international students sat in the audience, likely seeing on their social media what the ruling was.
Pretty surreal, and as you can see, graduation just wrapping up. Students are coming out of Harvard Square while this federal hearing just wrapped up. You mentioned it, Reed. This judge basically said, I'm going to put a preliminary injunction in place so not a single Harvard foreign student can have his or her visa revoked. She wants this battle between the White House and Harvard University to run the full course of law before any single student could even potentially be, a foreign student could be removed from this campus. So it's basically a pause and a protection for the international students here, and for Harvard, at least today, a win in this fight. Reed?
We know that oftentimes the students who are being honored at commencement are very vocal there in Harvard Yard. What was the reaction to any of the words that were spoken there?
Students have actually just been coming out. I spoke with one international student who was going in. He's from India. And I said, what are you just feeling today? He said, I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed because I'm graduating from Harvard, a lifelong dream. But I'm also overwhelmed because who would have ever thought this battle over whether or not we could even attend this university would be happening? In the last week, as I've spoken with probably 60 to 70 students, and I will note all but 3 of them were uncomfortable talking on camera because they've been fearful. That's another word that I've heard, and there's been a lot of panic. But most students here, whether they're international students or U.S.-born students, has said that this legal battle between the White House and their school has really united this campus. Reed?
Fascinating time to be on the campus of Harvard University and hear what everybody has to say. Nikki, I have a food tip for you for lunch. You are within steps away from a great place called Tate Bakery. Tate Bakery, right off of Harvard Square.
Now, let me tell you guys about this. The real reason why, right, they have this battle at Harvard has nothing to do with foreign students. It has to do with anti-Semitism, though. And we know that this all occurred last year under the Biden administration, where basically you had a bunch of protesters on the college campuses because the college campuses were ground zero for the fight and the awareness of what's going on in Gaza and the current genocide, as many experts have, rightfully called it. And whether it's on Columbia, Harvard, Yale, a lot of the campuses all across America, not just to include the Ivy Leagues, but the Ivy Leagues are some of the most prominent because obviously the stature and the respect that they garner. In response to this, Zionist billionaires like Bill Ackman, et cetera, led a crusade to get these college campuses to basically deal with some consequences for this. And under the Biden administration, they couldn't really do anything. But under the Trump administration, they absolutely did do a lot. And one of the things that they did was getting these students that were foreigners here on F-1 visas, basically getting them deported, put in deportation proceedings for protesting against what's going on in Gaza. And that is why we have this problem now with Kristi Noem, head of Homeland Security, and the Trump administration fighting with Harvard, Marco Rubio as well, because Harvard doesn't want to turn over their student information. And the reason why they don't want to turn over their student information is because they know that the government wants to go after students that are critical of Israel. And they look at it like this is completely antithetical to the First Amendment. And they're like, we're not going to turn over this stuff to you because we know what you guys want to do with it. And in response, Kristi Noem basically said, well, we're going to pull your SEVIS status. What is SEVIS? SEVIS is the Student Exchange Visitor Information System. And what that basically does is, or information system or whatever the fuck it may be, identification system. But you guys get the point. It's basically a database that it's the program that's utilized to bring foreign students here on F-1 visas or J-1 visas or, student exchange visitor program, whatever it is. And Kristi Noem threatened to pull that from Harvard so they wouldn't be able to get foreign students. And that would take about 20% of their student body away, okay? Now, a federal judge basically blocked this and has upheld it and, kind of they're at a standstill here. Now, this is good because, the grounds on which they're trying to remove it is for this anti-Semitism bill, which honestly, I told you guys about before, was brought up through something called the Heritage Foundation, aka Project Esther. They've had this thing in the works for almost a fucking year now at this point. And this is something that they wanted to implement that they knew that the Biden administration would never implement, but they knew a Republican would initiate. And that is a big reason why Trump got in, because Trump said, look, I'll take this $100 million from Miriam Adelson. I'll give Israel their 2,000-pound bombs. I'll ramp up sanctions against, Iran if needed. I'll make them broke again. I'll go after the Houthis. I'll airstrike them. I'll go ahead and, pass this anti-Semitism bill so that these college students, stop bringing awareness of what's going on in Gaza. And, we'll do what we got to do. And basically, he's following through on this. Also, on top of that, the FBI is being weaponized as well to go after some of these people that are, involved in this stuff. So that's where we are, chat. That's where we are. And that is why Harvard has been targeted, because Harvard was one of the front runners on protesting against what's going on in Gaza and what Israel is doing. And, a lot of former Harvard alumni like Bill Ackman, et cetera, lobbied to get the president of Harvard, Claudine Gay, fired last year. Now they're escalating with anti-Semitism bills. They're trying to get their foreign students, deported that protest, and they're also trying to stop Harvard from accepting foreign students. And this obviously is an effort to cripple Harvard financially. Okay, but Harvard has been standing strong and saying, no, we're not going to fucking, bow down to this. The First Amendment is the First Amendment, and we're not going to fucking let you guys bully us around. And that's kind of where they're at. So they basically got a little bit of a W here with this extension from this federal judge on the international student block. So that's a W. That is a W there. Someone said the audio is bad. What the fuck is wrong with people, bro? All right, I'm just going to listen to what Gals Club says. Gals Club, if y'all say the audio is good, I'm going to keep going.
If you can get a seat. I think it's going to be a little crowded.
I'll bring you
Thank
something.
You. Oh, please
I'll
do.
get you something, Reed. Thank you.
Croissant heaven.
All right.
We do want to get back, though.
When did this happen? Oh, 20 hours ago?
To the brewing question that is playing out even today about foreign students at universities, the visas that they obtain and come here on, and whether or not the Trump administration can foreclose that very process to international students when it comes to enrollment at these universities here. Our friend and colleague, Fox News' Rebecca Castor, has more details. Let's listen.
Dreams put on hold for international students who wish to study at
shout out to Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson dropped
U.S. universities. The State Department is pausing all student visa interviews while it makes changes to its vetting process, including expanded social media checks.
We want to know where those students come. Are they troublemakers? What countries do they come?
The pause, which is expected to be temporary, comes as a Trump.
Yeah, we know where those students are coming from. What are they saying? Yeah, what are they saying about Israel is the fucking question. What are they saying about Israel? Guys, the only reason, look, Boston Jews say free Palestine. See, look, even Jewish people are coming forward and saying this is fucked up what's going on in Gaza. Right? Even they're saying that. So let's be clear, guys. The only reason that they're clamping down on these student protests is because of Israel. Let's be extremely clear about this and be honest and candid.
Administration is trying to crack down on anti-Semitism on campuses. Any social media posts expressing anti-Jewish views could keep some students from being granted a visa.
The president certainly had great concerns that there are foreign students, not everyone, but there are foreign students who come to this country, I do believe, who helped create this unrest.
Harvard is at the center of the Trump administration's battle with elite universities. Last week, the White House revoked the school's ability to enroll international students, a move Harvard is now fighting in court. Meanwhile, international students already in America feel caught in the crossfire.
We're all panicking. We're all overwhelmed. Time of uncertainty, literally, like I've never experienced it before.
It feels very disorienting to have to try to think about whether or not I'm welcome here.
Harvard and White House lawyers will be back in court for arguments on this matter Thursday. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thanks so much. We do have a live vantage point over Boston, Mass. Take a look at that. You see there. In the meantime, though, this is the news today. I want to put this up from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He says this: the United States will begin revoking visas of Chinese students.
Oh, yeah. Now you care about the Chinese all of a sudden. The U.S. will begin revoking visas of Chinese students, including those with connections to the Chinese Communist Party or studying in critical fields. Okay, bruh. Okay, nigga. You never cared about the fucking Chi-Coms before. Now you do.
Including those with connections.
This is a cover because they're going after the students that are critical of Israel. So they're like, okay, we need to go ahead and cover this shit with the Chinese. Bro, they always do this. Chi-Coms. You're not fooling any of us, bro. We know the real reason why you're doing this. You're doing this to obfuscate from the fact that this entire fucking crusade against international students is because of fucking Israel. So what are you doing? Okay, the Chinese are an easy target. Let's go after fucking Chinese students that are in the school, say that they're communists, and and get rid of the fucking kids that are protesting against Israel.
So the Chinese communist.
Because as a matter of fact, a lot of these kids that are protesting against Israel are also Chinese as well, by the way, chat. A lot of them are Chinese. Lots of them.
This party or studying in critical fields. Let's talk about all this because it's all of the same piece. We're going to do that with Jay Greene at the Heritage Foundation. He joins me. Jay, good to see you here. I know you obviously have been following this extremely closely. It seems like there's kind of two strains of thought. Revoking visas from international students who already have a visa, they already got one, and they're already enrolled, and then whole cloth preventing international students from enrolling at Harvard, carte blanche. Can you help us tease out those strains?
So, look, coming to the United States to study is a privilege, not a right. And so students have to apply for visas and they have to follow certain rules. And
hold on, what's this nigga's name? Look, threat of Philip Pevatar Safad Israel. Oh man, we already know where this nigga from. What's this guy's name?
Part of the problem. So, look.
Jay Greene, Heritage Foundation. And just so you guys know, what's the Heritage Foundation?
We do want to get back.
Well, do a little quick Google search. It's a political think tank, okay? And it's not only is it a political think tank, you want to know who runs it? Let's see here. They don't have the people on the board or what? Okay, when Reagan met with Mikhail, well, we know where that nigga. Okay, let's see here. Here, I'll just make it easier for you guys. Here you go. Project Esther. A national strategy to combat anti-Semitism. Basically, guys, put it this way. The Heritage Foundation is a conservative think tank run by Jews. Let's just call it what the fuck it is. All right? We ain't dancing around shit over here no more. All right? That's what it is. It's run by Zionists. Okay? It's run by fucking Zionists. That's why they wrote this fucking paper, which a lot of it is being used now, okay, to stifle free speech. Okay, and the college campuses are step one of this fucking mission.
Coming to the United States to study is a privilege, not a right. And so students...
And I already could tell. What's this guy's... His name is Jay Greene? Let's see here. Let's see if we can find this shit. This him? Yep, this is... Yep, okay, let's see. Fix the character, blah, 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 blah. Bruh. Here's his LinkedIn profile. Let's see. Senior Research Fellow at the Heritage Foundation. He went to Harvard. Okay. University of Arkansas. We'll try groups. Tufts Education Network. That doesn't help. Bruh. I think we know where this guy... I think we know what time it is with this guy, bro. Honestly.
Though, to really the brewing question that is playing out even today.
Students have to apply for visas and they have to follow certain rules. And part of the problem is that we have 1.1 million foreign students in the United States. And that's actually too many for the U.S. government really to keep track of and to ensure are following the rules. So they depend on...
But here's the thing. They never gave a fuck about this until Israel, man. As someone that used to literally deal with this type of work, no one gave a shit like this until it was about Israel, man. Students would overstay their visas, do all kinds of fucking fuck shit. No one cared.
On the universities that are hosting those students to cooperate.
Again, guys, if you want to get involved in the show, MyronGainesX.com. $5 and up being read, or Rumble Rant in, or Castle Club in.
To actually enforce rules on those students and report violations to the government so that visas can be revoked. The problem is that many of these selective universities, Harvard, Columbia, MIT, appear to be failing to enforce their rules in order to shield international students from consequences. So.
No, they don't want to encroach on their ability to speak freely for Israel. Darknet Majid, is Control Chaos still in the works? I feel like I blue balled with an epic video and guess. Don't worry, it will come soon. Audio is fine. Thank you, Tom Jones. We got the BBW bill. What's next? The POG bill. Get these ninjas out of the administration for real. Majin them boys. How fucking retarded can you be to pardon Larry Hoover and NBA Youngboy? Meanwhile, Derek Chauvin's still in prison. That's facts, bro. That's fucking facts. Larry Hoover is a gang leader, okay, that oversaw the organization of one of the most violent criminal organizations in American history that still exists to this day. NBA Youngboy is a erratic, drug-abusing, violent criminal, okay? They got fucking pardons. Meanwhile, Derek Chauvin rots in fucking prison. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. I agree with you, them boys.
They're acting like sanctuary cities where they don't want the students deported, so they don't crack down on rules, they don't suspend them, and they don't report the information to the government. This has forced the Trump administration to demand disciplinary records from Harvard so that they could...
Yeah, I told Angie to get me the stuff that I need to apply to Harvard, by the way, chat. I'm not trolling niggas. I am about to go. I got to figure out what degree, though, because I don't think they have a master's program for women's studies, chat. I think Princeton and Yale have it. So, I don't know. This dumbass ghastly nigga said Derek deserves prison. Bro, if he deserves prison, then so does fucking Hoover and Youngboy, bro.
Find out who's breaking the rules, and Harvard is refusing to turn over those records. And it's because Harvard refused to turn over the records that the...
They should free Tory Lanez as well. I agree. Fuck Megan Thee Stallion, lying-ass bitch.
Trump administration has this...
Tory is innocent. Tory is innocent. This isn't a race thing. This is a legality thing. Okay, NBA Youngboy is a criminal. Larry Hoover is a criminal. Okay? Derek Chauvin didn't get a fair trial. Whether you guys want to cry about it or not, you bitch-ass George Floyd fans in here. He did not get a fair trial. Okay? Neither did Tory Lanez.
Suspended the ability of Harvard to participate in enrolling foreign students. Now, that does not revoke the visas of the students there. They still have visas. They can transfer to other schools. They just wouldn't be able to enroll at Harvard this fall.
So you just kind of laid out kind of the rationale from the Trump administration about why they're doing this. I got to ask you, though, do they have the power and the authority to do this? Because this was swiftly, temporarily paused. This federal judge there in Boston suspended enforcement of this decision until the courts can consider the matter. They'll be in court very, very soon later this week. So does a presidential administration, does the executive branch, can it tell Harvard, you can't take in any more international students until you do X, Y, and Z?
Look, the courts will ultimately decide. And you can expect that Harvard is likely to win in the first round because they go to judges in Boston who are friendly to them. And that's why they win initially. Now, whether they win ultimately is unclear. But the point is that even if Harvard wins in court and they are allowed to continue enrolling foreign students, that doesn't mean that their students will continue getting visas to enter the country and come study with them. That has to be done by embassies and consulates around the country. And those decisions, the decision to grant or deny a visa, is not subject to judicial review. This is a Supreme Court doctrine called consular non-reviewability. So even if Harvard wins, they're likely to lose anyway. And so I suspect this is all just positioning for what will ultimately be an agreement between Harvard and the Trump administration.
Yeah, I have to ask, because obviously we use here, especially in the media, the word unprecedented a lot with regard to the Trump administration. Has this ever been adjudicated, this issue, in the federal courts, at the Supreme Court, whether a presidential administration can meddle into the kind of good working order or not of a university when it comes to the enrollment of foreign students, the revoking of their visas? Has it ever been adjudicated? Are we crossing the Rubicon here?
Actually, these are not such unprecedented incidents. They are in accumulation and in speed. All of that is unprecedented. But the fact that a presidential administration has intervened with private universities and told them they need to change operations in order to comply with civil rights law, Obama did that. Obama did that with Title IX. He told all the universities they had to change their due process procedures with regard to sexual harassment or assault charges. Universities resisted, said that they were autonomous, that they didn't want to change. Obama forced them. Yeshiva University, just last year, was forced to have an LGBTQ club. The university said we're private, it's against our mission, against our principles. Civil rights law was interpreted as forcing them to do so. And so the idea that universities are forced to do things, including private universities, because administrations believe civil rights requires it, is something that actually occurs fairly regularly.
So just to kind of play out the hypothetical here, say Harvard didn't take any federal grants, say their endowment was not tax exempt, say they didn't have hardly any affiliation with the federal government, would we still see, you think, some of these actions, or could they be left alone?
So if they don't want to have any interference, they could be left alone if they simply decline taking taxpayer money. Hillsdale College in Michigan is a good example of an institution that preserves its autonomy and operates the way it wishes because it does not take taxpayer money. Harvard takes quite a lot of taxpayer money, even though it has more than $50 billion endowment, and therefore is subject to the Civil Rights Act and Title VI and Title IX of the Civil Rights Act. And
yeah, but that's not the real reason that you guys are fucking going after them, bro. I love how they just like obfuscate from like why they're really going after Harvard. Like, we know why you guys are really going after Harvard, bro. Come on, man. No one gave a fuck about Harvard prior to last year once these protests started happening. Right? Claudine Gay was loving her job over there at fucking Harvard, okay? Like a black president of Harvard. Woo, yeah, super liberal. Y'all got rid of her immediately when she did not go hard enough against them boys. So we're not fucking stupid. And here's the Project Esther. See, that you can't even find this shit like that anymore. You got to actually go look for it, okay? But this is what it is, and this is what they're implementing right now, chat, okay? All right, let's move on to the next story. We talked about tariffs. We talked about Harvard, battling Trump. The district judge seems as though they extended it. Now we're going to get into our boy Dan Bongino. He meets up with Fox News here. I don't know why Fox News cannot get over 1080p. What's wrong with these niggas, bro? How do I stream in fucking 4K and these guys can't even get this shit to 1080p? What the fuck is going on over there at Fox, man? You got a bunch of retard boomers that watch you and do your fucking camera shit? God damn, bro. Where's Frank? He's below. Dark Knight. Oh, no, we got that one. All right.
Examining high-interest cases that went unsolved in the Biden era. That includes...
If you guys want to super chat to the show, MyronGainsX.com or Rumble Rant In, if you're watching on Rumble, or you can Castle Club chat in. Those are 3 ways to get involved in the show, my ninjas. So it looks like FBI re-examining high-profile Biden-era cases, D.C. pipe bombings in 2021, 2022, leak of the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision, and 2023, cocaine found in the White House.
The 2021 D.C. pipe bombings, the 2022 leak of the Supreme Court's Dobbs decision, and the cocaine that was found in the White House in 2023.
Here to discuss this and more is FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. Dan, great to see you on the couch again.
Yeah, welcome back, Fox.
Absolutely.
Good to see you in person. So many good memories. Great to see all of you.
First off, before we get into specifics, what did you think the job was going to be like? What is it like?
You know, the biggest lifestyle change for me has been family-wise. I mean, we already went through this with my time in the Secret Service. But, you know, when the president called and asked if I would take the job, you know, you can't tell your audience for years, go out and do stuff, talk is cheap. And then when the opportunity comes to do stuff, I didn't mean me, you know, I meant you. It's kind of you're a fraud. I mean, you don't sound like a fraud, you are one. So it was a lot. It's been tough on the family. People ask me all the time, you know, do you like it? I say, no, I don't. But the president asked me to do this to like it. You know, nobody likes going into an organization like that and having to change things and make big, bold changes. But, you know, I was at one of our facilities yesterday down in Winchester, and a woman who worked there, very nice, said, you know, I used to watch your show. I miss you. I said, you know, I miss me too. You know, part of you, part of you dies.
Now, I know a lot of you guys criticize Dan, you're right, for being, you know, super pro-Israel and stuff, which I disagree with. I think Israel's a big problem and it fucks up our foreign policy, and you guys know my stance with that. But what I will say is, for him to go ahead and take a director job with, a deputy director job with the FBI, when I know he was making a bunch of fucking money, being a podcaster and streaming. I mean, let's go ahead and look at it. What the salaries for a deputy director, I think it's like maybe not even $200K a year. Let's see here, director FBI salary. Right. Boom. Yeah. So deputy director FBI salary falls within 105 to 178. So yeah, he's somewhere in that range. He's probably getting deputy assistant director. Yeah, somewhere around $200K per year. Honestly, between $170,000 to $200,000 per year is probably what he's getting. Right. And for him to take a huge pay cut like that, where he was probably making $1 million, if not more, a year, easily probably making $1 to $2 million a year, going to fucking $200,000 when he was making that a month, now he's going to make that a year. You know, obviously the guy is sacrificing quite a bit, leaving his audience, leaving his successful podcast to do this and serve his country. So I give him credit for that, a lot of credit for that actually. And it ain't an easy job, right? I mean, the FBI has a pretty bad reputation right now, and he's trying to rectify that.
A little bit.
So I give him credit on that for sure. Dan's a nice guy. I've met him before. You know, he's obviously a co-Rumble podcaster as well. So, you know, I always show support to my fellow Rumbleites, right? Because fuck YouTube.
When you see all this stuff from behind the scenes.
You're doing this for country, so we appreciate that and we thank you. And we're excited to find out, to roll back.
Yeah, he's losing a lot of money doing the FBI thing versus the federal government doesn't pay, chat. The federal government, I'll be honest with y'all, it does not pay. You know, you can make a lot more money in the private sector you know, I told you guys I've been very transparent. I made, what, $120K per year working for the government when I was an agent, right? That, like, my best year working for the G. So, yeah, just not, it's not a job you take for the money. It's a job you take for the mission, for the, you know, for the career trajectory. You get a lot of experience. And I enjoyed it. I thought it was a fun-ass job, man.
Back the curtain and find out what's deep in the FBI. We have so many questions about those 3 cases we just mentioned. Y'all are doing a deep dive into this. What's the latest on those investigations?
So the moment Cash and I swore in, we realized that the first thing we had to do is rebuild public trust. This is your FBI. It's not mine. I tell the employees every day, you don't own it, you don't own it, I don't own it. It's like being the center fielder for the Yankees. That'll live with you forever, but you don't own the Yankees. It's a proud franchise. The place has taken a reputational hit. There is zero question about it. There were a lot of bad actors. One of them still out there causing us all kinds of trouble. So we had to fix it and rebuild public trust. One of the ways to do it is these cases of significant public interest that matter. You know, we had 2 pipe bombs planted on January 6th. I mean, we were told by partisan actors out there this was the insurrection, the world was going to fall apart, and no one seemed to show any interest in this case. The second we got in, I put a team on it, and I said, I want answers on this. And I'm pretty confident that we're closing in on some suspects. The reason, by the way, I use social media with these cases, I'm trying to communicate on social media, is nothing's by accident, guys. I do nothing by accident. Every time I put a tweet out on it, we get tips. We got a fascinating tip on one of these cases, one of the 3. I don't want to say which one, but I'm pretty confident that we're going to close out one of them, hopefully shortly. And in the cocaine in the White House, you know, I saw someone on social media, which is fine. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. We work for you, but said, I don't care about the case. Yeah, I do. I was a Secret Service agent. A potentially hazardous material made its way into the White House. Nobody seems to know how it got there, and nobody seemed to.
That is pretty fucking embarrassing for the Secret Service. But we all know Hunter Biden brought that shit in, bro. Hunter Biden brought that shit in, man. We know that for a fact. So,
to investigate it fully, like, you know, what planet do we live on where that's not of public interest?
So you're faced with this interesting thing. I've known you since I was a kid, and I know your instinct is to swing back, but you promised that you weren't going to do that. You promised that you were going to get rid of the partisanship, and you were going to go back to being a law enforcement officer.
Yeah.
You went in there, and there were some cases that were closed or still open that a lot of the public felt a little sketchy about. The first assassination attempt.
Yeah, Dan's got to just cut the hair. Dan, you got to just go bald, bro. You just got to go bald, brother. You got to get rid of the hair. It's cooked, man. It's cooked. All right, you either do a transplant like I did, right? Like I got this nice, luscious hair now. You guys see that? I got that nice, luscious hair. Looking pretty good, baby. You know what I'm saying? Even the part that's supposed to be bald ain't that bad, is it? Right? So, right? Look at that. See that? Feels good, man. But yo, it's either you get the transplant or you just get rid of it. All right, Dan, you gotta just get rid of it, man. You gotta get rid of it, bro. It's cooked, man. It's over. You just gotta let go of it sometimes, man. I think the Larry and YB pardons would soften up people for a Derek pardon, potentially. If he does that, he should have or pardoned them all on the same day. He should have just done them all on the same day if that was the case. Take 2 is control chaos in the works. Yes, bro. I just said it's in the works, bro. I just said it's in the works, niggas. Bro, niggas don't listen, man.
Up against President Donald Trump. It's like, is he really the guy? What happened with Epstein? Can you say with confidence, as a lot of people used to be
all right, here we go, chat. Here we fucking go. I hope you guys are ready.
Guy when it comes to podcasts, appearing on Fox News, but now as a law enforcement officer, can you say we have all the information?
Well, I'm never going to say we have all of it. And people ask me all the time, are these cases closed? And whether they're closed administratively is irrelevant. If new tips come in, we're absolutely going to follow them. And that's why I always put out, if you have additional information, please let us know. Those 2 cases obviously are of significant public interest. I'm just telling you what we see in the file. I just want to be crystal clear on this. I am not asking anyone to believe me. I'm telling you what's there and what isn't.
Right.
There is nothing in the file at this point on the Epstein case, and there's going to be a disclosure on this coming shortly. We are working through there is video That is something the public does
There's
not
video of him killing himself.
No, not the actual act, but the entire MCC Bay. There was only one camera. There's video that when you look at the video, and we will release. That's what's taken a while on this. We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans. You're going to see there's no one there but him.
Right.
There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know. But there's no DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. And this is where I think him and Cash kind of blundered this here. What they should have done was, right? Because what fucked them up was they went on these talk shows and they said, Epstein offed himself, right? What they should have done was say, yo, we're going to release it to you guys and you guys decide. Here's the footage. Here's the entire case file. But here's the thing also that no one wants to fucking admit. You guys want to know why they're not going to release the full case file? Because there's national security shit in there, okay? We know for a fact that Epstein was tied to Israeli intelligence. I think Oman to be exact. And for those of you that are wondering, because everyone says the Mossad, I don't think it was Mossad. I think it was Oman and these guys right here. All right, let's really get in the weeds here a little bit. These niggas right here. Okay? The Israeli military intelligence, often abbreviated to Aman, is a central overarching military intelligence body of the Israeli Defense Force. Aman was created in 1950 when the intelligence department was spun off from IDF's general staff. The intelligence department was composed largely of former members of Haganah Intelligence Service. Aman is an independent service and not part of the ground forces, Navy, or Air Force. Okay? Now, obviously, we know that this is just one tenet of, or one tentacle of the Israeli intelligence community. There's multiple members of it. We got Shin Bet, right? Well, this is their FBI right here. Give you guys a little bit of a crash course on this. Here you go. Shin Bet is the equivalent to FBI over in Israel. They are the internal security force, okay? Then you got MOSSAD. MOSSAD is their CIA, okay? This is their CIA equivalent. Then you got Aman. This would be like our DIA, or Defense Intelligence Agency. Okay, and then you got Unit 8200, right? This would be like their NSA, okay? Unit 8200 is Intelligence Corporate, Israel Intelligence Corps, unit of the IDF, are responsible for clandestine operation collecting signal intelligence and code decryption, counterintelligence, cyber warfare, military intelligence, and surveillance. So this is their NSA, okay? So again, Unit 8200, equivalent to NSA. They're Aman, DIA. Shin Bet, FBI, Mossad, CIA. Cool? You guys got that? Now that we understand that, we know that Epstein was intimately tied to Aman and other members of the intelligence community within the Israeli government, right? So, obviously, there's going to be a criminal case. Keep in mind, guys, because the FBI does both criminal and they also do intelligence. They have two different components, okay? In the criminal case file, it's going to be the sex trafficking, it's going to be the minors, it's going to be the witness testimony, it's going to be the interviews, it's going to be the phone dumps, all that shit, right? But then, I promise you, there's going to be a classified section of the Epstein case file, okay? There's going to be a high side portion of the case. High side means classified, okay? That portion of the case, they're not going to show you motherfuckers, okay? So, and I wish someone would just ask Bongino this, like, straight up, or Cash Patel. Look, bro, we know that there's a high side of this case, and then there's a criminal side of this case. When are we going to get the high side? That's what you niggas all want to see. You guys don't give a fuck about the criminal case like that. Let's be honest. The criminal case is already out there. Ghislaine Maxwell went to trial, chat. Okay? For those of you that don't know, Ghislaine Maxwell went to trial and fucking lost. All the exhibits that are there are pretty much the same exhibits that they were going to use against Epstein. Okay? And for those of you that forgot who Ghislaine Maxwell is, this girl right here. And she's still alive, FYI. Okay? So, she went to trial. We already have the criminal stuff. Okay? We already have it pretty much. What you guys really want to see is the intelligence stuff, which is going to be the high side stuff. I don't know if they're going to release that, to be honest with you guys. I don't know if they will. Because there's going to be serious national security concerns there. Okay? So that's the truth. And I don't know why people just don't ask Dan or Cash this when they interview them. We know there's Epstein file, but we want to see the high side stuff. That's the key word. Dan, we want to see the high side shit. When are you guys going to declassify the high side shit? But here's the uncomfortable truth, right? They won't. And the reason why they won't is because there's going to be people that are still alive, people still in power, people that conspired, people that probably knew this information, damaging stuff to national security. Not just damaging stuff to American national security, damaging stuff to who? Israeli national security. So there's no fucking way that they're going to declassify that stuff, and there's no fucking way you guys are going to get the full Epstein file on the high side. You're just not going to get it. I've accepted this for a while now. But I have to, I might as well, I don't think I've outwardly told you guys this, because I see retards on Twitter every day. Give us the Epstein client list. Stupid ass niggas. It's not about the Epstein client list that matters. We want to know who the fuck he was working for and what he was told to do. Who was his handler? That's what we really want to know. Retarded ass niggas talk about an Epstein client list. That's not what's important, stupid fuck. We want to know what the fuck was he being told? Who was he an asset for specifically? What information was he told to gather? We kind of know this already. I've explained this to you guys, okay? That Epstein was an intelligence asset that was focused on procuring American technology, right? I think I've went over this before. If you guys want me to go over it again, I can, because I know we got a lot of new viewers in here that don't really know the Epstein situation like that. I'd be happy to go over it again if you guys want me to. I'll do a poll in here for y'all, actually. Let me... because we got a lot of new people in here. There you go. Polls up on YouTube. You guys go ahead and vote. Anyway, like I was saying, we need the high side stuff, chat. That's what we need. We need the high side stuff. I don't know if they're going to release that though, because people are still alive and it would damage national security. Remember, guys, Epstein died only like 6 years ago.
If you have it, I'm happy to see it. There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
So there's 3 cases that you're looking at, the 2 D.C. pipe bombings. This.
Sorry, I meant to type in there, yes, I don't know or remember. My bad, guys. I didn't mean to. It says it's either yes, I don't know or remember, or no, I know.
Supreme Court leak on the Dobbs decision and the cocaine in the White House. You say one of them, within a day or two, we're going to have a major break?
Well, we got a good tip this morning. We're going to run it out. We're not going to be able to make that public, obviously, right away, because we have to make sure, and we have to go all the proper steps. What I don't want to do ever, and I've said this before, it's not an excuse. I can't say to the public enough. I put it in my tweets all the time. I'm not asking you to trust me. Nothing drives me crazy when people go, they're asking us to trust a plan. I am absolutely not. Read my tweets. I don't want you to trust me. I don't. I'd be nice.
You'll have evidence.
All I care about is results.
So let's talk about.
Yeah, I think the way they should have played this, they should just put everything out and left their personal, or left what the findings of the file say. Leave that to the people to interpret. Don't say shit, bro. Because they're getting a lot of backlash on this. Dan said, I'm only going to do one interview. I'm not going to spend that much time in the media. This is like his 3rd or 4th one now, him and Cash Patel. They're getting ran up the flagpole for this, saying that Epstein killed himself. No one trusts it, bro. So, and here's the thing. They were a part of this, they were part of that community. Cash Patel was not a fan of the feds back in the day, man. He said he was going to shut it down and turn it into a fucking museum.
Make sure it's done right.
Wants. He clearly wants a result. When he told Brett Baer on the assassination attempt, he's got questions on the first one. Watch.
There's a lot of frustration that we still don't know about that shooter in Butler, and we don't know about his communications. Will we get transparency?
I thought it was strange. The one guy had 18 cell phones. Okay, I have a lot of cell phones, but I have like 2. I call that a lot. And I think I probably make more calls than him. They live outside of Butler in a little place. Where did they get this lawyer that would represent IBM and would represent ExxonMobil?
But you're the president. Can't you find out?
No, Secret Service. They tell me it's fine. But it's a little hard to believe, to be honest with you, okay? It's a little bit hard to believe as I get that throbbing feeling.
So Dan, the question is that a lot of people have wondered is, did this kid have help? He could not have pulled it off by himself. Was there a foreign actor? Did someone provide him with the weapons? Was there chatter online?
Well, let's be clear here. There are two separate parallel tracks here. Foreign actors targeting people in the United States, and it's not just the president, it's others. That is a very real track. The question is, do they intersect? The case file now, which, by the way, we are going to make another public release on this coming up. We're just kind of finishing up the product now to make sure it's tight and put together. You're going to see a lot of what you've heard about online does not exist in the case file. I'm not telling you information may not surface later. We do the PDB, the President's Daily Brief. We get the same brief, me and Cash, every morning. We have warned people out, telling them if there's something there we want to find. They have shaken every tree on this.
You mean you talked to his classmates, you talked to his family, you've talked to everyone because they have...
Yo, chat. Man. I'll tell y'all this, bro. If I was over there at the FBI with these guys, I would be able to help them a lot more, man. I'll be honest with you, bro. Sometimes I see this shit, I'm like, man, fucking put me over there, man. Put me over there. I would fix a lot of the fucking problems that we got going on right now, man, with this shit.
Evidently, they burned the body.
Or ice or something, man.
Cremated, and they cleaned the whole house out.
Yeah, and here's the thing. There are, like with the Epstein case, for example, we have a number of...
Guys, vote, by the way. You guys want me to explain Epstein A to Z? We got 61% for yes, 40% for no, 39% for no.
Significantly odd abnormalities that would make a normal person go, huh? What? Mm-hmm. If Lawrence is near his bank at 4 o'clock and the bank gets robbed, but we know Lawrence reported to work afterwards and has an alibi, the fact that the bank was robbed, it's a fact that Lawrence was there, but it's not evidence that Lawrence committed the crime. Mm-hmm. Things, really, really bad things happened in this case. But when you see the report we're going to release, you'll see that not everything you've been told is true. But the president is not wrong at all. I mean, he's entirely, he was shot in the head. Yeah. He was shot in the head, got up and screaming, fight, fight. Of course he's going to want answers, but that's our responsibility. And nothing's ever closed, though. If new evidence surfaces, we'll be sure to get it out.
There were just things that were strange. The slope roof thing, you know, the guy was on his bicycle roaming around, never caught, never seen. Let's talk about something that's been in the news this morning, and that is Kash Patel talking about how when James Comey was on the beach and he posted that social media, 8647.
Oh, shit. Yeah, this is while I was in New York. I didn't get a chance to comment on this.
He claims that he just happened to walk up along the beach and they saw the shells, he and his wife, and he put it on social media, says he thought it was innocent. He was the director of the FBI, but thought it was innocent. He knows what...
And his daughter, if I'm not mistaken, is the one running the Diddy case. Yeah, here she is right here. Maurene Comey. She is she's an assistant U.S. attorney in Southern District of New York, known for prosecuting high-profile sex trafficking cases. She was a lead prosecutor in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial and is part of the team prosecuting Sean Diddy Combs. She is a daughter of former FBI Director James Comey. So she's the one that ran the direct examination, by the way, chat, on... she's the one that ran the direct examination on that Mia girl that I told you guys about before, which leads me to believe that she is... Mia is their star witness. It's not actually Cassie. It's really Mia, who is the main witness. So this is who she is. I saw her when I was in court.
What 86 means. Then Kash Patel said, now we have all these copycats, and now y'all are having to pull resources from all these serious crimes, terrorists, gang-related individuals, drug traffickers, and people who are abusing children. You're pulling them off to go research these copycats because we can't afford another assassination attempt.
I got to tell you, of all the things that have surprised me in the close to now 3 months I've been here is the depravity of Jim Comey. This man is a disgrace to the badge, the FBI, and the country. What he's doing right now, one, going out and me taking shots at Kash. Kash doesn't belong. Kash was the chief of staff at the Department of... Kash is a patriot. Kash has served in numerous high-level roles, taking personal shots while you're on the beach, implying a threat towards the president and blaming your wife about it. And let me just add about James Comey, you know, Saint Comey, who walks around there moralizing to everyone how wonderful of a human being he is. What you said is absolutely accurate. We have wasted countless man hours now running out tips to our tip line about people putting 8647 because of Jim Comey, because he cannot control himself and his emotions. He is a child. He is a big child. And
for those of you that don't know who James Comey is, let me just go ahead and pull it up real quick for you ninjas, because some of you guys, he might be before. I know I got a lot of young guys that watch me, so this is before some of you guys even know. James Bryan Comey Jr., born December 14, 1960, American lawyer who was the 7th director of the FBI from 2013 until his termination in May 2017. Comey was a registered Republican for most of his adult life, but in 2016 he stated he was unaffiliated. During the presidential administration of George W. Bush, Comey was the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York from January 2002 to December 2003, and later the United States Deputy Attorney General from December 2003 to August 2005. In August 2005, Comey left the U.S. Department of Justice to become a senior vice president of Lockheed Martin as general counsel. In 2010, he became general counsel at Bridgewater Associates. 2013, he left Bridgewater to become a senior research scholar and Hertog Fellow on National Security Law at Columbia Law School. He served on the board of directors of HSBC Holdings until July 2013. So as you guys can see, obviously crazy resume here. Basically, he worked under both Obama and Donald Trump. And his daughter, he was the U.S. attorney. He was the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. Obviously, you guys know one of the biggest districts in the country, and his daughter is currently in AUSA there right now prosecuting Diddy as we speak. And he's from Yonkers, New York. I don't think he's an early lifer, chat. I think he's probably Irish, I think. Let's see here. He's graduate officer, commissioner in Yonkers Police Department. Yeah, I don't think he's one of them boys, chat. Anyway, let's go back to it. But now you guys know who James Comey is. Bring a face to the name for those of you that might not be familiar. I remember I remember him vividly when I was on a job. Pause.
Well, let me tell you one more thing. Look at Jim Comey, who wants you to believe. Jim Comey taking a shot at the president. Oh, look at me, I'm such a victim. The president's going after me. He's making a ton of money on this book. The only person that got prosecuted was the president. Jim Comey, we're finding stuff even now. Wait till you read the stuff that's coming out.
Does he still have loyalists in the building? Because when I hear the FBI director saying, you guys are finding boxes that are hidden. Okay, how does that happen in the Bureau?
Well, we were there a couple of weeks, and luckily there were a lot of people up there who grabbed us by the arm the minute we came in and said, thank you for being here. You know, we need to talk. There are people there who are really horrified at what happened. And there was a room, and we found stuff, a lot of stuff.
A hidden room.
I wouldn't call it hidden, but hidden from us at least, and not mentioned to us. And then we found stuff in there, and a lot of it's from the Comey era, and we are working our damnedest right now to declassify. And just so you know, because I get the public, I totally understand people saying, well, do it now. The process is not all the information is ours to declassify. Some is other intelligence agencies. It's not, we literally can't do it. Once that gets done.
That is true. That is true. If they have information from another intelligence agency, they can't declassify it unless they get concurrence from that other agency. Yes, that is that's actually one of the fucking annoying things when it comes to the federal government. I'll be honest with you guys. It's extremely bureaucratic and annoying in that regard. Hard to get shit done a lot of the times when it comes to classified shit. This is why I always stayed away from classified shit when I was an agent, guys. When I was an agent, I was on the job, and I was actually out here doing fucking cases, arresting people, writing affidavits, all this other shit, doing stuff that 99% of these other niggas don't do. Classified information is literally the worst. I would do everything in my power to stay away from it. I actually had a big case one time. The case that I had before I left. That case had a lot to do with classified shit. A lot to do with classified shit, okay? And the reason why, so what I did purposely was I stayed away from the classified stuff. I had my guy who was he was HSI agent, but he was attached over to the FBI. I just had him deal with all the classified shit. I did not look at any of it. You want to know why? So that I could go ahead and swear to my affidavits and not have any problems and think, oh shit, I know this classified information. If they put me on the stand, oh no. I stayed away from all that fucking bullshit, bro. Right? I had a high side guy that would do the high side shit, and I stayed doing the criminal stuff.
And that gets out there, and you read some of the stuff we found that, by the way, was not processed through the normal procedure, digitizing it, putting in FBI records. We found it in bags, hiding under Jim
Dan,
Comey's
really quickly,
FBI. You're going to be
the
stunned.
shells on the beach. Can you not talk to social media and say, y'all take this down? If you see anyone posting this, take it down. It's a threat to the president's life. Second thing, can you arrest people that post these like Comey?
We make arrest decisions based on an interaction with the Department of Justice. We're the FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation, not prosecution. The problem is...
Oh, interesting. Tim Pool's also talking about FBI to release Epstein prison tapes. They say proves he unalived himself. So, you know, they're running with this story that I'm covering right now as well. Niggas copied me, man. They had to have seen me talking about this and like, yo, we got to do it too. Guys, by the way, do me a favor, guys. Like the goddamn video. Okay, smash that like button. We only got 1,700 likes. I'm trying to take this shit and make this the top political podcast, cultural podcast stream, true crime, because you guys know I could do it all, baby. I could cover Diddy 1 second. They could go ahead and cover Epstein. Then go ahead and cover fucking politics. We could talk about tariffs. We could talk about foreign policy. We could talk about them boys. We could talk about Israeli intelligence. We literally covered all over here. Most diversified podcaster on fucking YouTube. And I'm demonetized. These motherfuckers demonetize me because I tell the truth. So the only thing I ask in return, you guys don't got to donate $1. I just want you guys to like the video. Let's get to 2,000 likes. We got 1,700 likes right now. Got 3,700 you guys watching on YouTube. Another 1,600 you guys watching on Rumble. We're not even on the front page of Rumble, and we're still cooking. Okay? So smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Shout out to Akechi Goro becoming a monthly supporter. I appreciate that. Yeah, you guys can sub on this channel as well if you want, if you don't want to get ads. But I want you guys to focus on subbing on Fresh Fit because that is the home base. That is how we're able to do, despite the fact that this channel is demonetized on YouTube and we don't generate revenue or whatever on YouTube. Fresh Fit is the umbrella under which everything falls. Okay, guys? So we're still cooking. Speaking of, I saw that Nick issued a challenge to Tim. I didn't actually see the clip. I might watch it with you guys. You guys want me to watch that clip? Nick issuing him a challenge. I saw it on my Twitter feed, but I did not, I didn't get a chance to actually see it. I just saw the description. I'm trying to bring the two together. I really am, man. I want to bring them together. I think it would be a great discussion. They don't even got to debate. Just fucking have that discussion, dude. If someone could give me the link. Someone give me the link if you guys don't mind. I don't have it here. I just saw it on my feed, and I don't know if I could find it right now. But anyway, yeah. Somebody send me the link then. Somebody send me the link for it, please.
Is a lot of these cases haven't been a Secret Service agent. Is you're going to prove intent, and here's what you don't want. You say you arrest him, and he goes, there's not a magistrate that's going to, and the guy walks out of court doing a victory lap.
You got to build the right case.
You have to build a case. You need to build probable cause. I don't want to do what the left did, which is jump the gun. I mean, then you have a situation like the prior deputy director, prior to abate, Andrew McCabe. All
right, looks like we got, on the Epstein thing, we got 829 votes. I'll stop it at once we get to 1,000. So guys, vote on the poll on YouTube if you guys want me to do Explain Epstein. We're at 832 votes. Once we hit 1,000, I'll end the poll and we'll go.
Goes back, files a lawsuit.
Oh, shit.
This guy was engaged in one of the biggest scandals in American history. He got $200,000, I believe, and his pension. You have to do this the right way.
What about social media?
And he also got a network contract, so he's an expert commenting on you.
Yeah, they're
what
all
is that
victims.
like?
Well, listen, as Lawrence said before, it's difficult for me to not be able to respond like I used to, but there'll be a day. There'll be a day. I'll be back one day, and I'm going to be sure to answer all that stuff. But that's not my job now. My job now is to put aside my partisan interests and to responsibly handle the deputy director of the FBI position. You got to remember, Brian, nothing that gets to our desk, me or Cash, is a 5 or a 6 problem. Everything's a 10. If it's a 9, someone else fixed it.
We didn't even get a chance to talk about the laptop that the FBI held on to make sure it wasn't a factor in the election.
Well, that's another thing I wanted to address. We can't publicly talk about HR matters. We just can't.
It's illegal.
Yeah, it's you can't do it. But anyone out there who thinks we have not taken appropriate action against political actors, they're just making that up. We can't go out and advertise this stuff, but if you think we're allowing partisanship to infiltrate the FBI and just let all that bad stuff happen, you're really just making, I don't know why you're doing it. Maybe you're trying to break up, divorce us from the people and breed mistrust, but that is not what's happening. I don't know what people think me and Cash are doing all day. I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean, my wife is struggling.
Yeah, millions of dollars he gave up. He doesn't want to say it, but I know what he gave up.
And I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this, and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Cash is there all day. We share it. Our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there he gets in at like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night. You know, I'm in there at 7:30 in the morning. He uses the gym. I work out in my apartment. But I stare at these 4 walls all day in D.C., you know, by myself, divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but I mean separated, divorced. And it's hard. I mean, you know, we love each other, and it's hard to be apart.
But you're doing some great work. You're straight out.
And I think she's running the show, if I'm not mistaken, Chad. I think she is running the show right now. So, and look, actually, they're playing the Bongino clip right now. Let's go see what Tim and them are saying. Let's see here.
Video. That is something the public does
There's
not
video
know.
of him killing himself.
No, not the actual act, but the entire. It was only one camera. There were there's video that when you look at the video, and we will release, that's what's taken a while on this. We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original so you don't think there were any shenanigans. You're going to see there's no one there but him. Right. There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know.
We got Elijah Schaefer over there, too. Shout out to Elijah Schaefer. Slightly offensive.
Suspects. There's no accomplices. There's no tips. There is nothing. If you have it, I'm happy to see it. There's video clear as day. He's the only person in there and the only person coming out. You can see it.
So okay, you heard him say it.
No, Chad, he's not separated from his wife. His wife is back, I think, in New York while he's in D.C.
Did they throw a rope on his legs, leave the building, and then drag his body out? Or did he just misspeak when he said coming out?
I assume he misspoke. You know, they brought him out on a gurney. Everyone's seen pictures of that.
He wasn't the only one coming out.
Well, I mean, I think that, like I said, I think that he misspoke. As for, you know, the reaction that this is going to get, it's not going to change anyone's mind at all. I posted something about this, that actual clip on my X account today, and I just said, you know, what do you guys, who's going to change their mind? And there were people that were attacked.
All right, I'll explain Epstein after this. I see that a bunch of you guys want me to explain it, so I will. Don't worry.
Going to be the same kind of results that the JFK files did. Everybody that...
Oh, what the hell? I just got
already
it to
has
4K.
a preconception is going to believe that their preconception was confirmed.
Everybody's saying it's going to be an AI video.
No, I don't think so. But I think it's really clear here. The truth is simple. I want to remind people of that. Just like in 9/11, they found a passport that survived being incinerated from an airplane. And then also another hijacker lost his luggage and found another passport, proving that we needed to therefore be in the Middle East for the next 20 years. I know if they had video and it clearly showed that he committed suicide, I don't know if we can say that word on the show, but that he unalived himself, whatever the word is, I can say that would have been released and we would have had it. When you come out, this guy, you know, Dan Bongino looks like his skin's getting lighter with every video that he seems to be having to tell this story. And I know Dan and I like Dan, so this is not a slight on him. But he looks like he had something scared out of him because he's going, listen, I have the video. It exists. So you have the video.
Holding a gun behind the camera.
They say, so you have the video of him killing himself? No, not that video. But here's a video of my dog. It's really cute. And also, we have some clips of the body coming out. And also, just because the FBI, we have no fingerprints, therefore there was no criminals. Because the only people that either A, there was a criminal, or B, maybe the FBI and CIA were the best cover-ups of all crimes, including international crimes like 9/11, could have probably covered this crime up too. Maybe that's what happened, Dan. Why do you think we'd believe you? I feel like you shot his credibility with the right. That's my opinion.
I think he's handled it poorly.
Yeah.
I like Dan. I like Ash, but I feel like because he has videos that exist on his podcast where he does air quotes for Epstein's suicide, for him to just turn around and be like, nope, never happened. He needs to address what he's said about this. And I think he's this on Fox and Friends was an attempt at cleaning up his Maria Bartiromo interview where he was like, he killed himself. And it was like, he was choking up. Look, The Daily Show made fun of him. So, they showed a video of him where he's like, what, Epstein killed himself and now all the evidence is gone? Dan needs to talk about that in his interviews. Not just, we went through the files, nothing there. He needs to say, you know, look, I was cheerleading. I was going through this before I was in the FBI. And so the first thing I did was I went for the evidence. The other thing I should mention is he's half doing what I was saying he should be doing. Not that he should take my advice from me. I'm just saying he came out and he was like, if you have tips, please give them to me. I think he should have just kept it simple and said, I don't know what to tell you guys other than we don't have any evidence of anything. The FBI formally, our official statement, we don't have evidence of anything. So I'll leave it at that. He should have done that.
It's so stupid, this thing of like, oh yeah, we can't release the video yet because we're cleaning it up to enhance it. Like what? You're like turning up the brightness or something. Like this is the government. I'm pretty sure you have like a good video editor.
It's going through Lightroom. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like you got to put it on an
yeah,
iMovie.
It's gonna take us about 3 weeks to like turn up the saturation on this.
Yeah, and that's where she's wrong. The U.S. government does not have competent people like that. Like they don't have video editors. I'm telling you, man, they're fucking retarded.
Did you see Sean Duffy did that presentation of all the FAA equipment? They're using like Tandy computers from the 70s. Their computers are like dot matrix.
It's rendering on a BlackBerry, you know? Like,
whoa. BlackBerry's way too advanced.
Bro, the government is like 5 to 10 years behind technology. I'm telling you guys, they are so fucking behind. People don't understand this.
For government, they got industrial control systems from 50 years ago. They're still using. So, not that I think the surveillance footage is actually that old. I'm just saying it probably is on a garbage old system that sucks. Look at when Elon Musk said that federal retirements are all handled in a limestone cavern.
That was crazy. He's a pulley system.
I believe it.
Oh my gosh. And they're like, wait, they were driving tricycles through it?
Yeah, it's like they couldn't find a dwarf
so
for the new Snow
weird.
White. They were busy working in the records mine,
I don't
you know?
think anybody
Oompa
thought
Loompas
that
down
like
there.
Hillary Clinton snuck in there like this and then attacked him in the middle of the night. It could have been anything.
His food
And
was
I just
poisoned.
don't understand how it's possible to hang yourself with paper-thin bed sheets from a bunk bed that's shorter than you.
I just
That's what I don't understand.
Guys, Dan, please. There are men taking his body out, right? New conspiracy theory. Those guys killed him. Come on. There's no way you putting out surveillance footage proves literally anything.
Yeah.
There were people who took his body out. Okay, he was alive until they went in and then found. So here's what happens. Again, I'm not saying this is true. I'm saying if you want to release surveillance footage to see, look, nobody's in there. He was asked, is this footage of the cell? No. It's footage of the surrounding areas where no one goes in or out. Okay. So they report that he killed himself, and Epstein's sitting there going, what did you just say? I didn't do that. Then 2 paramedics come in and they go, crack their knuckles and say, looks like a suicide just happened. And then the medics bring out this body. I'm not saying that literally was what happened. My point is, if people don't believe it, releasing the surveillance footage changes nothing.
Yeah, well, that's okay. This is kind of the whole point. This is making it less believable that anything else happened than him killing, or that he got killed, because it's like, okay, so you have video footage that could exonerate the FBI, one of the most doubted institutions in the entire United States government right now, after the last 4 years. Trump can either do 2 things. You can dissolve the agency or reform the agency. So part of reforming it would be fixing its reputation. The first thing you'd want to do to fix someone's reputation is release all of the evidence that could exonerate the areas in which people doubt you. And the biggest one here is Epstein. So what does Trump's administration do? And I know some information that I don't want to say here, but you know, they have a very interesting selection process for how they choose influencers to come to the White House to then hold up notebooks, like as if we were
With
like
nothing in them.
with nothing in them.
So ridiculous.
And
We know, because they're them boys. Everybody that went over there, we know.
maybe even old friends, they smile like they got some sort of like this, like a Happy Meal toy that was rare that they finally found. It's like, this is a list of people who were abused as children. This is not a look at what I got. This is America deserves to know if there was a blackmail operation on the elite government officials and celebrities in our nation that are controlling narratives and keeping people subjugated either under our rule, under Israel's rule. People want to know, was this Mossad? Was it America? Was it both? Was it another country involved in this? And then instead they do that. And then to cover it all up, then they go, also, we have a video that doesn't exonerate anything, but I'm whiter than I was 2 videos ago, Dan Bongino. It's so weird.
You know what I love is how you get all these people, they're coming out and they're like, rumors in the Beltway that Epstein was working with some Middle Eastern intelligence agency. And everyone's like,
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Jordan, that country, the Jordanians. They're always into that blackmail business. And then, by the way, also, faux pas in Israel, though. I was laughing because during all this going on, did you see that weird 60 Minutes interview with MOSSAD where they have the guy, with his voice changed and he's got the mask on and like while people are like contemplating this Epstein stuff and we're getting bad PR, Israel decides it's a good idea to put a Mossad agent on American television and goes, this is our the world is our orchestra. We write the stories, we make up whatever we want.
That was wild.
We control everything. I'm like, oh, this is a really bad timing PR. Especially with everybody saying that you guys control everything and that maybe the Epstein Files, maybe this is related to Israel, to come out and say, we're literally behind everything. I feel like something's like really off here. Does anyone ever feel that? It feels like some sort of communication isn't going on well behind the back end.
Purpose.
That's what is this on purpose, or are they not coordinating? Are they just stupid?
I don't think that they're stupid. I think in most well, I mean, actually, I'm not sure. I can't say that.
No,
Maybe they are.
I think the way to break it down is it's not that powerful individuals are stupid. It's that it's really difficult to manage a large system. So you can have 10 ultra genius multi-billionaires conspiring to do something, but the job has to be handled by regular people.
Mm-hmm.
So if they want a cargo moved from one country to the other, you can get the best of the best special, contractors or whatever to do it. But down the line, those contractors got accountants. So you can have the cream of the crop flying the plane, and then the dude who worked at the airport failed to fuel it properly, or something bad happens. Maintaining these big systems, it's where you get those failure points, and then you end up with 60 Minutes or something, and someone goes, "What did you do? Why did you do it?" It's like, I thought that's what you want me to do.
Yeah, I thought you wanted me to go on American broadcast television with a scary voice changer and a mask and tell everyone that Israel controls the global narrative. And to me, that when something like that happens, I'm like, especially right now while the Trump administration is fighting anti-Semitism, there's a lot of contention, both the right wing and the left wing, about these arguments of Jewish institutional power. To put something like that out while botching the Epstein Files, can I ask you, Phil? This is a genuine question. Why would Pam Bondi, why would Cash, why would Bongino, who are very intelligent individuals, do something like this unless there was some ulterior motive? Because I don't think there's any way I could have, even according to a playbook, botched something like Epstein, which already was doubted. We already sat around and thought there was something hidden. And then the Trump administration's like, we're going to blow the lid off. And then they do this.
I got something interesting to show you guys here in a second.
This makes it seem like there's something much deeper going on here.
We do have breaking news.
Oh, no.
Let's jump to this story. Literally, this is breaking just in the past hour or so. There's a press release from justice.gov. U.S. government employee arrested for attempting to provide classified information to foreign government. An IT specialist employed by the Defense Intelligence Agency was arrested today for attempting to transmit national defense information to an officer or agent of a foreign government. Nathan Villas Lash, 28, of Alexandria, Virginia, was arrested today in Northern Virginia and will make his initial court appearance in the Eastern District of Virginia tomorrow. According to court documents, Lash became a civilian employee of the DIA in 2019, where he works with the Insider Threat Division and holds top security clearance. In March of 25, the FBI commenced an operation after receiving a tip that an individual now known to be Lash offered to provide classified information to a friendly foreign government. In that email, the sender wrote that he did not agree or align with the values of this administration and was therefore willing to share classified information that he had access to, including completed intelligence products, some unprocessed intelligence, and other assorted classified documentation. They're going to mention that they implemented an operation at a public park in Northern Virginia where Lash believed he would deposit the classified information for the foreign government to retrieve. On or about May 1st, FBI surveillance observed Lash proceed to the specified location and deposit an item. Following his departure, the FBI retrieved the item, which was a thumb drive later found to contain messages from Lash and multiple typed documents, each containing information that was portion marked up to the secret or top secret levels. The message from Lash indicated that he had chosen to include a decent sample size of classified information to decently demonstrate the range of types of products to which he had access. This is sedition, and this is where it's getting particularly worrisome. Now we have some information. This is posted by Nick Sorter, saying that this is the man. I don't know for sure if this is the image of the guy or not, but this is what Nick Sorter has posted. He blatantly told these forwarders he doesn't, quote, agree or align with the values of this administration. Okay. Where are we nationally? What is this when you have hyperpolarization to the degree where holdover intelligence employees are intentionally giving away American secrets to hurt the Trump administration? Is this just standard old sedition that happens? Is it something more?
So I think that there's, if I understand correctly, there are attempts to spy on friendly countries from friendly countries all the time. It's very normal. This kind of stuff, though, someone, an actual asset leaking top secret and secret information to a foreign government, even if it is a friendly government, that's exceedingly rare, if I understand correctly. Not like I'm some kind of insider that has, inside knowledge, but all the stuff that I've heard, this is fairly unprecedented. It's not very often.
He was seeking citizenship in this country, which they're claiming was friendly. And the FBI ran the sting operation for about a month. He was transcribing pages of classified information and transmitting it. Then they had a prearranged location to meet, and I guess they ended up arresting this guy. They say a criminal complaint is merely an allegation.
What should the punishment be for someone who does that? Like just losing their job?
So guys, I was going to pull up the criminal complaint for you guys, but it's not up. So it's not going to be released until he's presented in front of a judge tomorrow when they unseal the criminal complaint.
Remember J6, they were trying to try people for sedition, but actually doing something that undermines the United...
He's cooked. They're going to get him for probably espionage. 18 USC, it's espionage. Here, I'll tell you guys right now.
Leads to the suffering or death of Americans, or violates our rights, or undermines the core tenets.
Oh, 793. 793. Yep. I didn't even have to. They're probably gonna hit him with this. Yep. Gathering, transmitting, or losing defense information. Yep. So that's what we're gonna get him for.
Is treason, the penalty is like 10 years in prison or death is the range. Sedition, I think, is like up to 10 years in prison or something.
But do you think I'm saying, would they even do the death penalty? That's my whole point of like, it should be something, but would they even actually kill someone over it?
So
I don't think so either.
But let's clarify.
The administration...
treason is adhering or providing aid to an active enemy in a time of war or conflict. Sedition is what this guy did in actively trying to subvert or damage the government internally. This is the difference. The issue I'm seeing with all of it is you have Democrats that have broken the law, and we don't even arrest them. Case in point, when Kash Patel, he releases these documents to the GOP, and then just the other day, Grassley releases them declassified, and it turns out that Nellie Orr, wife of Bruce Orr, heavily involved in the Russiagate hoax, was found by the FBI to have lied to Congress and appears to have committed multiple felonies. They said she outright did. No prosecution under Bill Barr. They don't even give them a slap on the wrist. They don't even give them a $50 ticket. Come on. They've arrested. So I will say this. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino have talked about how they found new documents. They've released these things. It appears like Comey's FBI was trying to hide this stuff. This guy was clearly anti-Trump and still is. This arrest is just the beginning. They're releasing these documents on Nellie Orr.
The documentary that they're referring to, guys, is this one right here.
After Israel and the terrorist organization Hezbollah.
This is I actually broke down this documentary on my channel, guys. The pager plot where they had this shit for 10 years in the fucking thing, and they, fucking blew up the pagers against Hezbollah. I talked about this on my channel. Actually, you know what? You type in Fed Reacts, Mossad. Oh, shit. Sorry. Yeah. I think I covered it here.
David, his enemies resurrect.
Did I cover on this one? It's the pager plot on this
create peace treaty he'd signed with Israel.
Yeah.
Not too much. Using dummies. Mossad.
Yeah, so I covered it in here, man. And they talk about it in this documentary with 60 Minutes, how, they're the actors and the screenwriters and all this other shit, bro. They literally run everything. So basically how they did it all. So anyway, let's get back to it here.
Hopefully just
death or imprisonment for any term of years or for life.
Let's go.
So
but hold on.
And Donald Trump did reinstate the death penalty federally.
Oh.
The federal death penalty had been.
Is he gonna die?
I can't see the future, but it's possible. Like if he's found, guilty and
back to that. Like,
so no, hold on.
It'd be super cool if I could see the future.
I don't believe you're correct.
I don't know.
I don't believe you're correct in the literal codified
you don't think
criminal penalties of what espionage is. I'm pretty sure this is going to require adherence to an enemy in a time of war.
For espionage?
Yeah.
No, that for treason and for sedition. Treason is to help enemy in a time of war. Sedition is to try to overthrow the government. But espionage is to, let's see, the punishment for espionage.
Not the punishment.
Under 18 USC Chapter 37, anyone who communicates, delivers, or transmits information related to the national defense to a foreign entity can be punished by death or imprisonment for any term of years or for life. So I'm not exactly sure the products that he was.
How is that not espionage? I'm confused.
So let's say first, under the Espionage Act, it has to be national defense information, which is a question we have about what this guy's being charged with. This is important.
Oh, man.
Let me check.
I should have been on this episode.
Charge is just classified documents to a foreign country. They don't mention whether it's national security information, but I think you can argue that all classified information would be national security information. That's what's classified. So it is
and national defense information too.
Information to aid foreign governments. 18 U.S. Code, Chapter 37, espionage and censorship. Very interesting. Whoever with intent or reason to believe that it is to be used to the injury of the United States or to the advantage of a foreign nation communicates, delivers, or transmits, or attempts to communicate, deliver, or transmit to any foreign government.
All right, we're gonna go into Andrew Tate after this chat. Actually, you know what? I gotta let me go into the Epstein stuff first. Okay, so we'll finish this Bongino thing up.
The FBI, you move in buildings, there's a lot of change.
I got one more thing. I'm not asking anyone to trust me. Trust is for fools. Just wait for the results. That's all I'm asking. Don't trust me. Trust is for fools. Too many actors in government have asked you to trust them and screwed you in the past. We're not doing that.
Yeah, speed. You don't need speed in this. You need to do it right.
Smooth is fast.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Great to see you.
Great to see you.
All right, so here we go. So for you guys to understand Epstein properly, you guys are gonna have to understand some of the people that were involved. Oh man, hold on one sec, chat. I gotta move some of the stuff over here. Actually, you know what? I'll just get rid of. I'm using a whole other screen share. Okay, I don't have this screen share set up properly. All right, let me move this shit down. Let's move it back to here. All right. Boom. Boom. And boom. So here are the players, all right? Now, we can't talk about Epstein unless we talk about this guy, Les Wexner, okay? And if you were wondering, yes.
Every single time.
All right. And then, and obviously we got Ghislaine Maxwell, if you're wondering.
Every single time.
Yep. And then obviously you got Jean-Luc Brunel. And then we're going to get our boy Epstein in here as well, right? So Epstein, right? Which, with that last name, you guys already know.
Every single time.
So this is how the conspiracy worked, okay? Les Wexner was the financial backer for Jeffrey Epstein. He owns a bunch of businesses and companies, etc., to include Victoria's Secret, all right? Now, Jeffrey Epstein and his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, / his socialite female friend, whatever the fuck you guys want to call it. Basically, there were two different things going on. So Epstein, no one really knew. This guy was a math teacher back in like the 1970s and 80s or whatever. And then he came into a bunch of money and ended up becoming a billionaire and everything else like that. Has this place in, Fifth Ave, and has a house in France, has a house in West Palm Beach, or in Palm Beach. And he has all this money, right? And if you're like, how the hell did he come into this money? I'll tell you, this guy right here, Les Wexner, his homeboy, this guy was the one that put him in with all that money. He was the financier for Les Wexner, okay? Very successful billionaire, chairman of Bath and Body Works, Inc., formerly Limited Brands, which owns a bunch of different companies to include Victoria's Secret. Why did I mention Victoria's Secret? Well, because this guy right here, Jean-Luc Brunel, okay, would be the one to find a lot of the model recruiters. He was a model recruiter, basically, this guy. So this is the way the conspiracy worked. Your boy Jeffrey Epstein obviously was close with Ghislaine Maxwell. So back in the United States, Jeffrey Epstein was organizing a crew of teenage girls to come over and give him and his buddies massages, okay? High school girls between 13 to 15, 16, 17, right? And these girls, basically what he would do is he'd get the first 15-year-old, hey, give me a massage, blah, blah. Then you'd pay her $200, $300, right? He'd be like, hey, do you have any friends at your high school that want to do this? Sure. He'd then, basically, she goes and recruits friends from her high school, right? And next thing you know, he has 5 to 10 girls that are all underage giving massages at his place, right? While this is going on, Ghislaine Maxwell is meeting at the UN, talking about the ocean and talking about, saving, preserving whales and all sorts of weird shit, right? And she meets a lot of powerful people. Now, then they would have parties. When they have these parties, Ghislaine Maxwell would come with Jeffrey Epstein, and they would come with Victoria's Secret models, women that worked for Les Wexner and women that were recruited by this guy, Jean-Luc Brunel. When they would go to these parties, okay, Epstein would be the cool guy. He'd have a bunch of chicks with him. He'd be cool. Who is this guy? We've never seen him before. How does he have all this money? Oh, he has Ghislaine Maxwell with him. Wow, she seems cool. She's was at the UN talking about the ocean. These seem like cool people. Awesome. Next thing you know, hey, you should come party with us sometime. Sure. You go party with him. You show up at his house. Some girl gives you a massage. You're thinking everything is all good. Guess what? She's fucking underage. Next thing you know, you're fucking compromised. Gotcha, bitch. That's basically how it went down. Okay. Obviously, I'm simplifying the story significantly, but this is how it went. And Ghislaine Maxwell helped Jeffrey Epstein with not just procuring the young girls and back in Palm Beach, that he would fly around all over the place, to France, to New York, to Palm Beach, to New Mexico, where he had that ranch, or in the other place in Paris, like I mentioned before. She would have just helped him with that. She would also help him with, introducing him to, powerful people like Prince Andrews, etc. Right? We all know the famous photo with Prince Andrews. This guy right here, right? Prince Andrew, where he had that, very bad interview with 60 Minutes or whatever. And he had that picture with one of the girls, Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. Right? This famous photo right here. Boom. Who I think this girl recently passed away, if I'm not mistaken. She, they said that she self-deleted, but I don't think she self-deleted. Here's Ghislaine Maxwell right here. Here he is, and here's this girl. She was 17 at the time this photo was taken. Right? So that's what Epstein and them did. Now you're probably wondering, well, why did Epstein do this? Why did he compromise these powerful people? I'll tell you why, to include Bill Gates. Basically, he's compromised these people, and then he has leverage. They have to do what he says. And one of the things that he was interested in, guys, was technology. Why? For Israel. Now, when it comes to getting this technology, what he would do is Bill Gates, for example. Bill Gates, he compromised Bill Gates. And what he did was he told Bill Gates, hey, I need you to donate money to MIT's technology, research on my behalf as the donor. And that's what Bill Gates did. And then, since Bill Gates was the donor and it was in Jeffrey Epstein's name, guess what he could do? He could go to Boston, Massachusetts, aka Cambridge, go hang out at MIT, see them do this technology, see them make these innovations, and guess what he does with that information? Gives it back to them boys. Okay? And that's what he did for a very, very long time. Compromise, control, exploit. Compromise, control, exploit. That is the game plan that Epstein utilized.
Every single time.
Like they always do with these Israeli intelligence agencies, and that's how they did it. Okay? Obviously, there's more to it than that, but that's me just kind of giving it to you guys in an elevator sales pitch. Give me ones in the chat if that makes sense for you niggas. Give me ones if that makes sense. And then, now we're going to get into my guy, Andrew. We're going to need to get to 3,000 likes, though. We're at 2,000 likes only. We need to get the engagement up. You guys have been spamming Tate all fucking day. So I need you ninjas to smash that fucking like video on YouTube. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I see a bunch of ones. Great, 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 great. I'm glad it makes sense. There's more to it than that, guys, but now you guys understand how he ran it. Les Wexner was a financer. Jeffrey Epstein was the planner. Ghislaine Maxwell was the right hand. And your boy Jean-Luc Brunel got the bitches. Okay? To include, he got underage female models as well. And this guy also died mysteriously in the jail, FYI, by ending himself. Okay? It's almost a common knowledge at this point. No, it's not, dumbass. A lot of people don't know who Jean-Luc Brunel is. A lot of people don't know who Les Wexner is. A lot of people just think that it was all Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell working by themselves. No, my friend. No, no, no. So, smash that like button, guys. I'm going to go take a quick piss, and we're going to get into this Andrew Tate situation. We've been streaming now for about 3 hours. So I need you guys to like the video. I'm gonna go take a quick piss, come back. Let's get to 2,500 likes and I'll start it up. I'll be right back. Ugh. All right. Huh.
The British government has charged Andrew Tate and his brother.
Hey, still wait, guys. We're at 22. We're at 22:31. 2,500. We'll start this thing up, bro. 2,500, and I'll get it started up. Smash that like video, niggas. Smash that like video. I mean, the like button. As I sit here and eat my protein chips. Smash that like button, niggas. I'll mute myself so you guys don't hear crunchy chips the whole time. Still waiting for you niggas, man. We're at 2320. Come on, guys. I've lowered it down from 3,000 to 2,500 for you guys. From 3,000 to 2,500. Smash that like button, and we'll get this thing going. We're almost there, ninjas. We're about 60 away. I haven't signed into another account to smash that like button. Help you guys out. Let's go, man. W Crunch? Bro, you niggas are... Christian Navarra says, hey, Myron, did you see the new details on the Tory Lanez incident released today? Free Tory in the chat. Yeah, bro, I'm gonna talk about that. Don't worry. Natasha Romanov says, Myron, you never told the story the other day about the time you had to chase someone on foot when you worked in law enforcement. Okay, I will tell that later today. Just give me a reminder. Where are we at? All right, 19 more likes, guys, and we will be at 2,500, 2,492. We're almost there, ninjas. Smash that like button. That's all you got to do. All right, we hit it. All right, this comes from the Inside Edition. Let's see what these niggas got to say.
The British government has charged Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan with rape and human trafficking, among other charges. The BBC reports the Crown Prosecution Service filed the charges after receiving new evidence against the far-right influencer brothers from a regional police station. Andrew Tate faces 10 charges connected to 3 alleged victims, while Tristan faces 11 charges connected to 1 alleged victim, on allegations dating back between 2012 and 2015, according to reports. The brothers have previously rejected the UK allegations, saying they are, quote, very innocent men. Despite also facing similar charges in their country of residence, Romania, the British-American brothers were allowed to return to the United States in February. At the time, Andrew said of the charges against them,
we live in a democratic society where it's innocent until proven guilty, and I think my brother and I are largely misunderstood. There's a lot of opinions about us, a lot of things that go around about us on the internet. We've yet to be convicted of any crime in our lives ever.
Reports say they have since returned to Romania, where they face charges of sex with a minor and trafficking. They both deny the allegations. According to the BBC, those charges will be handled after the criminal cases are concluded in Romania.
Yeah, the BBC.
For Inside Edition Digital, I'm Mara Montalbano.
The fuck? That's a weird name. All right, now let's go. Let's see here. So that's the overview, right? Now we're gonna go into what Breaking Points has to say. Which, by the way, this is Kyle Kulinski's wife right here, if I'm not mistaken. This chick right here on the right.
Got to update you guys on the doing.
It's called Alpha Fell. Tate brothers face trafficking assault charges in the UK. All right, here we.
Of the Tate brothers. Let's put this up on the screen. So they are now facing criminal charges. Both Tristan and Andrew are facing criminal charges in the UK. 21 charges. This is combined between the two of them. I'll just read you a little bit of the article here so I can make sure to get the details right. Prosecutors have confirmed for the first time the full list of 21 charges Andrew and Tristan will face when they are returned to the UK. They are facing extradition from Romania, where they are currently being held and being investigated for similar series of charges. Those charges include rape, actual bodily harm, and human trafficking. The Crown Prosecution Service said it had authorized the charges against the brothers in 2024 before an extradition warrant was issued to bring them back from Romania. The 2 British Americans are under investigation in Romania, facing a number of charges which they deny. CPS said the domestic criminal matters in Romania must be settled first. Their charging decision in the UK came after they received a file of evidence from Bedfordshire police about allegations made in the UK. So the 10 counts here against Andrew Tate are connected to 3 alleged victims. They include rape, actual bodily harm, human trafficking, controlling prostitution for gain. Tristan faces 11 charges connected to 1 alleged victim, including rape, actual bodily harm, and human trafficking. So that's where they are. They deny all the charges, just so you know. And obviously this pair, Ryan, Andrew in particular, has become very significant in terms of American politics. There were some indications, the administration denies it, but that they intervened in Romania to allow these two the ability to travel while they're under investigation in Romania. And they flew down to Florida. There was a huge conversation that happened on the right. We hosted a critic of the Tates from the right, Ali Bestecki, here to talk about this. And ultimately, Ron DeSantis basically threatened them with charges here in the U.S. And they...
Who? Ali who, chat? Ali Bestecki? Who the fuck is that? Who is Ali Bas? I don't know who the fuck that is. All right, let's see what else they got to say. I'll give you guys my commentary after. We'll just let these niggas yap for a little bit.
They decided that they would leave the country. But it is a bit of a fault line within the American right, from what I can tell, because on the one hand, you have obviously like the longtime religious right coalition that Ali Beth Stuckey is, a representative of, that, traditional values, quote unquote, traditional family, very much at odds with the lifestyle, even if you believe that they are not guilty of the crimes of which they've been accused, which there is significant evidence of. But even if you believe them, the lifestyle there is at best extremely degenerate. So there is a cultural clash there, one of the many schisms within the Trump coalition as it exists now.
Yeah, and these are apparently these appear to be related to civil cases that they're facing in the UK from 4 women. I think this is 3 women went forward with these criminal charges. And it's a complicated case because it involves coercion as well as some physical abuse. There's a grooming element that's involved here that is also controversial on the right, where they're like, they don't believe in that. They're like, if you got groomed, that's on you. Like you should have known better. Like these guys are creeps or something. Like that's kind of like the Tate's counter argument. There, and they also say their official statement is that everything was consensual and they have done nothing wrong here. But yeah, the Romanians have said they will extradite them though to the UK but first they have to navigate the rest of these Romanian charges and sentences if there are any. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're cornered at this point or not, or if they're going to wait out the politics, because if some significantly right-wing government comes into power, like these are the kind of charges that you could see becoming this political football. But they're also toxic for the right as well. They're in this difficult spot because they have so many millions of men who love these guys,
right?
And many millions of people who despise them.
Yeah. And even as there is a very clear schism between the religious right types and the, manosphere types, and, specifically the degenerate Tates, Andrew Tates of the world, there is some commonality there, though, too, because one of the analyses of the right is, okay, why is your life not going the way that you want it to go? Not because of business, not because of inequality. It's because of immigrants, or it's because of trans people, or in this case, it's because of women. Women got right. Feminism, they took the jobs, they're, crushing you and calling you toxic and, not allowing you to just be a guy. And so both are aligned, both the manosphere and the religious right are aligned in this project of maybe women shouldn't be in the workforce so much. Maybe women should, know their place a little bit more and make sure the man is taking the lead. And so it's, even though it seems like an odd coupling between these two coalitions, there is some ideological overlap there that, makes a somewhat coherent political.
Yeah, because feminism is a fucking ideological failure and everybody fucking knows it, whether it's from the religious right or the people that are just simply fucking practical and understand that politically, economically, socially, in every single way, feminism has absolutely fucking been a huge contribution to the destruction of the West. At this point, it's indisputable. It's indisputable. How is that women are less happy now than ever before, despite the fact that they have more rights and privileges than ever before, and they have more access, and they have more economic power, and they have more voting power, and they have more of a say in society than they've ever had before? But why are they fucking downright miserable? All right? So if the people on the right that are religious are agreeing with people on the right that might not be as religious, degenerate as you would say, or whatever, people from the manosphere, people like Myron and Andrew, whatever the fuck it may be, well, guess what? That means that it's probably true. Because even on this sensitive topic, right, we're able to come to an agreement on feminism is a fucking problem.
Project.
Yeah, that's true.
So, all right, well, that's what we got for you guys with regard to the Tates. Keep our eye on that and all of the other stories. Thank you guys so much for supporting the show.
All right, so here's the thing, right, with this whole fucking thing. Guys, this is old news. Look at this. Tate brothers will be extradited to UK after their trial in Romania. We already knew about this shit a year ago. March 12, 2024. Why is this news? When I saw this shit break all over the fucking media, I'm like, what the fuck are people retarded? They already put this out. Look.
Hours after their arrest, the Tate brothers, Tristan first.
This is not fucking news, bro.
Then Andrew were taken into court for the extradition hearing. According to a lawyer who's planning civil action against them in the UK, there was a suspicion they were about to flee Romania. The brothers deny that.
We wrote to the UK authorities last week.
Yeah, they're gonna flee to Romania, bro. They went to Dubai, they went to the United States, and they came back every single time to Romania to sign a piece of fucking paper. They're not running, dude. They're not running. They literally travel to the U.S., Dubai. I think they went to Dubai twice now at this point, and went back to Romania to sign a fucking piece of paper. Spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on private jets to fly from Dubai to the fucking Romania to Bucharest to sign a piece of paper. That's why they go back.
Back of information we'd received that Tate was planning to flee Romania, we alerted the UK authorities, and we made a plea.
That's cap, bro.
That if they were going to act, that they.
And remember, this was from a year ago, just so you guys know. So this extradition bullshit was gonna happen a year ago, bro. They've been talking about this shit for a year. This is all fucking news.
Now, before Tate has a chance to evade justice in Romania and also the UK.
In Bucharest, for the past 2 years, the Tates have been fighting charges of rape and human trafficking brought by Romanian women. Now, the brothers face new and similar allegations from British women in claims made to Bedfordshire.
And just so you guys know, these women, right, that made these accusations, these are the same bitches that were on Vice that were trying to sue him. And also, they already arrested him for this stuff already. And they found nothing. They took all of his laptops and everything. This was years ago. This is from like 2010. This is like 15 years ago, man.
Here, police.
You arrested again? Why?
The judge approved the UK extradition, but it won't happen until the Romanian charges have been dealt with.
My soul is not for sale, neither are my principles. We are innocent men. No, we're very innocent men. I've been asking Romanian courts to go to the UK myself. I've asked 5 times and been declined, so now I get to go home.
The brothers' lawyer spoke outside court.
You must bear in mind.
And guys, they've been trying to go to the UK for a long time. They didn't let them go to the UK because I remember their mom was sick. She had a heart condition. They wouldn't even let them go. It was right around Christmas a couple years ago.
That at the time when the foreign authorities issue such an arrest warrant, the description of the facts is rather brief and rather incomplete. It seems that we are talking about acts that were allegedly committed many years ago, over 10 years.
Andrew Tate is also facing a UK civil action. 4 women claim he raped them. Old allegations that were investigated by Hertfordshire police, but later dropped.
I told you guys, they took his laptops and everything when that shit happened. Look, he's talked about this in interviews for years, that these accusations came out, they investigated it, they took all of his stuff, they raided his house when he was there with like 2 girls, and nothing ever happened. No charges ever came, and he left the UK. Now, with all this attention, UK is like, oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and charge him now. Also because he created the Bruv Party, and he's been critical of the British government. Now they want to go ahead and launch charges now. Again, I told you guys, this is from a year ago, March 12, 2024. Right? We knew this was coming, bro. This is old news. Old fucking news. So, Tate put this out. Why the UK government is after me. Let's see what he's got to say. I think it's for some of the reasons I outlined earlier for you guys. But, dude, the UK is cooked, bro. I'm be honest with y'all niggas, man. UK is cooked.
When the Romanians call you something, and I state this from a position of respect, I love Romania. And I think it's full of great people. But when the Romanian authorities accuse you of something, it doesn't mean much. I mean, when the Romanians say you're a human trafficker, and the Kazakhs say you're you're an alien, like, who cares? Like, we all know how the American and British government accuse people of things, and they're the respectable ones. So when these second and third world nations accuse you of things, it's like, it was so amazing to me when I got free and I left, where anyone even still mentions my case. Nobody does really in general public, but amongst the media and the elites, some people are still like, oh, what about this case is still hanging over you. It's like, I was in Nambia and accused of being a witch doctor. Like, who cares? Why is this a thing? It's not real. None of it's real. It's second, third world garbage. So it's interesting that anybody even believes any of it anymore or talks about it anymore. But I think most people on the street understand it was a setup, and it was a setup. The UK Foreign Office, I'll say this now, the UK Foreign Office instructed the Romanians to get me off of the internet. And the Romanians are mercenaries for hire. And they thought, well, he's not a Romanian citizen. He's a British citizen who's just living here, and they want to deal with him, so let's deal with him.
Wow.
So that's what happened.
So they're the aggressor. They're the fuel behind the whole thing, the UK government.
Yeah, it wasn't the Dems. I thought it was the Democrats. They signed off on it.
Right.
It was actually...
You guys said that they put a statement out on X. Can you guys send it to me real quick? I know he put this out like an hour ago. So, speaking of which, Rob Moore's out of the UK, right, guys? I was supposed to do something with them. If I do go back to the UK, I'll probably do something with them. I don't know, bro. My thing is like, man, if I go to the UK, who knows what's going to happen, bro? Bad. Who fucking knows what's going to happen nowadays with this shit? So.
Actually, the UK government. The UK government.
Conservatives at the time, was it?
Conservatives at the time.
Wow.
Well, this is the
Fucking
thing.
knows what's going to happen.
Conservative Labor, are either of them even in power? Do they even matter? Or is there a shadow government above both of them, which is why they continue, no matter who you vote for, to let in the boats, send money to Ukraine?
Do you know the answer to that question?
I think the answer is 100% certainly there is. There's a shadow government of the UK and most Western nations. We don't know who our true leaders are. And the shadow government sees me as a problem. And they want me to be gone. They want me off the internet because I'm inspiring resistance to their ideals. And they just want to get rid of me. So, yeah, it was conservatives at the time. But what's conservative about the conservatives?
Nothing anymore.
Well, they're absolute clowns.
Values have gone.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, we all hope Farage comes and changes things. Of course we do. How much power does he really have? I don't know. How much power does a PM actually have? I don't know. The reason I wanted to run for PM is so I could stand up and say, hello, everybody. I don't have any power. Everything I've tried to do, they won't let me do. So everyone you're voting for, it doesn't work before they put a bullet in my head. That was my intent.
Right.
Just to make it very clear, because I don't think a PM has any power at all. Maybe I'm wrong.
So you just wanted to have a political party to find that out?
Well, I just wanted to expose what I can and can't do.
Right.
Hello, this is what I can and this is what I can't do. It turns out I cannot stop the invasion of our nation. So what kind of leader am I? What kind of country is this? The people who are actually in charge of the invasion of our nation are these NGOs, which are sponsored by these shadow groups of money from God knows where. They seem to have more power than me as your elected leader. So we either send the army in and arrest all of these NGO heads, or our country goes down the drain because it's being invaded by people who don't respect our values. These are our two options. And what's actually most disappointing about that is when I say that on the BBC, when I say we need to arrest everyone who works in any of these NGO offices, there'll be huge mass protests. All the British people who I'm trying to protect and save will get out on the street, start saying, he's a dictator, tyranny, like retards, like lemmings marching towards the cliff. So even saving Western nations now is such a thankless job. Because if you do the right thing, if you do what must be done, you're going to be seen as the bad guy. There are people in the UK who believe I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy for trying to inspire young men to restore the masculine essence of resistance. That's all it is. I'm a full-grown man, and you have to convince me of things. That's it. I'm not saying I won't comply. I'm saying convince me. You can't tell me.
Hey guys, Bills is doing something right now, updating my OBS, so I'm going to just let the interview rock for a bit. I'm going to mute myself on the side so you guys don't hear it, but me and Bills are doing something behind the scenes. So just enjoy the interview. Andrew's explaining why they want to go after him, like I said before. This is old news, man. These niggas are fucking haters. Yeah. Let me keep playing the interview. Give me 1 sec, Bills. Okay.
I'm not a little fucking girl, and I'm not a little weakling. If you say COVID is real, convince me. Don't tell me what to do. Convince me what to do. But you can't convince me. You can't convince me COVID's real, and you can't convince me a man's a woman. And you can't convince me about all this fucking LGBT bullshit being shown to kids. And you can't convince me that we should open up our borders and let in a whole bunch of people we don't know. And you can't convince me that having our streets run with blood because there's endless knife crime and drugs is somehow a good idea and that London couldn't be fixed. You can't convince me of your ideas. So because you can't convince me, you then want to try and force me to believe them with intimidation tactics. And that's why they don't like masculinity, because men are not intimidated. I'm not scared of you and I don't believe you. So unless you convince me, you're a fucking liar. Keep snorting coke off Macron's dick on a fucking train in and out of Ukraine. They're going to Ukraine and having hooker and coke parties. Why do they keep going to Ukraine all the time? Have you ever been to Ukraine?
No.
Beautiful women in Ukraine. Also a lot of cocaine. Sounds like a fucking lad's holiday to me. Then they come back and send them billions. What is going on here? And if you don't want me to believe that you're taking the train to Kiev to do what most Westerners have done in Kiev when they've gone to Kiev, which is prostitutes and cocaine. That's what it's known for. It's like doing weed in Amsterdam. If you want to convince me that that's what you're not doing, then convince me. You don't get to say, that's what I'm not doing. Shut up. You don't get to scare me. I'm not scared of you. That's what I think you're doing, Keir. So convince me I'm wrong. But they can't convince me of anything. This is why they don't like masculinity, because masculinity must be convinced. Whereas femininity, you can intimidate. And weak men, which of course is femininity in and of itself, you can intimidate. They don't like me because they can't intimidate me, and they don't like me because I inspire other people to not be intimidated. And that is what they do not like. They want us afraid of them. And I'm saying don't be afraid of them. They can't arrest all of us. I'll go jail. Fine, I'll go. Top G. Whatever. I'm the first guy to die. 100 men versus the gorilla, I'm the first guy. Whatever. but they can't get all of us. And it's that what they're genuinely afraid of. They have such a weak control over the narrative. The thread that they're using to hold on to power is now so weak that they are deathly afraid of people just saying to them, why? Or prove it. That's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of you sitting there going, well, you're saying that X, Y, and Z. Why? They don't even want to be held accountable for their own ideas. They just want to stand up and say that a man can go in a woman's bathroom. They've reversed that now, by the way. We're going to talk about why they did that. Or some other garbage. And you just go, okay, yes, sir. Inject the slave programming directly into my mind, sir. Okay. That's what the Matrix wants. If you question them, they're in trouble. So why have they now tried to admit that it turns out, after years of saying that a man could be a woman, now a man can't be a woman? Why have they 180'd? I mean, Keir Starmer was saying 6 months ago that a man was a woman if he put a wig on, and now he's saying that she's absolutely not. Who are these people who just instantly 180? Well, it's because they know they're losing control of power. And as you lose control of power, you have to make concessions. All dictators do this. If you look at all dictatorships before the Civil War, they would try and raise the pensions or decrease the price of fuel. They're trying to appease the masses now because they know they're losing control. And they're losing control, especially in the information space, because the internet's become more free. So they're like, okay, we have to make some concessions. We can't push this hard anymore. So they're trying to ease up and pretend to be sensible. Force is a really funny thing. It's so easy to overuse. And once you overuse force, it ends. So force is a never-ending balancing act between how do we intimidate people with this force while also not overusing it. And they nearly did it with Southport. They nearly overused it. If they would have put up, I would argue if they would have put 50, 60 more people in jail after Southport, perhaps there would have been serious consequences. But they got away with it. They got the balancing act just right. They put just enough of them in jail, hushed it in the media, scared everybody, and got away with it. But what's going to happen next time? I don't know. So yeah, it's a really interesting scenario that the Western world is in. But their cure-all now is we need everybody to endlessly comply without questioning us because our ideas are so crazy that they can't be defended if they're questioned. And it's for that reason why I'm seen as such a threat to national security. The British government has labeled me a national security threat.
How does that make you feel?
Well, it makes me feel like I won't get a very fair chance in court.
So will you go back to the UK ever?
If I'm forced to. I mean, I will not disobey a judge's orders. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I've never done anything wrong. Do I think I have a chance of a fair trial in the UK? Of course not.
So if you go back there, do you think they'll arrest you?
I think they'll probably remand me. And the system is impersonal, right? The system is impersonal. Like, it's personal for me, but it's impersonal as a system. I'll go to jail for years and years and years and years and years, and the years will tick by, and the pieces of paper will move around, and eventually I'll get out. And everyone will be like, oh, yeah, just doing my job. I'm just a guy who stamps the paper. It's unfair what happens to you. I'm just a guy who locks the door. It's unfair. Everyone will tell me the whole time I shouldn't be there. The guard who locks the door will say, you don't belong in jail, but I just have to lock the door. You don't belong in jail, but I just had to give you the food. You don't belong in jail. I just stamped the paper. And everyone will say I don't belong there, and the whole system will just keep me in jail anyway. I know all of this. And the fact that they take time out of their lives, the fact that it's quite flattering. What did we say earlier about a greater force taking time out of its life to try and enact revenge on you is actually a very flattering act. The fact that the British government, the head of the largest empire in history, okay, now it's a shadow of his former self, but the fact that they sit around and go, we have to do something about this guy. It's kind of flattering. And the fact they haven't managed to get me yet is also kind of cool. But we all know what's going on. We all know what they're doing. I haven't done anything wrong besides question their authority, which is a crime in and of itself in a dictatorship, and which is what we live in. We live in communist dictatorships, and questioning authority is a crime.
So you think in the UK it's a communist dictatorship?
100% it is. I mean, questioning authority in nearly every country is a crime. But in the West, we've come up with this bullshit illusion of freedom. So when you question authority, instead of arresting you for questioning authority, they have to arrest you for something else. So they just make up another crime.
Right.
But that's the reason they come for you in the first place. So I'm not saying the West is uniquely evil with this. I'm saying the West is uniquely deceptive. The West lie about it. If you get arrested in Saudi Arabia or here in the UAE, if I get arrested in Dubai for insulting Dubai, they'll say insulting Dubai on the charges. And I'll say, well, okay, well, I know what I did and I know what I have to defend. And here's my predicament. Whereas in England, if you insult the government too much and you're a nobody, you get away with it. But if you're a somebody and people listen to you because your ability to speak is directly correlated to your insignificance, then they say, okay, he's challenged authority, but we're not allowed to arrest him for that because we're a free country. So what do we arrest him for? Taxes. Problem with taxes, although it's an easy one to charge someone with, is that it doesn't damage their reputation. Because if people are listening to my ideas, they have to damage my reputation so no one listens to my ideas anymore.
But human trafficking
and sexual crimes. Oh yeah, and I don't think I have a pedophilia charge. I think I have a human trafficking one. And
maybe that's when you get to the next level.
Well, there you go. So they accuse you of sexual crimes because
they're the most heinous.
Well, they're the most heinous, and then they get to attach something to your name which diminishes your influence. Let's be honest. The only reason Nigel Farage does not have me standing on a stage next to him at every single reform rally, getting every single young man in the entire country to vote for him, which I could do still right now. The only reason is because I'm accused of things I did not do. So how do they diminish my political power? By attaching bullshit accusations to my name so that I cannot be used and weaponized against their power structure. Now, what's sad about all of this is that people like Nigel believe it, or people like Nigel fear it. If Nigel was a little bit more gangster, he'd say, Andrew's never been convicted of anything. So I don't give a shit what he's accused of because he has no convictions. So he can stand up here and do whatever he wants. But he won't because the BBC and everyone will rip him apart of what I'm accused of, what a bad man I am. They'll tie his name to my accusations, blah, blah, blah. So what they do when you have massive influence and you have the ability to genuinely affect the matrix and the code inside of it is attach a heinous allegation to your name so that people are afraid to harness and use your power. That's why they've done what they've done to me. Imagine for a second how powerful a force Andrew Tate would be if they didn't have human trafficking attached to it. Just imagine. I'd be everywhere. I'd be everywhere. I mean, there are places I don't want to go. I don't want to go to Hollywood. I don't want to be in these movies. I don't want their shit. But the fact is now, their primary objective and their primary concern. In fact, I know the British government are watching this, so hello, dipshits. Let me continue to talk. I actually think the UK, their actual primary objective for me now is to raise bullshit charges against me, not to arrest me and not to put me in jail because that makes me a hero. And they've also, I mean, the UK is kind of semi-efficient. I will tell you this as a matter of fact. There is no way on God's green earth that the UK government has not commissioned their best psychologists and psychotherapists to analyze me. Every single podcast I've ever done, every bit of video they can find, my tweets. I'm like, who is this guy? Let's understand his pain points. Let's understand our enemy. As I have said earlier, that I do. Imagine it from the other way around. They're like, who is this guy? And they've read their report, and they've got their report back from the psychiatrist. The psychiatrist says, putting him in jail won't hurt him. He doesn't care. He likes it. because he gets to be a hero and he gets attention and he gets to say, ha ha ha, look what they do to me because I'm so important. And he's a tough guy. And putting him in jail is not going to hurt him. So why are they raising these garbage cases against me? The primary objective is to prevent me going to England. That's why. They don't want me there. Because if I'm on the ground, I'm going to change the entire political landscape forever. So they're like, we can scare them away if we raise charges. Wouldn't it be hilarious if I got on an Emirates flight tonight in London? Would it be hilarious if I just go there? Hello? Arrest me then. I'm past giving a fuck, really, at this point. What they're going to do, they're going to feed me and give me a bed. Sounds terrible. I'm a tough guy, Rob. I grew up in Luton. It's worse than any jail. It's fine. But it's really interesting, like the landscape we're playing in. But yeah, I think that they're genuinely afraid of my political influence. That's why they don't want me on the ground. That's why they use the mainstream media to try and constantly remind people of these accusations, because they know that these accusations diminish my capability and my ability to influence things in the particular direction that I want to influence them, that they don't want them to go. And it is amazing to me that anybody in the political establishment gives a shit. I'm going to talk about Nigel quickly because I don't want anyone to think I'm his enemy. I hope reform wins. I mean, Tory Labour wankers. Of course we need Nigel to win.
He's kicking their ass at the moment.
And I'm proud of him.
Smashed the local elections.
And I'm proud of him.
Yeah.
And I know as a politician you have to give certain answers. But Nigel really let me down. When they asked Nigel about me, he said, Andrew Tate is an important voice for young men. And they ripped him to pieces in the media. Andrew Tate, Nigel supports Andrew Tate, who is accused of, da-da-da. Next time my name came up, Nigel said, yes, Andrew's a bad guy, Andrew's a bad guy, Andrew's a bad guy. He pissed his pants. And I was very disappointed in that. Not because I give a shit about what Nigel says, but I was disappointed that if he's truly going to fix the UK, you have to be able to at least deal with the BBC. I've ripped the BBC to fucking pieces. Everyone's seen it. I've dealt with them. Like, Nigel, you have to do better than that. How are you going to deal with the shadow conglomerates and the NGOs and the banks and the real power structures who are going to threaten your life if you can't deal with some idiot BBC report? The correct answer to that question is, you said Andrew Tate is an important voice for young men. Yeah, he is. But Andrew Tate is accused of. Doesn't matter what he's accused of. I accuse you of being a ham sandwich. He's not convicted. I don't care. He's an important voice for young men. We need to understand why that is. Next question. Didn't have to piss his pants and say I'm a bad guy. He doesn't even know me. So that was a little bit disappointing. And the fact...
Well, we'll finish this interview and then I'll give you guys my comments.
That they can intimidate him with this Andrew's accused of bullshit instead of allowing me to help him guaranteed win is actually an L for him. It's not an L for me. I don't give a shit. It's an L for him. The matrix truly breaks. The dam truly breaks, and we're not quite there yet. I'm there, but we truly get there when people just stop giving a fuck completely what the mainstream media say. We're at the stage now where people argue against them. The media says the sky is green, so people say, but the sky is blue. Look, the media are liars. The matrix finally breaks when the media says the sky is green and nobody reads it. And nobody talks about it. And nobody argues with it. Nobody cares. That's the stage I'm at now. When they print Andrew Tate did this, or this person did this, or Rob Moore did this, I don't even say, did you see what the media said? They're lying about you. It doesn't even enter my brain. It's not even real. When we get to that stage, we'll be in a much better position. But I'm praying Nigel wins. However, when he does win, and I think he will, when the UK continues to decline, what happens then? What are you going to do, Mr. Property?
Well, I've got a lot of property in the UK.
Well,
so
what are you going to do with it all?
I think it's probably quite safe for a while where we are. Just keep taking the income, let it go up in value.
Do you think Nigel can fix the UK?
I think he's our best hope. I mean, I know him very well.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I think he's our best hope. There's no doubt about that. But do you think he can fix it?
I mean, statistically, like if you're asking me to bet,
yeah,
I don't think he can because I think it's broken beyond repair.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it would take centuries.
Or it would take the kind of decisive action that Western leaders don't really have the capability to do. I mean, the reason that they're trying to replace us all in the first world with third worlders is because the people who are in charge of the first world want to be third world leaders. They want to have that kind of decisive capability. It's really interesting when you imagine the Prime Minister of the UK, if he were to go to Bahrain or Kuala Lumpur or Malaysia or wherever, he would not be the big boss. He would actually be jealous of the other leader because the other leader has real power. The prime minister can't just choose who dies and pick and choose what house gets destroyed and replaced by a highway and do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
So they want to replace us with third worlders so they can rule over us like third worlders are ruled over. That's why they're trying to do it. But if a Western leader had that kind of power, and if he wasn't a corrupt piece of shit globalist, which is also a very important caveat, then I think you could fix the UK in 5 years. You have to put the army on the street. You have to arrest a whole bunch of people. You have to deport a whole bunch of people. You have to just get action done. And unfortunately, with action, the bottom line of all action is men with guns.
And bro, I'll tell you guys, this is someone that's been to the UK multiple times now. At this point, I can tell you guys that it is a failed nation. Holy fuck, man, it sucks. Holy shit, it sucks. I get in there and I get out.
That's the bottom line of all action. All action, no matter what you...
Anybody that's British, I can see why these niggas are so mad, bro. Real talk, man. I can see why they're so mad.
Say it is, the bottom line of it will come down to men with guns at some point. Violence is the backing behind everything.
It's true, monopoly of force, man.
So you're going to have to get a whole bunch of men with a whole bunch of guns. You're going to have to get violent. And you're going to have to, unfortunately, some people are going to be caught up in the web. Some innocent people are going to get deported or go to jail. That's how it works. Nothing's perfect. Nothing's infallible. But you could save a great nation in 3 to 4 years. But do anybody in the current Western political class have the gumption or the capability or the cult of personality to be able to pull that off? I think Trump has the cult of personality to be able to pull something like that off. I don't know if Farage does.
Yeah, but the problem with Trump is he has the fucking Zionist lobby weighing him down. That's our problem in America.
I'd like to believe he does. But if he were to really put the army on the streets, there'd be a whole bunch of Brits who are happy about it. But there'd also be a whole bunch of Brits who are like, oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is bad. And start crying about it like a bunch of fucking baby. You can't save people from themselves, Rob. You really can't. And it's almost sad that you could argue the height of civilization has been white Christian nations. Europe was the best place on the planet. But this altruism, this empathy that white Christians have is going to be the downfall. This turn the other cheek bullshit, this love your neighbor bullshit. Love your neighbor means love the people who you grew up with, who think like you next to you. It does not mean love some dude from the other side of the planet who doesn't think like you and who's going to kill your fucking kids. Christians, love your neighbor doesn't mean love everybody. Turn the other cheek, no. You only have two.
No, very, very true. Now, here's a statement that he gave.
I am a reminder of what is going to happen to every single man in the dystopian future which they are trying to build for us. I'm a reminder of what they did to Trump. Trial by media, endless allegations, some victim who he doesn't even remember the name and face of. And now the UK government is trying to silence me. They're accusing me of crimes which happened 15 years ago. They're not even telling me against who. 15 years ago, you did something wrong. To who? We can't tell you. This is a setup. This is a political witch hunt, which is why the members of parliament are openly calling for my decimation. Where is my chance of a fair trial when members of parliament are saying I deserve to go to jail without even seeing the evidence which has been put in front of a judge? This is a setup head to toe. And what they are doing to me is the same thing they tried to do to Trump, and it is the same thing they're going to do to every single one of you. Do not forget, they tried to put a bullet in Trump's head, and now they want me gone. What they are doing to me is coming to every single man who wants to protect the sanctity of his child's mind. If you do not want your kids learning propaganda in school, they will destroy you. What they're doing to me is the same thing they will do to every single man who refuses to take a vaccine because Pfizer wants to make money, even if it gives you turbo cancer. What they're doing to me, they will do to you. What they're doing to me is the same thing they will do to every single man who feels a patriotic love for his homeland. The homeland his ancestors built, fought, and died for. What they're doing to me, they're going to do to you too. They may kill me first, but they're going to kill all of us. When I decided to take on this fight against the Matrix, I understood the size and scope of the enemy. I knew exactly what they were going to try and do, and I called them out publicly, repeatedly, in advance, because their playbook is transparent. What they're trying to do to me is to silence me. They want me to disappear from the internet because I am afraid. But the problem that they have is that I do not operate from a realm of fear. My entire life has been a fight. Since the second I was born, I was fighting against poverty, before fighting in the ring, and now I am fighting the matrix. I've never known peace. I've never had peace of mind. I've never known anything other than struggle. This is who I am. And when I was fighting the Romanian judicial system, which is questionable at best, I walked into court with my head held high. I did not run. I did not hide. I could have disappeared. I didn't do any of it. I walked in there against a questionable judicial system, fought them, and won. And I will
A corrupt judicial system.
do the same against any judicial system that wants to bring charges against me. I will go to court. I will face the allegations, and I will suffer throughout the process, irregardless of how stitched up, how rigged, how set up it is, because I'm not afraid of jail, because everybody knows this is a lie. The British government is saying I hurt someone 15 years ago, but they won't tell me who. Every single man watching this and every single woman watching this who has sons or a husband, imagine they said to you or your husband, 15 years ago you hurt somebody. Who? Won't tell you who. How can you defend yourself? At the same time, the media is saying you're a bad person and belongs in jail. At the same time, members of parliament say you belong in jail. Nobody even knows who this person is, if they exist at all. I've been through this for 4 years so far. 4 years of jail, house arrest, endless media slander. I've never even had a trial. My criminal record is still completely empty. I have never yet had a trial because...
And not only that, this is shit that they brought up. Like I said before, they already took his laptops and tried to charge him with this thing, by the way, guys. That's why I'm like, what the fuck is this, man?
Their intention is not to bring evidence in front of a judge. Their intention is to attach heinous allegations to my name so that people talk about the allegations instead of my ideas. They don't want people to say Andrew Tate says smart things. They don't want big companies to use Andrew Tate to push their products to children. They don't want me to affect political campaigns. They don't want me to help Trump or help Farage or help anyone else. They want to say, you can't use him, even though he's a massive cultural force, because we've accused him of something. This is a setup. And I am telling the world that I am not afraid, that I will go to court, and irregardless of the outcome, because I'm not afraid of a stitch up, irregardless, God knows the truth of my heart. And all of the men who are watching this, who believe it will not happen to you, if you let them kill me, and you let them kill Trump, and you let them kill everyone else who stands up for what they believe in, if you believe these liars, if you believe these opportunistic women who have been promised money to lie, sooner or later, they're going to kill you.
No, very true, man. That's where we are now, guys. We are in a believe all women fucking, literally in a believe all women like spiral, okay? It is a bunch of bullshit, my friends. It really is, man. I told you guys before that this whole thing is a fucking charade. It's a whole bunch of bullshit. And the thing is, it's very true. Your ability to speak freely is 100% contingent upon your influence. If you have a voice and you're able to get people to say, damn, this nigga's right, that's when they silence you. That's why they demonetize me. That's why they ban Nick. That's why they ban Tate. That's why they ban Sneeko. Anyone that's spitting real shit, right, that has an audience, they're going to censor you and get rid of you. That's just how it goes, okay? If you're a retard like FaZe Clan, for example, right, and you're not talking about any real shit, you're just talking about a bunch of retarded content, right, no one gives a shit because you're not influencing anything. You're just being a moron, degenerative retard, now helping guys make money, now helping guys understand how the world works, now helping guys understand how women really fucking think. Meanwhile, instead, you're bringing these whores on and talking about, I'm going to you and shit like that, like Sophie Rain or whatever. You're safe. They don't have to worry about you. You're not doing anything, right? But when you start talking about real shit, right, like us or Russell Brand or Tates or a Sneeko or Nick Fuentes, whatever, yes, you're going to get censored. Alex Jones, you're going to get censored, okay? You can't say real shit while having a platform. It is what it is. That's what happens. They're going to censor you to some degree. Whether it's us getting demonetized on YouTube while getting banned on Meta, or it's Tate getting banned everywhere, or it's Nick Fuentes getting banned everywhere, or it's Sneeko getting banned off YouTube, or if it's Alex Jones getting banned off everywhere, right? Russell Brand getting bullshit charges on him as well, right? 10 years after the fact in the UK as well. Steven Crowder getting, censored on YouTube, demonetized. Dan Bongino getting banned. Anyone that has anything with any type of realness to say, right? They're going to censor you. That's what it comes down to. And the more potent your voice, the harder they will work to censor you. That's how it goes. That's why when they ban Andrew, right? Look, see, MOSSAD attacked me already. That's why when they ban Andrew, guys, right? They didn't just ban him off YouTube. They banned him off Instagram, then off Facebook, then off YouTube, then off X. They banned him on everything like same week. I remember it. It was August of 2022. I remember when all this shit happened, right? So that's what it is. That's where we are now, right? We are in a information war, quite frankly. We truly are in an info war. Alex Jones talked about this a minute ago. We truly are in an info war. And the problem is that the mainstream media, these regular talking heads at CNN and Fox or whatever, y'all don't respect them anymore. You guys don't trust them anymore. Rightfully so. Because they told you to fucking stay in your house for 2 to 3 years. Destroy your business, right? Destroy your career. Get this fucking jab. If you don't, you're going to be cooked. Then all of a sudden, now it's like evaporated. Nobody cares about the jab anymore, do they? They don't. But literally, 5 years ago, if you didn't stay in your house, you could have went to jail. Your business got destroyed. If you criticize the fucking COVID situation, you could get banned off of YouTube. You can lose your social media profile. You can lose your entire livelihood. That's why I said, the people, right, that have a voice that are telling the truth about shit, they always get censored. You think any of these retarded ass streamer niggas were talking about COVID or about them boys or about all the other bullshit that was going on? No, of course not. Of course not. They want to keep you stupid. This is why they push FaZe Clan, retarded niggas like that. Streamer University, they push that. You want to know why? Because it keeps you stupid, keeps you hopped up on dopamine, keeps you entertained. While you're entertained, guess what? You don't see the fucking Coliseum burning behind you. You don't see the country going up in flames. You don't see the fact that our country is being controlled by a fifth column called fucking Israel. You don't see the fact that kids are dying every single day, getting blown up, and they're using our tax dollars and our image to do it. Right? You don't see the fact that we're literally in the middle of a potential World War fucking III. That we have escalations with Iran. Okay? And we might get into war with them, and the Israelis are trying to push Trump into doing it, even though he doesn't want to do it, and he has all this fucking Zionist money. He doesn't want to do it, but they're trying to fucking shove him in there. Israel's trying to plan strikes against Iran. Trump is talking to Netanyahu, trying to fucking tell him, don't do it. Don't do it. But they want to do it anyway. The entertainment is best right before the Coliseum burns down. That's how Rome fell, chat. They want to keep you stupid and entertained and fat so that you're not strong, smart, and able to fight back. That's what it comes down to. That's the truth. That's why they push out retarded content in the algorithm and they suppress people telling you the truth. And they figured this out right around COVID time. When everybody was on the internet getting their entertainment, right? And they saw that these people started to rise and get popular. They were speaking about certain things. They're like, whoa, holy shit. People are inside more. They're consuming more social media. These guys right here are problematic. They're saying some shit that's a little bit too hot for us. They're telling these guys about some stuff that we shouldn't be telling them. What did they do? They fucking banned those guys. And that's why we have the current situation that we have now. That's why we got what we got going on now. This censorship regime. Now, thankfully, with Trump in office, it's chilled out a little bit. But censorship was at its worst like 2020, 2021, 2022. Who was in office at the time? Joe Biden. Guys, I remember, if you talk shit about the jab, you would get banned off YouTube. I remember if you talked about the election being a scam, being rigged, you would get banned. You could lose your job if you worked for the government if you didn't get the jab back in 2020. Now, nobody's even talking about it. You guys notice that? It's magically evaporated. Nobody cares about the jab anymore. No one cares. It's like a distant memory. If you wear a mask now, you're like a fucking weirdo, right? You guys notice that? If you criticized the jab years ago, you could go to jail for that shit. Now, Nobody cares. Nobody forgets all the businesses that were ruined. Nobody forgets the millions of dollars that people lost. So nobody forgets how people lost their YouTube channels, how people lost their social media profiles, how people had their lives absolutely turned upside down from this fucking pandemic. They couldn't see their families. You know how many fucking old people died by themselves? And their family couldn't be with them in their last fucking days because the COVID vaccine and the COVID pandemic? Incredible. But we forgot about all that shit. And like I said before, people that talked about this shit got censored. I remember when we had Andrew on, right in the middle of the pandemic, and we were talking about it being a scamdemic. I remember that shit. Then as we both started to get popularity, what happened? Meta banned both of us. Just so you guys know, when I got banned off Instagram, Myron Gaines X, you guys want to know what day I got banned? I got banned February 27th. Guess what happened February 27th? That was the day that Andrew came to the United States. All of his accounts got banned too on Instagram. And I pretty much figured out that us and Andrew were tied on Meta. Meta basically has us both targeted the same way under dangerous organizations. Mark Zuckerberg, the fucking loser. Well, we're going to allow more free speech on here. Lies. Fucking lies. Him, Jeff Bezos, right? All these fucking losers. Neil Mohan from YouTube had the fucking nerve to say that YouTube is a bastion of free speech. Get the fuck out of here, man. All these social media companies cucking because they realized that Trump was going to take office, so they needed to kind of preserve themselves. But these are the same social media companies that back in 2021, January 10th-ish of 2021, what did they do? Trump was banned everywhere. Those same social media companies got him the fuck up out of there. But it wasn't until it was eminent that Trump was going to become president that they changed their rhetoric. And they didn't even follow through on it, honestly. Facebook is still cucked. YouTube still bans. I'm still demonetized on here. Despite the fact that people literally take my exact content and do the same shit over there and they're monetized. So is it really the content or is it the content creator? Which one is it? I think it's the creator. Because if it was about the content, I would have been remonetized because people have fucking been jacking my shit for years and they're making a bunch of money on it. So again, what does this come back to? It comes back to if you're relevant and you have a voice and you're telling the truth, they will fucking censor you. And someone like Andrew Tate, I believe it. You're going to have legions of people trying to cancel you when you say the things that he says. We're talking about reaching an astronomical level of fame, being the most Google guy in the world with that type of thought process. Oh, man. It's just a matter of time. I'll say it again. I've said it before and I'll say it again for you niggas. Because you guys always ask us, yo, bring Kevin Hart on your show. Yo, bring this celebrity on your show. Yo, bring this celeb on your show. Guys, you can't be based and popping like that. I'm sorry. You can't. It's one or the other. You're either based and you have to deal with the fact that you have to deal with a ceiling to some level. And if you break that ceiling, they're going to cancel you. Or you're famous as fuck. You're A-list celebrity. You're like a Kai Cenat, but then you're controlled. Which one do you want? But you can't have both. You can't have both. Based and real, but you're going to have to deal with the fact that your reach is going to be limited because you will get censored to some degree. And if you do somehow break through it, they're going to censor you and they're going to come after you like they did with Andrew. Or B, you could be an A-list celebrity. You could be pushed everywhere. You could be huge, but you're going to have to compromise on your morals. You're not going to be able to talk about real shit. You're going to have to stay out of politics. You're going to have to stay out of talking about Jewish power. You're going to have to stay out of talking about Zionism. You're going to have to stay away from talking about race realism. You're going to have to stay away from making any type of conservative arguments. You can't say that there's two genders. You have to become a bot. You have to become a bot. You have to be a fucking retard and bring on OnlyFans thoughts on your stream and say that you goon to them. That's what you got to fucking do. That's what it is. That's what it is. You got to pick one. Famous is fucking controlled or not controlled, but you have to deal with the ramifications of censorship. and losing a portion of reach and money. I chose the latter. Some of you say that I'm stupid for that. Myron, you could have had a bag, bro. You could have made a bunch of money, man. You could have been that guy. You could have taken Kevin Samuel's spot. You could have been worth $30 million by now. You could have been on talk shows. You could have been on the Shade Room. You could have been with these rappers. You could have done it all, man. You know what I gotta say to that? Fuck y'all niggas, man. Because I can say what I want to say. That is priceless to me. I've known since I was a teenager that I had a very unorthodox sense of humor. I think saying things are gay is funny. I think making fun of the way that people speak is funny. I think making fun of fat people is funny. I think making fun of retards is funny. Okay? Now, some of you might say that that's toilet humor. It's fucked up. It's inappropriate. It's rude. It's crass. Oh, well. Too fucking bad. I like to use certain phrases that are banned. Okay? I like to make racist jokes. I like to make fun of groups of people. People don't like that. But you know what, man? At least I can say what I want to say and not have to worry about anything. Versus your favorite streamer that's super poppin', he might say the wrong word. And then now he's going to get attacked and called a racist and lose his brand deals and, oh man, and world's ending and he can't talk about certain shit and it is what it is. You know? Look, I ain't going to knock people that want to make a bunch of money or whatever. That's fine. Go ahead and make your money. Right? But you're not going to garner the same level of respect. I'm sorry. You're just not. Right? When you keep it real, you build a real audience of people that really fuck with you. And the most important part, you guys want to know one of the best compliments ever that I get all the time when I meet some of you guys in person? Damn. You're the same guy on and off camera. That's the fucking point, man. Do you not get it, guys? That is the point. That is the point. Right? You guys are not supposed to watch Myron Gaines, right? And say, I like Myron Gaines. No. You guys are watching Emru fucking Fuddle, the same guy. I could go back to my childhood friends and say the same jokes that we said 10 to 15 years ago. I'm the same guy. Yes, I have a bit more money now. Yes, I'm a bit more famous now. But I'm the same fucking guy. That matters. That matters. Okay? Now, to some people, it doesn't matter. Fine. But don't fucking put me in the same box as you. We are not the same. I am not an actor. I am myself. And being myself in 2025 is something that's fucking to be applauded because a lot of you motherfuckers can't be yourselves. You motherfuckers turn off the cameras. Damn. God, I hate this shit. I hate these niggas. You know what I do? I look at the chat and say, fuck you. I don't got to put on a fake smile like, I got to pretend to sit here and tolerate bullshit from my supporters. No, I tell y'all niggas you're losers. Some loser comes in here, you don't get the girls out the show soon enough. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You know how fucking empowering that is? To be able to say what's on my mind and tell you bitch ass niggas in chat you're a bitch ass nigga? You know how many influencers can't do that shit? Punch the air, walk out the room, they're mad because they can't say what's on their mind. They got to put out this fucking front that they're a nice guy. Fuck that. I say it like it is. Some of you niggas in chat are retarded. Some of you niggas are stupid. And if you don't like it, get the fuck out of here. I don't give a shit. I run my show the way that I want. Myron, you're emotional. Fuck you. That's the beauty of being able to be myself. So when you bitch ass niggas meet me in person, damn, he's really like that. I know. Welcome. You can't put a price on that shit. You can't put a price on that shit. So, with that said, I think being able to be yourself and do what you want to do and say what you want to say is priceless. But it does come at a cost. And it's a big one. We're talking about mass censorship here, right? And in some cases, if you're as popular as someone like Andrew Tate, they're going to try to come for your freedom. And the thing is like, you know, in the UK, they don't got freedom of speech, so they're going to try to come out in different, they're going to try to come after you in different other ways. Anyway, let's see here. Let's read some chats here. We got Adnan, hey Myron, did you see that this video of a firefighter, Nick Galante, exposing his wife for being a 3 or 4 in front of their whole family? Here's a link. I did see that. It was funny. Dude exposed her in front of everybody. Carmen Guerrero, $50. I appreciate that. I'll give you a Don DeMarco for that one. I appreciate that greatly. Let's see here. All right, so let's see here. What else do we got? Someone said real guy, fake name is and hair plugs. Actually, number one, this is my real hair, stupid fuck. And then my real name, I use it all the time. It's actually right behind me, right there. I've always had it there, retard. Okay? Some of you niggas are stupid and new here. The reason why my stage name is Myron Gaines and I don't use my government name is because I was working for the government when I started the internet. Ha! Dumbass. Some of us actually had real jobs before this shit. Meanwhile, you're talking shit to me from an Anon account, you bitch ass nigga. And that's the beauty. I can shit on some of you idiots in chat. This is great. I don't gotta conceal myself. I can literally say, you're a fucking retard in the chat. Because some of you guys are. Mouth breathing, window licking, dumb fucks, where I can't even give you a metal spoon because if I do, you might fucking stab yourself in the chest because you're a dumbass. That's why. Some of you niggas are literally primate motherfuckers, dumbasses, Neanderthals, stupid fucks, walk into a CVS, niggas asking you, pharmacy's in the back, retarded motherfucker, breathing through your mouth. You taking 7 breaths a second, man. What, is your fucking life 7 times more important than mine? No, it's not, you fat fuck. That's why if I was ever president, I'd have you niggas fucking gone out of here. Fucking concentration camps where you niggas can concentrate on your fucking diet. Dumbasses, have you niggas in here talking shit. Oh, bro, you need to get the girls out a little bit sooner, blah, blah. Meanwhile, your fucking stomach is a pitcher's mound like this. You fat as fuck. You can't even find a belt to fit your dumbass. You gotta go to fucking Big and Tall, but the closest Big and Tall to you is a fucking 70 miles away. Your dumbass gotta drive 5 hours to get a pair of jeans. You want to talk shit to me? Get the fuck out of here. You fucking losers. Nigga talking shit. Nigga, you gotta import your pants from Mexico. Talking shit to me. Fuck out of here, man. Anyway, carrying on. Before I roast mouth breathers in chat. According to TMZ, Offset is asking for spousal support from Cardi B. Yeah, a lot of y'all niggas look like this dumbass right here. If I'm be honest. Hey, Myron, what you talking about? Not part of the YB. What you mean? What's wrong with that? Shut the fuck up. You orangutan retarded niggas, man. God damn, bro. Hardly. Some of you niggas really need to go back to Africa. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Fuck, man. Make me want to show up at a Klan rally, man, and just fucking goddamn, man. Anyway. So yeah, Offset is asking for spousal support from Cardi B. And obviously everybody's losing their minds right now, right? Because, you know, let's be honest here. Like, anytime a dude says, I want spousal support from a woman, they start losing their minds because women are used to be the ones that get money from fucking men. Someone said, is Myron racist? Yes, I am. Welcome to the show, nigga. Did you not, are you new here? Are you new here? Are you fucking new here? Yes, I am racist. Okay? I at least admit it, unlike everyone else. Everyone is fucking racist. All right? I don't want to hear it. Oh, bro, I'm not racist. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, all you fucking liars. I'm not spirit. I'm not racist. Okay, nigga. When you took that algebra exam, your freshman year of high school, Who'd you sit next to? You sat next to Lil Maine, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Why? Why'd you sit next to him? Did you ever ask yourself that, you racist fuck? Why'd you sit next to that nigga? I'll tell you why. Because when you got eyes like this, you know the answer to that fucking math question. That's why. All right? Now, when you're on the fucking basketball court and you're about to try to play some pickup basketball, who'd you pick first? Lil Sean? Why? Because you know, more than likely, he's probably going to be able to shoot a basketball or at least drive to the hoop, right? Yeah, that's racism too, right? You're going to go camping. Who are you going to go camping with? You ain't going to go camping with Lil Maine or Lil Sean. You're going to go with Larry. Why? Because Larry knows how to make a fucking fire, right? And build a tent and shit. That's why. He's going to bring the bear spray, right? Ensure your dumbass don't get attacked by a fucking brown bear or a black bear. And they're going to bring traps, right? Bring extra food. Your dumb monkey ass forgot to bring some food. You bring one bag of trail mix. Have that shit gone in an hour. Oh, I'm hungry. Yeah, dumbass. That's why you bring Larry. Because he already prepared for this shit. Right? Does that make you a racist? So I'll tell you this, I ain't taking Lil Sean out to the wilderness. Fuck out of here, nigga. He gonna eat all the bananas. Right? So look, racism is real, okay? We just know that certain people are better at certain things. If I need a coder, who am I gonna go to? I'm gonna go to Pajit. Yo, my computer's acting up. I need some coding help. What can we do? He's gonna do it. Yeah, you gotta fucking hold your nose a little bit when you go meet with him, but regardless, you're gonna get the job done for a fraction of the cost. I'll deal with the deodorant dodger to save some money. It is what it is. But the thing I'm trying to say here is that all you bitch ass niggas are racist. You guys just try to pretend you're not. We all are, to some degree. Huh? You're in a major city somewhere. It's 12 o'clock at night. Right? You're walking down the street. You're listening to your music. You got your AirPods in. You're listening to some Blink 182. I don't fucking know. Right? If you're a white dude, you listen to Blink 182. If you're a black dude, you listen to some fucking Dirk. If you're an Indian, you're listening to some fucking Punjabi music. I don't fucking know. But you see 4 black individuals walking towards you with Nike tracksuits on. What are you doing? Are you A, gonna walk through, past them, B, cross the street, C, turn around, D, pretend to make a phone call? I think most of you are probably gonna cross the street. Some of you are just gonna turn around. But ain't nobody gonna walk through those 4 niggas. I know that for a fact. Okay? Why? It's pattern recognition. We understand that they might not rob you, but there's a high likelihood they will. Okay? So, I'm good. I'm not gonna do it. Right? You wanna hire a lawyer. Let's be honest here. We're all gonna try to get a Jewish lawyer, right? That nigga's he's gonna make an argument to the court. Your Honor, my client's freedom was promised to me 4,000 years ago by God, so he needs to walk. FBI, open up! All right, that argument might not help, but you guys get the point, right? So anyway, let's get back into it. I'm here all night. I'm here all night. I'll be telling jokes. Might do some stand-up. I think I do better than Anus and Reach, to be honest with y'all. Them niggas aren't funny. Yeah, and if you want some work done at your house, who you gonna hire? I'll tell you this, I'm calling Paulito and fucking Miguel and Tomas. I'm calling them niggas. I'm not hiring no fucking white guy or no black guy to do a job in my house. I'm calling the fucking Mexicans. Come on, man. All you fucking losers out here trying to say, Myron, you're racist, get the fuck out of here, bro. We all are racist. I've just openly practiced the racism, okay? I am at another level. I am Super Saiyan racist, all right? I am Super Saiyan racist. I know what people are going to do before they even do it. It's gotten to that point. I know the Indian nigga's not going to put the deodorant on. I know the Asian is going to know, you know, the square root of whatever number. I know the black guy's going to commit a felony. I know the white guy is not going to have any culture. And I know that the Hispanic is going to be able to do the job for cheap. It is what it is. All right? All you fucking losers out here that don't want to admit that you're also racist, whatever. Pussies. All right, next clip here. Body cam footage shows Megan Thee Stallion being interviewed the night of the Tory Lanez shooting. This comes from Feared Buck on Twitter. Dro says, W Rant, quick off-topic question. I'm buying equipment to open up a business. My credit's 750. Should I open an LLC and get a business CC to help the equipment and buy it all so I can write it off later my taxes? You could do that. You could do that. Emac says, you're right, Myron. That's why I respect you. The Tates and y'all friends because you guys saved and changed my lives forever. Because you, I make more money getting in the gym and about to save my brother's life. W to Tates, WFNF. I appreciate that, bro. Jared from Dallas. In the U.S., would you rather have illegal Mexicans or legal Indians? Illegal Mexicans. That's a no-brainer. MBO5, what happened, Myron? It's racism. It's just noticing certain behaviors and characteristics of certain groups of people. It's just that people are such fucking politically correct. Yeah, facts. I agree. Maggots. Yep, they are, bro. It's fucking annoying, dude. It really is, man. In a couple years, when we're either in post-nuclear dystopia or a different world, I'll remember how Myron was fucking spot on everything he warned us on. Listen up, folks. Get ready for the future. Hey, bro. The Jews are going to get us blown up, man. Devontae, Andrew Tate should start a GoFundMe. He don't need it. Shout out Myron FNF crew, love from the Bay. Put ninjas on these anti-simp slaps. Game on Span Mac Dre, call her a bitch. Nigga, we played that shit yesterday. That shit was trash, bro. Come on, man. You Bay niggas need to just stop, bro. Your music sucks, man. No offense. Tell me where to go. Tell me where to go. This shit trash, bro. Come on, man. You guys are just, yo, look, man. I hate to say it, but San Francisco, Oakland, you niggas are cooked, bro. You guys have been overtaken by the libs, man. Y'all niggas are fried. Y'all lost the Raiders. Y'all are just cooked in every regard, bro. California's over. California's over, man. Anyway, let's get to the clip.
Do you think we're gonna go to jail? What's that? Do you think we're gonna go to jail? I don't know. We're trying to figure it all out. As long as you guys cooperate with us and you guys tell us what happened, we'll go accordingly, okay? But if you guys are not telling us, if you guys are, then I don't think... I really cannot go to jail. Okay. I cannot have that on my image. Okay. So how did that happen to you?
I cannot have this on my image.
Glass? Where? Where we were coming from.
Hey, Sebastian says, L. Myron, overly emotional like a woman. Like a woman. Yo, Sebastian, you know what? Here we go, my friend. Drop your Instagram, bitch ass nigga. Let's go ahead. I am literally going to air fry you right now in front of 5,000 plus people. Go ahead. Say it with your chest, bitch ass nigga. Drop your Instagram in here so I can air fry you in front of everybody. All right? This is going to be a perfect example. I'm going to make an example out of you, man. All right? I'm going to make an example out of you for fucking sitting here being a keyboard warrior. All right, motherfucker. You want to be a keyboard warrior? It's time to go to war. Drop your shit, motherfucker. Let's go. Let's go. I'm about to treat this shit like Xbox Live in 2005, nigga. You're about to get air fried. Drop your shit. Let's go.
I'm not from here, so okay. I didn't get shot. Oh, you did it? No, man. I mean, no, sir.
Some of the chat said some real shit. The loudest boos come from the cheapest seats. Let's fucking go. That is so true. The loudest boos always do come from the cheapest fucking seats, nigga. So drop your shit right now. You are about to get an A1 2005 Xbox Live bullying right now, motherfucker. Let's go. Yeah, now he's gone. Now that nigga turned into Goku. You don't got nothing to say now. All right, so Tory Lanez team just dropped footage claiming he was showing love and concern for Megan Thee Stallion the night of the incident. I just want my girlfriend to be safe and okay.
Tonight? Your girl to safety?
Address that the incident occurred? The shooting happened?
Nah, I don't know the
No?
address, bro. I was just trying to help my girlfriend.
1 second, bro. Stay right here for me, bro. Hey, we got an ambulance coming for her, okay? Hey, bro, step up right here. We got an ambulance coming for her, all right?
Just a quick question.
It's gonna be good.
Do you have any injuries on you?
No, I don't. Do you need an RN?
I will come for your friend now, okay?
Do you want to talk about what happened tonight? Your girl to safety?
Address that the incident occurred, the shooting happened?
Nah, I don't know the
No?
address, bro. I was just trying to help my girlfriend. 1 second, bro.
Stay right here for me, bro. Hey, we got an ambulance coming for her, okay? Hey, bro, step up right here. We got an ambulance coming for her, all right?
Just a quick question.
It's gonna be
Do
good.
you have any injuries on you?
No, I don't. Do you need an RN?
I will come for your friend now, okay?
Do you want to talk about what happened tonight? Your girl to safety?
Address that the incident occurred, the shooting happened?
Nah, I don't know the
No?
address, bro. I was just trying to help my girlfriend. 1 second, bro.
Stay right here for me, bro. Hey, we got an ambulance coming for her, okay? Hey, bro, step up right here. We got an ambulance coming for her, all right?
Just a quick question.
It's gonna be
That's crazy shit, man. And she sold him out, man. All right. Now, let's, what's this girl's name? Something Arojo, this fat fucking whale. I forget this woman's name. But,
the inherent fact that men are evil, that is true. Like, man as a whole is evil. Like, just as an entity, a general idea. Men have inflicted violence and oppression on the world in ways that are irreparable. Like,
okay, fat bitch. They also create the food that your fat ass eats every day. They have the mic there that allows you to speak the nonsense that you're talking about. They've created the, honestly, the conveniences that your fat ass gets to enjoy every single day. The makeup that's on your face to conceal your hideousness. Men have literally created and contributed to everything that you get to enjoy nowadays, you dumb fucking fat whore. And that's the problem with feminism. Quite frankly, feminism, you know what feminism really is? Feminism is nothing more than bitches being unappreciative. Now that I think about it. You know, the other day, I was, hanging out, chilling with Frank. Frank, you here, buddy? Where you at? Come here, nigga. Frank, where you at? Oh, this nigga's slumped, man. He's asleep, bro. This nigga's always asleep, man. He's stretching right now. But anyway, I was contemplating life. I was hanging out with Frank. Come up. Right? And as I was contemplating life with Frank, here he is, by the way, guys. My handsome dog. That looks better than this fucking fat bitch, by the way. You want to say what's up to the people? He just woke up, chat. So he's a little tired. He literally just woke up. You have anything you want to say? Why do you never have anything to say to the chat, bro? Why are you always shy when I put you in the camera? Okay, you want to give them an O/ at least? All right, give them an O/ at least. Can you do that? Okay, he'll give you guys an O/. All right. Okay, buddy, you can go back then. I'm sorry. I know you're tired. Anyway, as I was sitting around contemplating life with Frank, and we're discussing our great world takeover, I thought to myself, it's kind of fucked up to tell women to go back to the kitchen, right? It's kind of fucked up. It's very selfish and rude. And the reason why is because the rest of the house needs to be cleaned as well. And it was at this moment that I realized as well. I was like, damn. Not only did it need to be in multiple places besides just the kitchen, but there's like what? 4 billion women on Earth? And it's still not clean. And it was at this moment that I had an epiphany and realized that if women focused more on cleaning instead of giving their opinions, the world would be a better place. It would be cleaner, quieter, and better. But instead, we got fat bitches like this girl right here talking all this shit. These feminists. And quite frankly, what this comes down to when it comes to feminism, right, is feminism is nothing more than unappreciative bitches. That's what it is. Let's just call it what it is. Right, chat? I'm going to start a movement. Feminism is nothing more than unappreciative bitches. That's what it is. Because last time I checked, are they going and becoming plumbers? No. Are they fucking contributing to society? No. Are they fucking helping out with being electricians, and building buildings and skyscrapers? No. Do you ever see them going up and down the skyscrapers cleaning the fucking windows? I saw one of these niggas doing that the other day. I was at court, right? Literally, guys, I was at fucking court 2 weeks ago. I forgot to tell y'all niggas a story time. I'm at the fucking courthouse, right? At the Diddy trial, okay? I'm there at the Diddy trial. And as I'm sitting in the fucking bench, some nigga, and mind you, I'm on the 26th floor. It's really high up, chat, okay? Really fucking high up, okay? Because it's like a big ass building. It's on the 26th floor, but that's above like 30 other floors. 26 is just like the mid part, but it's the top of the building, if that makes sense. Regardless. I'm in the courtroom and I'm looking at my window on the side, and there's a fucking guy using a fucking squeegee like this, right? Cleaning that shit. No, nothing, like he has like one strap on him. Bro, I swear, if that dude took one wrong step, he's cooked. That nigga's falling down over, okay? Literally like on some Sparta type shit, just gone, right? So, down the hole. And I thought to myself, wow, women don't do jobs like this, right? When I look at construction, it ain't never women there. It's always men. So my thing is, I love it how feminists wait until the world is civilized, wait until everything is awesome, and then you got a fucking whale like this bitch come in and say, oh yeah, men are evil. Bro, you're evil. You eat all day. What the fuck are you talking about?
Fatality.
All you do is eat. How are you fat as a woman? I don't understand that. Chat, you only have one job as a female. How are you fat? How? I will never understand this. This is like the seventh wonder of the world. How are you a female? You live life on easy mode. Everything is given to you because you have a vagina and titties. And you still end up fat and ugly. How? 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 It's fucking ridiculous. It's like, I gave you $1 million and you decided to just shit on it. It's a fucking insult, right? Fucking ridiculous. You guys ever play Halo, right? All of us understand if you ever played Halo and you beat on legendary mode, well, guess what? You become a legend. That's bragging rights, right? Now you can brag. You play GoldenEye, you beat it on like 00 agent level. That's bragging rights. You play Call of Duty, you beat on veteran mode. That's bragging rights, right? But these bitches play on recruit difficulty, then try to tell you, as a veteran, how to play the game. No, that's not how this fucking goes, bitch. I laugh at you. Get the fuck out of here. You play the game on easy mode, so you don't dictate anything here. Holy shit, man. I'm telling you guys, feminism is nothing more than unappreciative bitches. That's what it is.
It's okay if we say that out loud. It's okay if we say that men are inherently evil. It's like, it's not all men, but for some reason, always a man.
Okay, why are you fat? How, what is this? What is this? What is this? Bro, this woman isn't in shape. She is a shape. How is this even possible? You know, like, I already have a problem with women giving their opinions, but a fat woman giving her opinion? What? Bro, where's the mustache man when you need him, bro? God damn, man.
Every time something terrible happens, always a man. Like,
every time something great happens, it's also a man. Because you bitches don't build anything. Look at all that shit around you. The building that you're in, built by a guy. The lights that are there, built by a guy. The couch your fat ass is sitting on, built by a guy. The TikTok platform that you're fucking using right now, coded and made by a fucking guy.
Like 99% of the time. So I feel like it's a lot simpler than people may think. I don't hate my man.
You have one? Come on, man. Who are you fucking fooling here, bro? Who are you fucking fooling, man?
Wrong.
Who are you fucking fooling, bitch?
I hate most men. And for me, I think
I hate most men.
Given what men have done to me personally.
No, that's what you did to yourself by being an insufferable, fat, slob, retard on TikTok, talking shit about men all day that have created the fucking comfortable world that you live in, you fat slob. That's your name, Drew F. Wallow. Drew Afatuwalo. That's what your new name is. Drew Afatuwalo.
Two people I love and the world as a whole. If they all start guilty and have to work their way to innocent, it's not really a big deal to me. I feel very like...
Could you imagine if it, like, bro, see, here's the thing. She could say this bullshit all day. She doesn't get banned on TikTok, by the way, guys. She's one of their biggest fucking influencers, and she just shits on men all fucking day. And that's fine. I'm all for free speech, actually. I'd love to fucking embarrass your fat ass in a debate. But the point I'm trying to make here is that I have an issue with the wild discrepancy here in how misandry is treated versus how misogyny is treated. Most of these dumb whores don't even know what misandry is because they're stupid, right? So my thing is, I think she should be able to say this. The difference between me and her is I actually think her fat ass should be able to say this. But the problem is that people like her call for censorship of me. Guys like me that battle these fucking hippopotami.
Convicted in that. It's very like, if you're not awful, prove it.
Yeah.
Quit talking about it and fucking do it. Because the men who complain that they really hate hearing like, oh, what about all men? Oh, all men, all men. A lot of this, not a lot of action.
Well, we know by your fat ass face that you don't do a lot of action either. But yeah, guys, and this is one of TikTok's biggest people, by the way. And they openly allow that shit all the time. But if I say something like, yeah, women are dumb, oh my God! Ah! So you can totally shit on men, but you can't shit on women, bro. That's the problem, man. Oh, look, dumbass El Sebastian said, El Myron, get him a cranberry juice. Nigga, who drinks cranberry juice? What is it, 2002? You fucking retard? Is that your comeback? Al Myron, get him a cranberry juice? Huh? I'm still waiting for you to drop your Instagram, you bitch ass nigga. You can't even put a real picture of yourself. Fucking bitch. Still haven't put your shit up. All right. Okay. Next. Democrats have engaged Olivia Julianna as part of their strategy to bring young men to the Democratic Party. Bro, I don't know if this is a troll or what. I saw this on X, and I almost lost my sides. Bro. Grok, redraw the picture with ice cream sandwich rather than a microphone, bruh. Their polling numbers must be down with black men. Ah, that's a good one, because you know what black men love these fat whores. Is this gravitational pull? She better not eat them. Bro, these fucking comments are crazy. Now, I think this guy right here, this weirdo interviewed her.
So I feel like we could have an interesting
Oh, this nigga's a soy boy. Here we go, man.
conversation on the conclusions you reached in that article.
Yeah, so my Substack it's called A New Perspective.
Substack? You mean her fucking Subway sandwich?
OliviaJulianna.substack.com, and we're actually very close to hitting 100,000 subscribers.
What?
On Substack, I'm very excited. But I write a lot about politics, and I hate that all these.
And just so you guys know, who's this fat slob? Where's she at here? Oh, here's a photo of Megan Thee Stallion's feet after the shooting, by the way. Resurfaces. I'm glad that they're bringing all this shit back. Where the fuck is this fat chick? Oh, yeah, here she is. Olivia Julianna Herrera is an American progressive political activist, abortion rights advocate, and strategist from Texas. She was formerly the director of politics and government affairs for the Gen Z for Change, a nonprofit organization focused on civic engagement among Generation Z. Bro, you really think that this fat chick is gonna fucking help bring young men back? Get the fuck out of here. This creature, I don't know what this is.
Newsletters are the same. There's so many Substacks that you get on, and they're all telling you the same. I don't want to do that. I want to give you a new perspective on the
how to eat more food.
Political issues that are going on. And so I keep seeing people talk about young men in the 2020 cycle, or in the 2024 cycle, and they keep saying like, well, it's because they're not getting laid enough. And they feel judged, and or alternatively, well, they're just racist and they hate women. So like, it's really.
That's partly true.
I see these takes coming out from both sides of the party wing, I would say. And I just think
the Democratic Party is cooked, bro. The Democratic Party is fucking cooked.
All of that is wrong. I think all of it is wrong. And so I wrote this piece.
Josie says, Drew FL, I listened to her podcast once because on the entertainment options on my flight. That's how I found about Fresh and Fit. Hey, let's go, baby.
It's called The Politics of Getting Laid and Preachy Females. And I really dive into what I actually perceive it to be. And shocker, it's all economic anxiety. I think the Democrats have a really bad problem of every time we message to young men, we frame it in a way that is wrapped up in the same principles that we critique. We critique the patriarchy. We critique the way that men have higher hierarchy and power structures, and then we message to them.
Yeah, and that hierarchy and power structures is precisely what allows your fat ass to eat all the food that you do and the safety that you do. This is the problem with feminism, right? This is why I hate feminism. And this is why I call feminism nothing more than unappreciative bitches. Feminism only exists because the patriarchy has created such a safety net and such a ability for them to divest their attention from getting food and electricity and, resources and shelter. Like, the patriarchy civilized the world so fucking good that these stupid bitches have the gall to look at the niggas that civilized the world for them and say, oh, the patriarchy, yeah. That's how good we made it for them. They don't realize that they're only able to have that feminism because of the very patriarchy they talk shit about. She's over here criticizing the patriarchy. Bitch, we need to fucking start criticizing the McDonald's patriarchy, man. Because that's all you know about. You're over here talking about fucking men. Oh, men are bad. Oh, you know what else is bad? Whoppers and Big Macs. They're also pretty fucking bad. And guess what? The patriarchy allowed you to get that, fat ass.
As if not only is that the reality, but that they have to continue to be like that. So the example I use in the article is the issue of abortion. When we message to young men on abortion, or men in general, we do it from the position of, well, real men protect women. And if you care about the women in your life, you should be pro-choice. And that might be true. That is true. But we don't come at it from the approach of this is the reality that young men face about that issue. Because it's entirely possible that a young woman in college gets pregnant unexpectedly, and that could upend her life if she doesn't have access to abortion care. But it's also entirely true that the young guy who gets her pregnant, now he's on the hook to not only take care of this child that could be him, that could be coming into the world, but also to take care now of the mother of his child. And I think that it would be so much easier if we just understood that the problems we're having with young.
We just don't message to men, right? And I was like we don't message in a way that resonates to men. Something that you kind of responded to that I've seen a lot is.
Let's see what she's got to say to this. This is funny, bro. This is crazy that some nigga in the chat called this Timon and Pumbaa. You guys are fucking assholes. It's funny.
The reason why Republican messaging resonates with men is because men want bad things, right? It's men want to have sex and own women, right? They want to dominate everybody. And Republicans say, you get to do that. And then Democrats can't say that. So we just lost men, it's over, right? What are you talking about? A lot of times it will be men that are liberals who will agree with that shit. I'm like, dude, what are you, what is going on? There's a lot of men that don't think that way, obviously. And it's just such a negative view to take on half of the human race.
Well, I also think it's just so abundantly clear that the people who say these things don't actually spend time talking to young men. You know this because we know each other in real life, but I spend a lot of time on college campuses, and I spend a lot of time with
young men.
I love.
Yeah, and that's not an accurate representation of what men think because men are fucking neutered on college campuses. I know this for a fact when I was over at USC and I was saying the things that I was saying. And honestly, they could. A lot of guys were nodding along, but they're like, "Oh, I can't say nothing though. I'm gonna get kicked out of the school if I agree with this nigga."
Young men. I love frat guys. And in that, I realized, like, even the ones that identify as conservative are almost always pro-choice. They're almost always pro-gay marriage. You'd be surprised at the number of them who supported Black Lives Matter. It's so...
LOL.
So I feel like people just kind of lump them into this box when the truth is, again, a lot of them are with us on the issues. They're just not part of our coalition because they feel like they're not welcomed in it.
They're not talked to, right? And yeah, they're not welcome. That's true. Like, there's a lot of times where it's like being like masculine characteristics or seem like they're frowned upon, and they're kind of welcomed and championed by the Republican Party. And like masculine characteristics are not characteristics that are intrinsically bad, right? And I think that some Democrats have presented it that way. Now, obviously not most Democrats, but it's like this perception that a lot of
Anonymous says, you should be nicer to your viewers. You wouldn't be here without us. We made you a millionaire. Shut the fuck up, Anonymous. You fucking bitch ass nigga.
Welcome, punch!
How about that one, bitch? I don't gotta fucking be nice to you, bro. Shut the fuck up. Like I said before, this is me being me. You coming in here saying this dumb shit like a little bitch. You should be nicer to it. Shut the fuck up. Go watch Albert preach if you want niggas to be nice to you, bro. Go watch some fucking feminist propaganda. We bully over here, motherfucker. You want to come to my chat and talk shit? Guess what? I'm going to talk shit back. Probably just came back from a Black Lives Matter rally or some shit, you fucking pussy.
The guys have had. In terms of issues, like, good messaging is messaging that resonates with people's actual anxieties and lived experience, right? And so, yeah, like, the Whatever podcast can resonate with men that are like incels or like struggling with women.
Yeah. And this is precisely why you guys will never get the fucking male vote again and the Democrat Party is cooked. The reason why is because stupid shit like this. You got this fucking soy boy over here and this fucking hippopotamus, right? This doesn't represent male values whatsoever. You want to know why people love Andrew fucking Tate? You want to know why? Because competent, intelligent, in good shape. He's sitting here, right? Guy's in good shape, speak well, be able to command an audience. Men value what? Meritocracy. Okay? Men value meritocracy. The way men are is we are hierarchy based. When you're hierarchy based, that means you value meritocracy. That means the cream rises to the top. Okay? That's how it goes with men. Okay? With women and liberals, you fucking retards don't acknowledge meritocracy. You guys think inclusivity. No, we look at it meritocracy over inclusivity. This is why Democrats and liberals and progressives don't fucking get it anymore. And this is why so many guys have went away from being progressive. Because you got losers like Hassan Piker, who's supposed to be your male counterpart for the left, saying stupid shit, painting his fingernails and doing this. Yeah, let me act like a fucking weirdo. Dancing in a kitty cat outfit. This is what the Democrat Party shows us right here. Like, I'll show you guys. Like, this is what fucking... Let me see if I can find this shit, man. Like... Bro. Like, look. This is...
Your Honor, I'm saying... Your Honor, I'm saying.
See, and this is why, like, the Democrats and the progressives have lost the men, bro. This is why. This is why. Right? Even people that are supposed to be centrists, right? Even people that are supposed to be fucking centrists. Like these bitch ass niggas.
You're not the alpha male that you are, that you claim to be. They get cash girls here and there by paying for it. Why is it that y'all spend so much time whoring around?
You've had a prostate orgasm?
Yeah, I'm open-minded. They like men better than they like women.
Bro, so even the people that are fucking centrists are still fucking sus like these bitch ass niggas, right? So the point I'm trying to make is, here, let me see if I can find it on my channel. I had a funny one on mine. The Democrats, the left, right? Even the centrists are all sus. Nobody respects these niggas or wants to be like them. So what do the guys do? They gravitate more towards guys like me, guys like Sneeko, guys like Nick, guys like Andrew Tate, etc. Why? Because we operate on meritocracy. I'm shredded year round, motherfuckers. I don't even brag about my physique like that. I just be in the gym training because that's what it is, right? Meanwhile, these fat fucks, right? Abba and Preach, Hassan Piker, cross-dressing, being weird, being sus, they don't identify with what men want.
If Myron says you gay, that's how you know you straight. These guys, they don't love women. They like men, spending more time with men. They do the most sus shit behind closed doors.
You had a prostate orgasm? Yeah. Tell me more about it. Were you milked? How did it happen?
The position you have to get in to get milk, you get on your knees, arch it, and then, you know, she behind it, she milking that, and she doing her thing, like a cow.
And that is centrist for you guys, okay? So you got weirdos like Hassan Piker, you got weirdos like this in the center. Realistically, men don't identify with any of this weirdo shit. They just don't. So what do? They go for guys that they kind of want to emulate. Guys that go to the gym, guys that know how to talk to women, guys that speak well, guys that have a command on the English language, guys that have impromptu ability to speak, like I'm doing right now into a microphone and the camera, live, right? There ain't no fucking, improv here. There ain't no stand-up routine. This is just me. Air fry niggas in the chat that talk shit and do what I do off the top. Pause. That's what men value. You guys didn't tune into Fresh and Fit because I'm just sitting here like, yeah, you know what, guys? Let's just be inclusive. Let's bring everybody in. No, you guys tune in because you watch me show women how stupid they are every single day and dominate them because men are superior to women, and I'm one of the few people that calls it like it fucking is. This is why men resonate with right-wing content, because finally someone can say the truth about how the world really works. Women are stupid. Men are better than women at almost everything. We don't care about what gays want to do. We don't give a shit about these sussies. We don't give a fuck about progressivism and inclusivity, right? We don't want more immigration. We don't want Jews running our fucking country anymore. We don't want black people fucking destroying our country. We don't want India taking over the 7-Elevens. That's what it is. You guys respect and want motherfuckers that could call it like it is. And most other streamers can't say this shit, but I do. Andrew does. Nick does. That's why people respect that shit. They want fucking authenticity. You think Anus and Reach are going to talk about Benjamin Netanyahu? Fuck no. Those fucking sodomites? No, ever. You think his dumbass will ever sit down and have a debate with me in real time live? No, ever. So people respect meritocracy. People respect guys that go to the gym. People respect guys that can speak well. They respect guys that have a good fucking career like I used to do. The reason why I show that shit in the background is to let you guys know that I'm not no fucking bitch-ass nigga streamer. Okay? I do it now, but this is not how I started my career. I did real shit before this. I was pointing guns to faces and dealing with really fucking dangerous people. That's what men respect. And that's the problem with the Democrat Party. That's the problem with progressives. They don't understand that men respect merit. And you got this fucking hippopotamus right here. You think men are going to want to fucking talk to her or identify with her? She has no fucking idea what men deal with. That's why progressives are losing the young men. That is why. We're tired of being told what to say, what to think, what to do, how to treat women when they're fucking sluts anyway. We're tired of it. We're tired of it. We're tired of the anti-Semitism, the racism, the bigotry, misogyny. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So right now, with the Democratic Party and the progressives and the left in general and the centrists even like Anus and Reach, men are realizing that they don't have a home at any of these places. They're going to be called misogynists, assholes, bigots, whatever it is. But on the right, we accept that shit. Hey, you're a racist? You're welcome here. You're anti-Semite? You're welcome here. You think women are stupid? Welcome here. All right? Or you're gay? There's a section for you over there. Go hang out with them. Right? Like, that's what it is. Inclusivity is not good. All right? Inclusivity is actually not fucking good. Remember that term exclusive, how it used to be cool? Guess what? It was cool because you had to earn that to some degree. You had to do something right to be able to get into something exclusive. But now we live in this fucking participation trophy society. That's what I call it, participation trophy society, where everyone should feel like they're special. That's why we got fat people all over the place. Fat slobs everywhere. Look like shit. Teeth all dirty. Face all dirty. Look like shit. Don't take care of any personal care of themselves. Like, no, bro. Nobody respects that shit. Nobody respects that shit. So that's why the progressives lost. Because the progressives think they could fucking tell men how to do shit. And that the way that they think naturally is wrong. It's okay, motherfuckers. I'm here to tell you guys the truth. You're a man. You're better than women. You're supposed to be the leader. But that also comes with responsibility. You should be protecting and providing for women. That is your fucking job as a man. But at the same time, your fucking girl should not be disrespecting you and talking back to you like you're a fucking little boy. And if she does, you get rid of her. And you go find another woman that's going to know her fucking place. Now, here's the thing. A Democrat would never dare say what I just told you. Ever. But that's the truth. Men lead, women follow. That's considered a controversial statement, though. And that, my friends, is precisely why people like me and Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, Sneeko, etc., guys that have these more right-wing talking points, that's why we have the masculine youth. Because we tell them the truth, and the reality is they see what we tell them happening every fucking day. They see these bitches being insufferable whores. They see the entitlement. They see them being fucking marginalized and ostracized in these college campuses. They see the fact that they're being labeled a bigot or a misogynist for anything. They see it. It's not like we're just saying this and we're brainwashing them. Oh, yeah, man, brainwash you. Woo, yeah. We're going to turn you into this right-wing bigot. Yeah, we're going to radicalize you. No, nigga. You guys radicalized them. We just connected the dots. You know how many times I fucking do a podcast or whatever and someone comes up to me and they say, you know, I always thought this way, but you just connected the dots. Thank you for making me realize it. They always had these thoughts. Why? Because I'm telling them what it is. They always felt this way. They always knew this way. I just had to show them this way. That's what it is. I didn't do shit. The fucking left, the radicals, the progressives, the politically correct, all you fucking cucks out here that tell men it's bad to think this way, blah, blah, blah. You guys radicalized them. I didn't radicalize them. You did. And after years and years of indoctrination, and you should feel like this, and you should think like this, and women are champions, and woo, yeah. After all that bullshit, then I come in and I say, nah, that's actually not true. It's more like this. They're like, whoa, I've been thinking like that. Finally, someone says it. Guess what they do? They immediately cling to me. Why? Because I'm telling the fucking truth. And that's why you motherfuckers always have to censor people on the right. That's why. Every time. Oh, this guy should get banned. He's problematic. That's why bitch-ass niggas like Hassan Piker sit there and say, yeah, these guys are Nazis. They should get banned. Why? Because you fucking know that you guys cannot cultivate an audience like us. Because we tell the truth and you don't. So the only way to make it an even playing field is you need to get rid of your fucking opponents. That's what the left does. The left doesn't have the fucking truth on their side. They're a bunch of lying pieces of shit scumbags that have to rely upon propaganda, misinformation, and telling people that it's wrong to feel that way. It's wrong to think that way. You're a Nazi. You're racist. All this other bullshit. You know what? I'll tell you guys this. When you fucking weird liberal motherfuckers can call me a liar, then I'll be offended. How about that one? How about that one? Because you niggas can never, ever, ever call me a liar. All my biggest critics, they never call me a liar. They call me misogynist. They call me anti-Semite. They call me a racist. They call me a bigot, a woman hater, whatever the fuck they want to call me. But you motherfuckers can never, ever, ever call me a liar. Ever. I can't even remember one time someone's called me a fucking liar. I can't. I really can't remember. I can't. But yes, to bring this all full circle, the reason why liberals, the reason why the progressives, whatever the fuck you want to call it, people on the left, the reason why they no longer have male support and people showed up in fucking droves to vote for Trump and get Biden the fuck up out of here is because the men are tired of the bullshit and they know that the progressives don't fucking give a fuck about them. You guys value gays, trannies, blacks, Jews, and women more than anybody else. And that is why so many guys on the fucking right left. If I'm gonna be honest, if I'm gonna be all the way honest, that's why them niggas left y'all much bitch-ass motherfuckers. That's why the groypers are growing by day, despite the fact that Nick is banned everywhere. This is why more people galvanize behind Andrew every time you indict him. This is why my channel's growing fucking crazy. This is why. Because as you guys try to suppress us more, people find us, they share our shit, and we become almost a guilty pleasure. Guys watch us in silence. They put their headphones in, they listen though, they're tapped in because they can finally hear the fucking truth. So despite the fact that you guys try to suppress guys that think the way that we do, we are still fucking growing. Despite the fact that you motherfuckers are on every single platform, unhindered. Every big left-wing streamer, every big left-wing political commentator, they're all everywhere. They're on YouTube, no problem. They're on Twitch, no problem. They're on fucking Facebook, no problem. Instagram, no problem. Why the fuck do we got more clout than you motherfuckers despite the fact that we are banned everywhere? I'll tell you why. Because we got the truth on our fucking side. We got the truth on our side. Why am I still so fucking relevant and still get recognized everywhere despite the fact that I've been demonetized, shadow banned, fucking thrown off of Meta, thrown off of Instagram, had my reach absolutely decimated, but I'm still able to cultivate a cult-like support audience. Why? Because I tell the fucking truth, and telling the truth is rare when we always lie. Extremely rare. So, until you fucking progressive stop lying to your audience, you're never going to get the support. And bringing on this fucking whale here is not going to help y'all. No man is going to support this or respect this. We don't want fat bitches telling us what to do. All right? So progressives, if you guys are listening and you want to fucking actually grow your ranks a bit, getting a fat hippopotamus is not going to get a bunch of guys to vote for the left. You stupid motherfuckers. That just goes to show how unaware you guys really are, where you brought in this whale thinking that's going to help you win. Incredible. Fucking credible. This shows how disconnected you guys are from young men in America. And that is why you motherfuckers gotta silence people like me and Andrew, try to put Andrew in jail, try to get me banned off everywhere, ban Nick off everywhere, but we're still more popping than you bitch ass niggas, man. This is why people like us more than people like Hassan Piker, who has still been on this shit for 10 plus years. No censorship, no banning, everywhere, no problem with all of his shit. Still, we're more relevant than that bitch ass nigga. That should tell you everything you need to know. Anyway, Gage says, hey bro, did you see the China airdropping food to Gaza? How will that affect Israel's plans? It'll piss them off. That's our gifted 5 subs. I appreciate that, my friend. I truly do. Let's see here. Let me see if I got any other chats. Hey guys, I'm gonna get off here soon because I gotta prepare for tomorrow. I enjoy watching you bully people. I appreciate that. DC says, Anonymous must be in the back with the wildebeest in the video. Probably. As a representative of the Hispanic America community, I would like to humbly inform her that we do not claim this torta. I appreciate that, Eric. The reason we can't tell women to go back in the kitchen is fat bitches would only clean out the food, nothing else. Fair enough. Mariah, we need some merch. Fuck BANs, bitch ass niggas. Soon, coming soon. Myron, half these chicks look like Bruce from Halo, bro. I'm telling you, man, these chicks are huge. Was that dude cleaning the window that anus and reach lick? More than likely. Speedy says, crazy thing I've noticed that First of His the only podcast, to be honest, that allows the Tate brothers to actually be themselves. When they are themselves, they can actually put heart and feelings into what they believe in. You guys are the most loyal friends anybody can ask for. You have a type for the validity money can't buy, and I feel people are envious of you because of that. Yeah, they definitely are, because I'm not like on this influencer shit. I've always been by Andrew's side. I've always supported him. I was talking to him today about these bullshit charges. I was like, bro, why the fuck is this in the news? This already came out. He's like, yeah, I know, bro. Late news. It's fucking, it's been out already. It's fucking old news. I was like, yeah, this is weird. No racism. Can you cover the notorious B.I.G. murder case? More complicated and mysterious than the Toolbox murder. I already covered it, bro. Everblaze really ask if a girl's gonna go to jail if she doesn't raise question. I don't know what will at this point. W Super saying racism. You know it, bro. Bo says, what happened, Myron? It's racism. It's just no, okay, I read that one. Okay. Let's see here. What else do we got? But yeah, I'll probably go see the Tates sometime this year. Either in Dubai or Romania, one of them. I'm just trying to figure out my travel situation if I can go to the UK. I don't know if I can, chat. I'll be honest with y'all niggas, bro. I don't know if I can go to the UK, man. I don't know if I can, man. Yo, Myron, do you think you can interview or do a stream with Gypsy Crusader as a Rumble exclusive sometime in the near future? You guys keep asking me that, dude. I don't think he will. A lot of those guys are white separatists, and that's fine. You know, it is what it is, but they don't work with the colored, my friend. So probably not gonna happen. But hey, we agree on a bunch of things though. Especially when it comes to
every single time.
Let's see here. All right. Let's see here. What else do we got? Okay. I don't know if I don't think Sneako's really dating this girl. I don't know, man. I don't think it's Sneako slapped his girlfriend, Angela's sister, after she laughed at his receding hairline. I don't know if that's true or I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on anymore. All right. Let's see here. This debate issuance here. Nick Fuentes goes nuclear on Tim Pool. All right, let's see what he says here. I am gonna also, guys. Let's see here. Hold on, chat.
Tim Pool loves to do this tough guy routine. You can't do that with me because you're afraid of having me on the show. You can raise your voice. You can get your beanie all up in a bunch and all that on Timcast with your sycophants, with your numbskull idiot sycophants that you have on your show.
Also, my guy Sean is coming into town at like 11, guys, so I was going to meet up with him and plan for tomorrow for the debate. We got a big fucking event for you guys tomorrow, bro.
You can't play that game with me. You're afraid to have me on the show. I want Nick Fuentes to hear this. Yeah, as long as I'm not in the room. As long as I'm not in the room to address it. Big tough guy, big intelligent genius. I know the argument that's going to destroy Nick Fuentes just as long as he isn't in the room to respond. Just as long as he's thousands of miles away. I'm easy to find. You know how to reach me. If you want to humiliate me and defeat me in debate, hey, asshole, bring me on the show. Say it to my face. Come.
I think this would be a good debate, man. I think you should have him on. I think you should have that discussion with him. I don't think there's anyone else that, has unveiled the fifth column better than my guy Nick. I think you should definitely get a platform. And we're going to do something with Nick as well this year. Don't worry, guys. Coming very soon. I just got to coordinate with him and figure out a time. W. Rand, have you ever covered the Michael Jackson case? I think we did to a degree. I think me and Angie did.
Come on my show. You're afraid of your precious YouTube channel. You're afraid of losing your mainstream platform access, which I lost years ago. Come on my show. Do it.
That's true. He could go on America. He could go there.
On Alex Jones. Do it on Zero Hedge. Do it on...
He could do it on Fresh and Fit if he wants, baby. We could host it. He could do it on Fresh and Fit if he wants. We could host it.
Elijah Schaefer. I mean, literally, name the time, name the place. You want me to hear it? Say it to my face, bitch. Say it to my...
Oh, shit. No, what the hell? Oh, man.
My face. Don't get all pressed on your show with all your sycophantic losers that you pay to sit there and agree with you and you talk over them. I mean, those people be impressed by anything. And this is the game that he's been doing this for years now. I want Nick Fuentes to hear this. Nick Fuentes isn't ready for this argument. Will you have him on the show? Will you debate him one-on-one, have a discussion? Your morning show, your evening show, on this other show. No, I can't do that because he's going to get my YouTube banned. No, I can't do that because he offended me when him and Ye got up and left. No, I can't do that because, his audience keeps asking for him and you're not supposed to do that. So, Tim, go fuck yourself. You were in a meeting with Netanyahu, and nobody would even know that unless somebody leaked it. You got mad that you got exposed and found out. You met with the Prime Minister of Israel. You've lost your ability to say that you're impartial. I only care about America. Is that why you were meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Not gonna lie, I started tuning in just to hate watch 2 years later now, and I'm quoting you to help my younger brother navigate women. Never thought I'd say this, but you actually changed my mind. Appreciate the gems even when they come with smoke. Remy, I greatly appreciate that. It takes a fucking real man to be able to admit that you were wrong and appreciate someone's work, even though you might have not agreed with it in the first place. Thank you very much for that, Remy. I really do appreciate that.
Yahoo, and telling him about how anti-Semitism is created by Qatar. I mean, give me a break. You allowed Daily Wire to use your facility, or vice versa, for your election night coverage in 2024, after you denied that you were going to get bought out by them. You took Russian money, so shut the fuck up. You are not impartial. You don't care about America. And by the way, you talk about Israel all the time. You just take the pro-Israel position because you're in the pocket for Israel. You're in the pocket for Israel because you're platformed on YouTube. And if you went too hard against Israel, they'd take that away. And everyone knows that.
Yeah, you can't go super hard on Israel on YouTube. I will even tell you guys that they demonetized me for it. Like, I fucking know. I actually know. They absolutely will fucking go after you if you go too hard on Israel. You got to use code words and fucking cut to Rumble and shit like that. Absolutely true.
You're in the pocket for Israel because of your business dealings with Daily Wire, which, as we found out thanks to Candace Owens, is an Israel-controlled racket. They won't be in business with you. They won't have you as a host if you criticize Israel. And because you have met with the Prime Minister of Israel himself. So let's just cut the shit and let's just stop pretending that you're some Gen X skater bro who's a patriot and a truth teller and a conservative. You are a pawn of foreign intelligence. You took money from Tenet, which was funded by Russia. You're in bed with Daily Wire, and you
know what? Whatever happened to what's her name? God damn it! There was a chick that was associated with Tenet. I can't. Now I'm losing her name. Oh my god! Someone's in the chat's gonna put it.
Met with Netanyahu. You are not what you say you are. And by the way, the only reason you have an audience is because you're the only one left on YouTube. So let's cut the shit. Daily Wire, Turning Point USA, and Timcast have the benefit.
Yeah, Lauren Chen. There you go. Lauren Chen.
Of being the three shows.
Dude, I have not seen her in years, bro.
Or the three properties on the right wing that colluded with the big tech platforms that they criticize to remain on the platforms. They're the last people standing. Yeah, I would have the biggest show on YouTube as well if all my competition got banned. It would be very easy. It's easy when you're the only game in town. I've been banned on YouTube for 5 years. Over 5 years. I started my YouTube channel around the beginning of 2018. I got banned in the beginning of 2020. I was allowed on YouTube for all of 2 years before I got banned. You've been on there uninterrupted for 10. Never forget that. Never forget that.
That is a big deal. Getting censored, bro, is fucking, yeah. I do think if Nick didn't get banned on all these platforms, he'd be way fucking bigger. He would fucking be bigger than Ben Shapiro, all these fucking guys, man. He'd be way bigger than a lot of these guys. They purposely targeted him because he was too fucking influential and too scary for them.
You are nothing. You are a mediocrity. You are a middling intellect. You read news clippings and give your insipid response to them with a room full of sycophants. And the only reason you have any kind of audience at all, forget about a large audience.
Yo, chat. I mean, sorry, mods. Why are you guys moving? Mods, don't let the guys say whatever they want to say on Rumble, man. Let the guys say whatever they want to say on Rumble. Let them. Don't mods. Don't ban them on Rumble, man. Just let them say whatever they want. Unban them, please.
audience. The only reason anybody gives you the time of day is because all your competition got banned. All your former associates, all your competitors. Vince James, me, anybody that has ever told the actual truth about COVID vaccines, BLM, the Ukraine war, the state of Israel, the Holocaust, anything of that nature has been banned and got banned a long time ago. Never forget that. Never let one day pass that you are not reminded that you are a fucking nothing. You are a nothing. You are being rewarded. You are being elevated and promoted.
All right, they're spamming. Guys, just try not to spam then on the Rumble chat. But mods, let them rock, man. Let them rock, but don't, guys, try not to spam, please. I see here JP Graper. Unban him. Like, unban those guys, bro. Guys, just don't spam. But y'all can say whatever you want, especially in the Rumble chat.
Promoted because of your compliance, because of your obedience to a system that you purport to criticize. And you call yourself a punk rocker. You're a fucking bitch. You're a fucking pussy. I'm a punk rocker. I'm doing 2000 era. Shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of here. Go have another cocksuck ball wash session with the president of Israel. You fucking loser. I'm so sick of it.
Damn. Well, I can see why he has that frustration, man. He's been blackballed off everything. A lot of other political commentators don't give him his due. It's getting to a point now where it's like, oh, there's only a few people that like show him love, bro. Like me, Andrew. No, actually, not. Now that I think about it, bro. Nobody with a big platform on the right wing gives Nick his credit, bro. None of them do. It's actually, now that I'm literally trying to go through in my head, like, I'm thinking like the biggest people. None of them give him his credit, man. I'm not even a fucking political nigga. I'm some guy that tells bitches they're stupid. Like, I give him his flowers, Elijah Schaefer, Andrew Tate, but like in the actual political world, like all they do is political commentary on the right. I can't think of anybody, bro, that gives this guy his flowers. Well, look, they can censor him all he wants. We gonna help him. Alex Jones, yep, Alex Jones. There you go. Alex Jones is a good one. Cheeser's not a political commentator, bro. Hodge Twins, yeah. Hodge Twins, yep. Yeah. Hodge Twins. You're right. Hodge Twins, yep. Candace avoids talking about him, bro. Let's keep it 1,000, man. I like Candace, but she avoids talking about him, dude. She avoids talking about him. So, yeah, Hodge Twins, Alex Jones. Yeah, there you go. Those are the only two guys on the right with big platforms that give him credit, man. Some niggas said cheese. I know, cheese. Niggas laughing at cheese. Yeah, niggas in chat said cheeser. I started laughing too. I was like, bro, that nigga's he's like, I'll give him credit though. Like he's like part of that like phase like streamer that like, you know, these young guys, these Gen Xer streamers. I give him credit that he had Nick on. I give him credit for that. Because like most people his age are retards. But yeah, bro, he's not a political commentator, bro. So, yeah. So, anyway. Yeah, no, I always give credit to my guys. I think, like I said before, I cover everything. I cover politics, I cover, cultural shit, I cover true crime, I cover everything. But when it comes to strictly political analysis, I think Nick is the best. I've told you guys this before. I think Nick is the best right-wing political commentator in the United States right now. That's what I think. That's what I think. I think he's the best because that is what he does. That is what he does. That is his specialization. He's refined it over years. He's crafted it. He's perfected it. He's sharp. I think he's the best by far. When it comes to raw right-wing political analysis, I think he's the best. Some people might get mad at me for saying that. Maybe I'm biased because he's my friend. I don't know. But I think he's the best. Let's see here. See, I do it all, right? I cover a bunch of different things. I think I'm the best misogynist, personally. I think I get the trophy for the best misogynist. I think it's between me and Andrew. It's between me and Andrew. You know, his thing was they can't drive. I agree they can't drive. Right? I think that they're inferior at everything. He thinks they can't drive. And they're stupid. I agree that they're stupid. So, man. It's so fun being a bigot. It really is, bro. This is a great life. It really is. Bro, I can literally just make fun of people all day. It's fucking fantastic. It really is. It is fantastic. Being able to insult large groups of different people. I know what I am. I am the best racist. There we go. I am, that's what I'm giving that's what I am, bro. I am the best racist by far. I'm the best racist. Ain't nobody safe with me. All right? I don't care if you spend dreidels, if you own 7-Elevens, if you do fucking arithmetic, right? I don't care if you're Mexican, you're Arab. Allahu Akbar! I'm the best racist, nigga. I'm the most diversified bigot / racist / misogynist / anti-Semite. I am the most diversified. I hate everybody. I hate everybody. And I also am the #1 fatphobic influencer as well. I'm the #1 fatphobic influencer. All right? I'm the captain of the O/squad. Anyway, what time is it? 10:53? All right. All right, niggas. I got to get some goddamn food. I am fucking dying right now. Your boy is cooked. I am cooked. I need to definitely get some food. Get some food. Get some rest. Do my debate tomorrow. Cook these feminists. It's going to be good. 7:30 tomorrow, guys. 7:30 tomorrow. All right, I'm going to be live from Miami. We're going to have a table set up with Uncensored America. It's going to be fucking lit. It's going to be great. You guys better tune in. I'm going to live stream it on both Myron Gaines X and on Fresh and Fit. It's going to be live everywhere. Okay? It's going to be just me. No Fresh. I don't want to hear you niggas crying. All right? So you guys are going to get another debate. Can you please cook Mexicans, not Chicago's? I'm confused by that. So tomorrow, niggas, 7:30 p.m. Let's see here. Also, guys, make sure to fucking, the truth is like a lion, let the lion out the cage. You don't have to defend it. It will defend itself. Thank you for all that you do, Myron. Much love from Hawaii. Shout out to you. Aloha, my friend. Guys, also do me a solid. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel. I'll be live tomorrow on Fresh and Fit and on Myron Gaines at 7:30 p.m. All right, doing the debates. And what else? Is there anything else I want to say? I think that's it. Shout out to my guy Andrew. Shout out to my guy Nick. Go support them, guys. Nick is on Rumble. Andrew's on Rumble as well. Go support them. And yeah, niggas. But I will say this. You guys know what time it is.
Every single time.
I see some of you niggas saying that this song is sus. Bro, do you niggas listen to the lyrics? These lyrics are fucking based, motherfuckers.
Every single time. Every single crime.
All right, guys. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Love you, ninjas. Peace.
I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree, and it's every branch and leaf. They're born to deceive. But I'm telling you the truth. It's not just one or two. It's every single Jew. They all hate you. And it really breaks my heart that their lies are off the charts and they only bring us harm. You gotta get smart. So if you want to be safe and don't want to get replaced, it's best you start being based. Or you